Good morning, everyone. Buongiorno a tutti. Buenos días a todo el mundo. Guten Tag. Non guasta mai. Bonjour. Day two. Italian Brass Week, day two. So we are ready to welcome again Elias Moncholi from the Pyrenees. And thank you very much. We can open the room, Zoom room. Buongiorno, Elias. Buenos días, Elias.
Buenos días, ¿me oyes, Vicenti?
Sí, muy bien. ¿Y tú?
Perfectamente, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, estoy muy bien. Un-
Ho visto questo inizio del festival straordinario, ¿no?
Mamma mía, increíble, ¿no? ¿Tenías algún problema con Eric de Villiger ayer que no tenías internet? Y también con Steve Norell, ma en 12 horas de transmisión estaba increíble, molto molto bella.
Ho visto questo piccolo problema con Eric.
Loro avevano il problema, non noi.
Ah, ok, ok.
Precisiamolo.
Yes, yes.
Bueno, empiezas tu clases, meraviglioso. Mi sono messo, vedi, la camicia proprio da Yogi.
Perfetto. Perfetto, Luca.
Vai,
Ah, mi piacerebbe parlare oggi di due cose.
sì,
Um, I'd like to speak today about two things. The first is the awareness or consciousness, and la prima cosa che devo fare è la definizione, no? De conscience, consciencia, consciousness or awareness. Awareness is that which perceive these words in this moment. Obviously, perceive these words and perceive this body. The science doesn't know which is the source of the consciousness. It's not clear that the source is brain. Then it's a little bit a mystery. But is the most important thing in our experience. Then for us, for the musicians, it's very important to awake this consciousness. In this class, we will do two things. The first, experiment with our consciousness, and the second, to speak and experiment about the freedom to play, horn, trumpet, etc. Then the first thing we can begin. The first thing, which is this awareness, that is the most important thing in the yoga and in the meditation. The most important thing is not important this movement or this movement or this movement, etc. The most important is awareness, attention, consciousness. Then we can start experiment this awareness that is in you, that which perceive these words in this moment. No past, no future. This is very important. Only this moment. Awareness is perceiving these words in this moment. Silence help us. Without silence is not possible music. Silence is the source of the music. Listen, silence. You can close your eyes. and perceive your body sensations, the totality of your body. Don't touch anything. Don't change anything. Only listen. No force your breath. The body is intelligent and knows how to breathe. Observe your natural breath. Here, now, there are two things. The first is consciousness, is that which perceive. And the second thing is your body, the body sensations. Awareness, perceive your body. In silence. We can discover special places in our body for first time, maybe. Our legs. A little bit of vibration in our legs. As well in our arms. We can feel how is vibrating life right now. No past and no future. This is our body. This is our principal instrument to live and to play and to love. Awareness is welcoming, welcoming all things, welcoming, in this case, in our case, welcoming our body sensations. Now. Science doesn't know what is consciousness. Maybe this consciousness is a cosmic consciousness. It's an universal consciousness. The same, your consciousness and my consciousness. One. Maybe this awareness is the source of the beauty, of the intelligence, of love. To be in the present is a gift. We musicians are in the present when we play. And now, in our body. Silence is our best friend. In which born all things. You can open your eyes slowly. And to continue to perceive your body in open eyes. And in this second part of class, I like to speak and experiment this freedom of to play. Our connection with awareness is very important, always, as well when we play. Then to explore a little bit this freedom sensation to play, I like to begin to start with always awareness, okay? always the perception of body sensations. As well in thoughts, two thoughts, but this is another thing. Then we perceive our head, very important. The corporal position, our head back returns here, no here, no here, but here. Okay, slowly you can return your head here, aligned with the spine. Okay, this is Alexander technical. It's very important for musicians. Then the head is very important. And second thing is the neck. Neck must be free. You can move your neck slowly to the right and left. Okay, this is very important. Two things, head here. Second thing, freedom in your neck, in your head, obviously. When you recolloques this your head here, then you are free, and this part of the body open. Very important to play and to breathe. Okay. Then we experiment this freedom in our neck, in our head. Okay. Freedom. What is freedom? Freedom is flexibility, like a bird, no? Like a fly. No? This movement of freedom. No? Then now we can to experiment with a mouthpiece or your instrument, and to experiment this freedom. We take a cosmic. No, first a little, a little breath, later cosmic. A little breath down. Yesterday I have talked about this. Down, middle, and high. Okay. Very conscient of the sensations, your body sensations. Sweet. Freedom in your neck. And now it's very important, this for the quality of the sound. You can let go the air. Don't push, please. It's very important to do this breath a little bit more big now. And then let go air. With the movement of the neck. This is the most important thing, to find the quality of the sound and play freedom. It's not important if it's perfect or not now. It's important your body sensation of freedom. Let go. Okay? our neck a little bit while play. Okay. Now we can take our instrument. Without lengua, without tongue. Take a breath and very, very, very natural. Okay. Our head back, our neck free, and free our breath. Try to find this freedom sensation, this subject, this joy. Very important vibration. Free, natural. Like a child. No here, but if you have any question, you can do. Okay. The last exercises is bending. Bending is this movement, low and high, low and high, of the sound. Then this part is freedom. Please, awareness, please, to perceive your body always. This is the freedom of this part as well. All the body must be free, okay? Another time. Head here, neck free, air free. Now we can push a little bit air. To find the center of the sound. No here. No here. Then this exercise is very important to find this place where sound shines. So you can practice all the scala. Then 4 minutes to finish. Then, if you want, you can take, you can do any question. No questions. You can practice this rhythm sensation. It's always, always see what this miracle is. Thank you very much. And now you continue with special class of Luca Benucci. Hello Luca.
Eccomi qua, ciao. Eccoci qua. Questo finale mi ricordava molto le nostre performance di Madrid, quando te ti mettevi al pianoforte e io mi mettevo a suonare prima delle masterclass o queste cose qua.
Absolutely, yes.
Molto bene, allora abbiamo un minuto, io ringrazio Elias, come tutti i giorni ci dà queste perle di saggezza. I thank Elias for giving us some, of course, some knowledge pearls, I would call it like this, perle di saggezza. And now I'm starting my program and I see you tomorrow. Ci vediamo mañana, nos vemos mañana.
Perfecto Luca, mañana a las 8 nos vemos.
Io mi prendo un pochino di caffè e poi inizio.
Fantastico, grazie.
Grazie a te, muchas gracias. Buongiorno ragazzi, quanti ragazzi siamo oggi? Ah, c'è da attivare lo Zoom, allora prendo un pochino di tempo per attivare lo Zoom Room. E, oggi sarà, come del resto è stato ieri, una bellissima giornata, lunga, ricca di grandi contenuti musicali, tecnici e ovviamente se ci accendessero anche l'aria condizionata sarebbe meraviglioso, però a parte questo no, io ho uno schermo qua che mi dicevano ha 2800 lampadine, sì. Perciò praticamente la mia schiena ogni tanto frigge. Facciamo la bistecca alla fiorentina Benucci style. Comunque, detto questo, aspettiamo un attimino che la Zoom sia attiva, perché ovviamente tra un collegamento e l'altro serve il dovuto tempo per passare da una stanza di Elias alla stanza di Luca Benucci. E Niente, perfetto. Siamo online. Io saluto Luca Benucci. Buongiorno Luca Benucci, come va? Bene, grazie. One Man Show. Allora, ieri lo faccio in inglese perché immagino ci sia qualcuno che non capisce italiano. Yesterday we was talking about my philosophy. My philosophy is based in many different aspects. But yesterday we was considering the air, which is very important. And just in case, I want to give 5 minutes of every day a little bit of exercise, just to remind that how much is important to breathe. I was telling that there is two kind of breathing. The one that Elias explained is very important, not only for relaxing the body and the mind, but also to find, to discover how to breathe. So I start again from the beginning for what I'm doing normally at home every morning that I wake up. So I put my hands here and I feel, yes, I just move a little bit in the back. And we all breathe together. So stand up and let's breathe together. With the nose, very slowly, and you have to feel the lungs, that the ears fill up the lungs. Dovete sentire i polmoni che si riempiono di aria. Mettete le mani qua e respiriamo insieme il più lungo possibile e poi buttiamo fuori l'aria dalla bocca così. Ok? Seguitemi. Ok, fatto questo, ne avete già fatto abbastanza con Elias. You already done this with Elias, so I skip the introspection. Just I call it normalmente ascoltare il polmone, to listen to your lungs. You need to be able to have the conscience, la coscienza di ascoltare il polmone, di sentire l'aria che riempie il corpo, to feel that the air just make your body full of air, your lungs, and the extension of lungs. Normalmente quando non si ha questa capacità, questa pratica, il respiro è sempre molto corto e questo non ci consente di suonare bene. Il respiro deve essere ovviamente molto disteso, arrivare fino al diaframma, e il diaframma si deve stendere così, il diaframma è messo in questa posizione e deve fare questa mossa. Lui automaticamente farà questo e spingerà l'aria verso fuori. We need to consider that the diaphragm is like this, and when the air goes go inside the lungs, it's moving like this. Automatically go up. So this is very important that you learn this. And then of course I was explained yesterday about the colors that you can produce, the colors that you can have in the music. So if you have something very bright and you want to play bright, so you breathe with ah. And if you want to have something very dark, oh. Of course you need to think about the singing, okay? So, oh. Giulia, mi porti lo strumento so I can play a little bit and you understand very well what's going on. Yesterday, many players was telling how important it is to play long tones. And I learned from Dale Clevenger not to think very much about long tones. Of course, it's very necessary to play with no tongue at the beginning, but as let's call it quality tones. Home. So you add a little bit more, more. The influence of your voice will make a big difference on your playing. If you only concentrate on tonguing, it's going to be very, very vertical and not efficient at all. So when you play the instrument, you need to consider how it should sound. What is my goal on this solo, okay? So every single passage or concert have different kind of technique. So consider always, and then we skip now from now on to the letter D, discipline. So metronome, afinador, como se llama esto, el metronome, tuner, and of course beautiful sound. If you go for an audition, of course, they choose you to have a good sound that fits in the orchestra. So you need to be able also to have many different sounds. You can do it with, changing maybe a little the mouthpiece, maybe for sure changing your way of singing. So if I breathe with ah, now is ah. Now I'm going to breathe with ooh very slowly. Same, but the color of the sound will be very different. See, it's much, and this was Brahms. Sorry, but you are used to it, okay? So, what this means? After that, and Fridays yesterday was mentioning this, don't only play on the line. Beautiful line is necessary. A rhythm is necessary. Intonation, to know what kind of chords you are in. This is very important. But also the so I'm thinking German way of singing. So very important to listen the German singers in Schubert, Lieder, in Schumann and Wagner. This is the typical way of singing. Italian singers sing like this. More lyrical. So the two combination, you need to know how to project, because this is only an amplifier, okay? So if I play something like, let me see, Brahms, I'm thinking about not very, of course lyrical, but with different kind of posture inside. It's called, we have a resonance here, and we have a resonance here and here. So I'm playing now Brahms, second. Etc. Okay, this is one way. If you need to play this for another orchestra, for instance, maybe Germany, you need to be a little bit more bright. So you change your hand, and this is another very important, because every single player, doesn't happen in the brass and in the other brass, but they need to consider that every single orchestra have a different style. So every single orchestra have their own way of playing. So there is not only one, there is many. So you need to be flexible, very flexible, and so discipline. So practice every day with metronome, slow, not that fast. You don't need to go fast the first day. You need to plan like 6 months or 1 year for one audition, okay? So A is also like audition. And check, listen the orchestra, listen the players of the orchestra, learn the style, go in the city, listen the people playing, have lessons with the people just to understand what kind of articulation they use, style, and so on. If you go in England, they definitely play different than Germany. If you go in Austria, already they're playing with F horn, at least the Wiener. If you come in Italy, it's a little, more various. Everybody's playing different way. And Spain also. If you go in the States, even more, because in Chicago, they play in one way, in New York in another way, in Los Angeles in another way. You will hear these people from New York, from Chicago, from Los Angeles, at least in the horns. And trumpets we had yesterday, Esteban. So everybody's got his own style. Why? The orchestra make you play like that. The orchestra has his own style since years. So you jump in and you have to adjust very quickly. If you don't have this kind of flexibility, mind flexibility to adjust, it's going to be a little trouble, because they will never change for you. You are the guest. You are the one that jump in and play. So I suggest you use the hands. So I explain to you. I have been studying with many, many home players. So this is, if you put it a little bit like this, is maybe Dale Clevenger. If you put it a little bit out, is maybe Berlin. If you put it down, is fourth horn position, Manfred Clear. He told me that when he went down, was playing like this. If you make it like this, it maybe is Radovan. And so on, everybody. So I obviously use every single hand and combination. If I have I can open very much, and it's going to be very like Bruckner 8. Okay, so very, very bright sound and fortissimo. Sorry, I have some water. But if you need to play Bruckner 4, you don't need to breathe so much. And of course, you need to be ready. You have 2 bars. And you need to be very brilliant, present, and mezzo piano, mezzo forte. So I close a little bit my hand, and I play. And the 16 is not a 16, is not 32, is 24. We call it stylize. We stylize. It's never exactly what is it. It's like Mahler 5. You don't play ta 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 ta. No way. Ti ta 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 ta. So Keck with this kind of attitude, changing articulation and the attitude. I'm going to use very small T and big A, and going down, I will open my mouth. Da, 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 da. So it's never the same. It's never the same air, it's never the same vowel. I mean, we changing, we open it, and is the tongue follow, of course, the vowel, the volume of the air. You understand? I hope you understand. I try to play. I have the microphone that kills me. Okay? See, ta 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 ta. So you stay, and you have a beautiful sound, bright, and very, very, you know, and this sound very much like everybody, all the big solo playing a little bit like this. Of course, it's completely different. You have tradition and style, like Mozart style, Strauss style, and you need to understand what they're looking for. So A like audition, D like discipline. Just concentrate yourself on playing correctly for the orchestra that you're auditioning for. It's very important because you will get the job only if you play well in the audition. So, Jorge Maria yesterday was telling you, please record yourself. And it's completely right. Completely right. But I would like to add one tip for you guys. If you record yourself, just take maybe the Sunday and Saturday or Sunday, take your time to record, and then you stop for a while. And this is called analysis, but not analysis, mental analysis, but the brain doesn't have the chance to hear many things together. So I'm not talking about gurke or clams or scrocchi. This is obvious. I'm talking about, okay, you record yourself, and the first time you hear, you just hear the rhythm. So, and you check when you're slowing down or you just make it faster. First time, and you write it down. Second time, you hear intonation. Third time, you hear the even sound. It needs to be very beautiful. If it's legato, it needs to be legato, no toi-toi. I hate toi-toi. It's a very, very bad way of playing. Even if there is, you know, people that does it, I don't like it. And, you know, big cello player, violin player, they don't make wah, 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 only the bad one. So just make sure that the legato is legato and the staccato is in different way, not always one time, one way of playing staccato. Mozart has got the staccato for Mozart, and you can change it, you can adjust, you can wherever, is your style, you are the soloist. But if you have only one for all the repertoire, you're in trouble. So please consider to practice every day when you play maybe Clark, many different Clark or any other. I practice Clark like. This was very similar to Rossini. Now, a little bit more D, 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 D. Okay, now, ta, 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 ta. Okay, and then we add some consonant. Seal is like more Wagner. Ta, 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 ta. Okay, now I want to explain that sometimes you can add a vowel, a consonant, sorry, to the end. It's like, for instance, the third tempos of concertos. Ya ta 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 ta. If you add yan ton 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 ton, the end of on the end will have a resonance. Okay, I play without. Which is nice, it's got the phrase, but with N. See the resonance. I don't know if you can hear, but in this room the sound is going very, very far from here. So that's what we're really looking for. The resonance and the projection of the sound. So playing horizontal, not vertical. And this is information that you can use always in the third tempo, or in Mozart, like to to tom to tom to tin if you make clear when you read the music and you study without horn, with no mouthpiece, just studying, you make clear that you write down all the articulation like the violins does. Bowing, this is called bowing, and for us is our bowing. Just decide what kind of tongue, what kind of phrase, how much I breathe. This is the work that you need to do daily if it's a new piece. Of course, if it's something that you know very well, of course, you don't need to do it, but you need to make clear to yourself and to be the teacher, because there is no better teacher than yourself. I'm here once a week, okay, in the class, in my school, or twice a week. And you are there every day. And very important, as Freud said yesterday, don't play 3 hours consecutive with no stops. We have muscles, so we need, the blood needs to, you know, going through the lips. And it's very important that you are not just destroy your embouchure, your lips, or just kill your lips. So it depends what you have to do, considering the day. If you have orchestra, okay, a very short warm-up, and preparing yourself for the passages, and then you go in the orchestra. So don't play 1 or 2 hours before Mahler 5, because you need the strength to play Mahler 5, okay? And don't play loud and like crazy before Bruckner 4. You need to be precise for the Bruckner 4, the beginning, okay? I don't know if you heard my CD with Zubin Mehta, Bruckner 4 just released. Beautiful, just look for it. Maybe you find it also on YouTube, some part of it. And what else? Okay, D, discipline, very, very important. So if you miss a note, you go back. Just try to repeat 3, 4, 5 times. My students on the study plan is 10 times every phrase. And the mistake is not only the gurkes, crocco, clamps, no, is the quality of legato, the quality of the beginning of the note, the quality of the phrasing, the quality of the staccato, and of course intonation, of course rhythm. I consider these 3, of course, the most important. And if you add phrasing, if you add beautiful kind of, you know, the balance of the sound. If it's piano, you need to begin piano, not mezzo forte. Most of the young people playing everything mezzo forte. It's easygoing, okay? Just pretend to be a little bit more disciplined with yourself. And if Mozart put piano, okay, he didn't wrote any notes under. But we need to think that piano is a solistic piano. It's not the piano that you would find in Ravel. And it's very important that you know this, because if you play everything mezzo forte, the jury, the committee will say, okay, fine, but you know, he's playing, you know, everything so square, so boring. They will say it's boring. So when you start to practice slowly, you have the time, you have no stress. So just consider this, Mozart 3. So you choose the point, and then we add, of course, the articulation. With the N, and you close it. And then it cannot be ta-ta. This is a beat. It needs to be piano, going to the top, which is not forte, because the end of the phrase, I mean, the end of the semi-phrase is okay, that's the point. So I have only 10 seconds to say thank you very much, because I would go forever, but maybe also today, we hope that the internet of my colleagues from all over the world will work. We still have 5 minutes, right? 5 minuti? Why not? Okay, so we give a contribute, and the sponsor that helps this show to exist Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow morning, and of course, you see me the whole day. And you know, the normal festival is really tiring. This one, I was thinking that it would be a little bit more relaxed. It's not true. It's really, really tiring too. Ciao. I'll see you later.
Is a DM Brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM Brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
Studio, and I would like to introduce our mental coach, life coach, Gabriela Renia. But before her, we will have a video presenting her and the company.
And I'm gonna change it, and I'm gonna change it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna change it, and I'm gonna change it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. No matter how hard we try. Try.
Sorry. Oh, right. I'm so sorry. I was mute. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Sorry. All right. Okay. Good morning. How are you? Are you ready for a new day of learning? Yesterday we spoke about the principle of communication. And I told you not only their meaning, but above all, their importance, and I like to underline it because they are the basis of everything we will see together. But even more, they are the basis of our way to communicate with others and with ourselves. And they help us develop all the conditions we need to better manage many aspects. Are you ready? We have laid the foundation yesterday. Now let's start building the necessary pieces together. And today we'll talk about the very important questions, body language. Do you remember the first principle? We always communicate. Even in absolute silence, we communicate. How communicate in the first place? Our body. In Italy, in particular, I think in particular me, we use our body a lot in communication. You know, we gesticulate a lot and often you make fun for us for that. Also, in this case, a different model of the word comes into play because there are nations that use gesturing particularly to amplify communication, and other less, but for all in the same way, the body communicates and some messages are universal. What does this expression mean? Sadness, and down, and sorry. And what does this communication? Happiness, joy, or maybe I'm crazy. And what does this communicate? Doubt, uncertainty, or maybe perplexity, right? My face communicate, everything communicate. Some messages such as facial expression are universal. We can change country, culture, environment, but we always send the same message because there is universal message. Let me show you some facial expression. They represent these, and I need to share my screen. Wait 1 second. All right. Sure. Okay. The first, content. Look, watch the particular, lip corner, tinted, and raise it on only one side of face. If you watch faster, you think it's normal, but this is content. Facial expression, but very little movement, okay? Or sadness. Look, drooping upper eyelids, losing focus in eyes, or sleeping pulling down of lip corners. It's not normal, it's sadness. Or anger. Look, eyebrow down and together. Eyes glare. Narrowing with of the lips. Okay? Look the difference. Content, sadness, and anger. And fear. Eyebrows raised and pulled together. Raised upper eyelids. Tensed lower eyelids. And lip slightly stretched horizontally back to ears. Look the difference. And this is universal, right? Okay. We come back and share. Okay. So, let's start about the type of communication. Because if it's true that we always communicate and that we are responsible for what we communicate, then it is essential to be aware of what we are communicating. Not just by the word what we use, okay? Also because when often focus on our words, thinking they are the ones that matter most, but in a conversation, do you know how much words really matter? What do you think? 15, 19, what? Only 7%. Would you believe that? Yes, 7% is given by words. 38% is given by tones, volume, rhythm, and 55% is given by body language. It's incredible. This does to mean that your words don't matter. Of course, because if I can speak Russian, for example, but I'm an expert on body language and tones, I won't understand 93% of communication. Probably I won't understand anything. But if there is no congruence, this is very important, between what I say with words and what I say with my body, then in that case, words only matter 7%, right? This is the very important difference. Let me give you an example. If I tell you, did you know what happened? Or I say, did you know what happened? What idea will you have in the first case? A bad news. And what idea will you have in the second case? A good news. But the words were identical in both the first and second case. What is changed? The tone, the rhythm, and my body language, my face, my expression, in my energy. Think how many times you say something, but when that report to someone else, the sound changes completely. Not because the word changed, but because the tone and physiology changed. But if you are not present and we can listen to the kind of tones and watch the physiology, the words reported can change a lot their meaning. Maybe you say, are you crazy? And this sentence is reported as, he said you are crazy. But the way they say that make a huge difference on the meaning and on the message I meant to send. For this reason, we say that the word count only 7%, because every word changes from context. So let's focus on this aspect that consider it would require a bit like all the things we'll see together. Last 5 hours course to listen to learn, to experiment and repeat in order to become more skillful. But at the least now we are gonna learn an aspect that can be useful anytime and anywhere, even more useful to you as a professional who want to have a career in music, for example. That way you get to know at the last what's more important to you. Just an important premise. Our task is to become a communication detective, to observe and above all, not to judge. Please. It's not easy. Because we are used to thinking that if you have your arm crossed, you are closed. But maybe you are just comfortable in that position. If you yawn, you are bored. But maybe you are stressed, and so on. So our rule will be a signal is only a signal. But 3 signals are proof. It's also important to contextualize body language based on situation, but we'll see that later. Let's start by grouping body language into 3 macro areas. The first is rejection signals, tension signals, and satisfaction signals. Let me them together one by one, okay? The first one, the rejection signals, are all kind of distancing when I move away physically, or if I make movement that indicate distancing. I can be very evident, but also small and almost imperceptible, as when you have moved the weight of your body front or to back, okay, like this, Not, maybe it's really a very small movement, but it's a signal, the first one, like this. Closures, arm crossed, leg crossed. If I'm bent over myself, like this. If I close with my shoulder, maybe I stay here and after I change my body. Okay? When I sit, this, or when I close my leg in this position, I close in front of you or with my legs, okay? Closing or crossing your arms, no legs, hands, or hand in other position could also be a sign of closure. These all barriers, and forward physical barrier with object. Maybe you are sitting at the table and talking about something that you unconsciously refuse. You put the sand between you and your partner, okay? The sand between you and your partner. Or play with the breadcrumbs. And build a real barrier. You remember sometimes? Between you and him. It's a small, tiny barrier. You don't even notice it. You were just playing with it. But it not be a coincidence if you chose to make the barrier just as you're talking about that somewhat difficult topic, just in this moment. Why? And also say no with your hand or with your hands. But this is intuitive, okay? Intuitive. Then you have the sign of tension. When an issue is stressing you a little bit. Fluff, pinking. Removing fluff, you know, from your jacket or your clothes, hair from the jacket. Oh, sorry. Oh, I have hair in my jacket. From your clothes, it's the same. Sometimes, like this, tapping your finger on object. Or yawning, or like a sleepiness is a stress refined signals. Please note, even if you have slept a lot, when you have to study something difficult, there we go, you feel sleepy, which is not really sleepiness, but the tension at such a high level, then you need to run away from what thing that bothers you. And what better way than turning the brain off by sleeping and stammering and clearing your own throat. When you need to start some things important, you have tense, okay? So we can start. This is tension, okay? Or coughing is the same. Hello. Not as when you have a gut cold, but that cough that's mean clear tension. Crying, it's easy. If it's for funny or for for bad news, it's the same, it's attention. Catching color, turning red, or sweating, and so on. And then finally, we have sign of approval. This is nice. They can be smile. When you smile with your eyes, because we can smile a big smile or a slow smile. Or you can smile just with your eyes. Now with COVID, we have all things closed, but you can watch your eyes. And sometimes you can see the eyes smiling, all right? All opening, the opposite. With your arms, with your feet, with your hands, and so on. Caressing for you and for other. Like this, like this, like this, okay? Brushing the person in front of you. Take attention, because if I brush myself, means tension. But if I remove fall from your jacket or dust from your dress, it's a sign of approval. Moving closer, the opposite, okay? You remember? This is rejection. And this is so the opposite, okay? The satisfaction. The same way I see and I spoke with you. I speak with you. And if I do this or this, like this, is satisfaction. I approve. What do you say? Okay? And this, no, is rejection. It's possible to do a little movement like this or this. Take attention, because sometimes the movement is very, very little. Or lip putting, when the lip form a kiss and are pushed forward. When you use this, it's possible, again, is little bit. Is a satisfaction. Or when I take a picture or selfie. Oh, okay. This is satisfaction for myself. I don't know. Nodding, of course. Licking your lips as if you are tasting something good. Or very fast. Look, sometimes. Okay? And so on. From now on, the important work we are going to do is consider this signal as the traffic light. The traffic light we see on the street has 3 colors: red, yellow, and green. Red means stop, not trespassing. What happens if you go with the red light? You are going to do an accident, okay? Yellow means attention. You can go, but be careful, because it could become red quickly, so careful. And green means free to go. Now can go. Start. Now, think about the 3 colors and their meaning and link them to our communication signals. Red is rejection. Yellow is tension. And green is satisfaction. From now on, we are going to become good communication detectives. If we are able to observe what color the traffic light show during a conversation, because this is more important when we are communicating, the light change continuously according to what is going on, according to the topic, and so on. An example, I'm talking to a friend. We are in rapport, okay? And when I'm talking about how the is doing, how good is your musical performance was yesterday, he sent me a few satisfaction signal. He moved close on me. He brushed himself, okay? Oh, your lips are pouting when they listen to me. Green light is open. During the conversation, maybe I say, "Oh, I sure Tony was there too." And after that, he move it in a different way. After they listen the name, he move in different way. Maybe like this, he moved back on his chair, he crossed his arms, and he moved his shoulder. So, before, and when I say Tony, he changed the body. Note, the movement are free, because you remember, one signal is just a sign, but three are proof. As soon as I talk about Tony, he changed his physiology. What does it mean? We can stand Tony? Maybe, but be careful. Do not judge. Remember, we must observe, not judge. So you observe without judging. Now you just know the red light is on. What does it mean? One thing only. If you need to ask something to your friend, if you want to talk to him and have his full attention, now the red light is on. So not now. In shoot down. If you need to ask him something, wait. Change topic and wait the green light or your proposal. Okay? Your advice or the thing you want to talk about, you risk to be like a crossing where cars are driving fast. You risk an accident. So your negotiation can go wrong. But what is this weak body language lesson for? You need it to learn to understand what happens behind words. To understand if the person is comfortable or not. To fully understand what is standing in front of you, and also for yourself. To understand that if we are tense and we are not managing the tension, others will feel it. Maybe they will not be able to understand by giving it name, but they will feel the stress. It's not easy, I know, but we need to practice all day. When the people talk, when the people stay close eye, okay, close me, we need to watch with many attention, because the body language communicate, okay? And if I'm a communicate detective, I can improve my attention, my listening, okay? This is just to practice, because I think the animal, if you have animal, you know the animal, there is very expert detective about this. But now we have listened, and sometimes we don't listen with eyes. You today learned two things. First, do not to judge at the first glance, but watch careful. And second, don't worry, don't think that you understood everything just because you listening. Because you don't understand only by listening. Use all your senses. Also because you may understand only 7%. Okay? If you have some questions, you can write me because this is very important question, body language. But maybe we need more time. I'm so thank you guys for today. I can wait to see you again tomorrow because I'm gonna talk about listening. Very important question also is, and will be add another important element to our training. Thanks for joining with me today, and Luca and Tanya. Now I'm back to you. Are you ready?
Thank you very much
Ready,
for your
Gabriela?
wonderful masterclass. Thank you again, and I'm sure all the students will take advantage of your teaching and suggestions and knowledge. Grazie mille, Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Gabriela.
So, ci vediamo domani. Stessa ora, stesso programma.
Vi aspetto.
Ok, ciao. Grazie.
Ciao, Gabriela.
So, good morning again. Good morning, Tanya.
Good morning, Luca.
And now we have, we need to wait, of course, the changing of the Zoom room. And as soon Mr. Hiroyuki Kurogane will be ready to jump in, we will present his masterclass. Just a few words. He's a bass trombonist playing in the NHK is a television, the main television of Japan, the main orchestra also of Tokyo, of course, and the entire Japan. One of the best. I have been playing personally in this Seoul with many different orchestras, and it's a wonderful hall, and they have a very good orchestra. Now we have a little contribute from La Regia, from the studio. Thank you very much. I'll see you in 1 minute.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Ohayo gozaimasu. There. Are you there? Good. Good morning. Is correct? Is correct if I said Ohayo gozaimasu? Yes. Good. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. I introduce you. Tanya is the presenter of the show.
Hello, nice to meet you. Good morning.
Mi serve un po' più di volume.
We cannot hear him.
Okay. No, sorry. Is a tech. Maybe you a little bit more. You need to put the volume a little bit more up.
Little bit more.
Great,
Yeah.
thank
Perfect.
you very much. Domo arigato, domo arigato. My Japanese, watashi wa Luca Benucci desu. Ashime mashite. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
So,
How do you speak Japanese?
because I have been there about 30 times, and I was engaged with a wonderful lady from Japan, and that's why how you learn languages, just by going there and having a girlfriend.
Great.
So, please enjoy your masterclass. Very welcome to the Italian Brass Week 2020, and thank you very much. Domo arigato to be with us.
Thank you very much to invite me. Yeah, it's such a great festival. It's
So-
a great pleasure to work with you.
Yeah, for us is also very great pleasure. Thank you. Domo.
Thank you very much.
Domo.
Okay, so can I start
Yes?
now? Okay, let's get started. Okay, this is Hiroyuki Kurogane. Hello everyone. How many people? How many people there are? I play NHK Symphony Orchestra. I play bass trombone actually. Yeah, it's I will play a lot because I am not good at to speak English, but but yeah, I play trombone. Yeah, I'm going to play today. I wanna introduce how I play as a daily exercise for me. Yeah, my daily exercise has main point. It's three main point I have. It's the warm air, to use warm air, and no stress, and glissando. Yeah. At first, I'll play this pattern. It's only B flat scale without tongue. B flat scale without tongue. I like to play the glissando. Yeah. Do you have instrument or student you have? No. If you have, play with me. Play along with me. Okay. I'll play the glissando follow pattern. Play warm air, relax body. Yeah, it's not important thing where my air goes in my body, but I only think expand body, like get big my body. Around here it's very soft and expand. Like that. After you suck the air, you can remove stress, and automatically goes air go out like that. Like that. Yep. Sometimes I use in my warm up time. I use some etude like Bordoni. Do you know Bordoni? Oh, melodious etude. Melodious etude, like that. Even if I play the melodious etude, I play without tongue, like that. Of course, it's not correct music, but at first I practice without tongue with glissando. It's very effective to connect to the note and musical line. I think musical line is connect. Oh, like that. And after that, in my head, I image the musical line goes the glissando, but I use the softly tongue. At first, I play glissando, and next I play with tongue, but not so hard tongue. Why I like to play glissando, the tongue, because the tongue makes the sound hard. Yeah, of course, using tongue is very necessary, very important to make articulation and make music. But sometimes I find that some of my students play too hard tongue. Like very hard tongue makes the sound, or also sound makes so hard. I don't like it. They concentrate to how to cut the sound, how to cut the note, but the more important is, I think, flow the air is more important. Even if I play the staccato, at first I play the but not so hard. Yeah. It's my opinion. It's my idea. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Next exercise. I play vibrato. As a exercise. I play this pattern. Like that. Actually, I don't play with vibrato in my orchestra, in orchestra playing, because in make harmony, I can play with vibrato, but yeah, actually I use the vibrato in solo playing. But to play vibrato is so effective to make to make sure my body and my embouchure is free or not. To make sure it's very effective. When you can vibrato playing, you can make here very relaxed and flow air. And after the vibrato, I play straight with round sound. Yeah, to play vibrato is so very efficient exercise for me. But I don't not so often. I don't play not so often in orchestra with vibrato, but very useful, effective to make sure to remove stress. Yeah. Okay. Next exercise. It's not exercise actually, but I want to introduce some my favorite etude. Do you know this etude? Lip Sluts, Brad Edwards. Yeah, Brad Edwards makes Lip Sluts, and he makes some other exercise also, but it's so many flexibility pattern there from to the beginner, like do, like that, to the very difficult pattern. Do 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 do, like that. Yeah, I introduced some of them. It's very simple pattern, but turn the page, I found the next different exercise. It's very unique, right? First position after third position, first position, third position, second position, fourth position. It's very unique pattern. Okay. Next, I will play the a little bit faster pattern. Yeah, you notice I use the chord when I play the seventh position, because I am not tall. Actually, I am 160 centimeter. Very tiny, very tiny. I am, but I play with chord. I can play even seventh position. Yeah, if you are interested in to use chord, yeah, please challenge it. Okay, so I wanna introduce the Brad Edwards lip thrust. You can find some like music store. Yeah. Please check it. Okay, next I wanna play the orchestra except it's Italian brass week, so I will play the Rossini, William Tell. Here I wanna share with you some of idea to move, how to move slide, how to move sliding exercise. It's very difficult part. Yeah, I practice a lot. So many time I practice. Yeah, here I introduce some of idea. At first, exercise A. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, exercise A. Stop the slide after the until next note, like that. Get patient until next tone. And exercise B is move as soon as possible, cut before note, like that. Can you find the different when you move the slide? Okay, it's very different. Yeah, it's very difficult to make two different timing to move slide, but it's very efficient to our head and yeah, our body also. Yeah, if you can separate thinking of the pattern A, exercise B, you can move the more elegant and more precisely moving slide. And one more other side exercise. I play often another rhythm. Like that, ton, toton, 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 and opposite. It's very also very efficient, yeah. For example, another rhythm. Like anywhere you can stop. Tototon, tototon, ton, tototon, ton, tototon, ton, like that. Yeah, it's very useful to make the precisely slide moving. Okay. Sorry, I've missed it. But yeah, it's interesting exercise, right? Yeah, I recommend this pattern of the exercise. Okay. Okay, and yeah, this exercise use the even if you play the other music like like you can use this idea for another music. Yeah, it's very useful. Okay, and okay, I play one more orchestra, except I will play Valkyrie. In Valkyrie, and if you play Valkyrie, the most important thing is the accent is the from very top note, long to the tone, do, long to the tone, do, long to the tone. Like that. Yeah, I think when you play the orchestra, except the musical type is very different. Rossini and Wagner, and for example Tchaikovsky or Shostakovich, several type of the we have to choose the several type of the sound and articulation and sound and articulation and for example in Beethoven you don't have to play the articulation is ta kata for Valkyrie. Ta kata, no, I play ta to to ta 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 ten to ti ta tin to tin ti ta. Yeah, sorry, I go back to the orchestra except in Beethoven you don't have to play even fortissimo like Valkyrie, but in Beethoven's fortissimo it's more high tension but not so loud, right? Yeah, we have to choose some of the what is a very good type of sound articulation. Yeah, we have to think of that. Okay, do you have
Hiroyuki?
Yes.
Yeah, I have to. Okay, I just listened to your playing, and very, very great playing, amazing. And I'm very happy that you are explaining to the trombonists, especially bass trombonists and trombonists, that you have to change style and articulation and color, because this is very important.
Right.
Very important. And I thank you very much for your masterclass, and we keep in touch for next year, because we already consider that you are a very good player, very good man.
Thank you very much.
And we will keep in touch for the real Italian Brass Week in Florence next year. Thank you very much.
I hope that. And my concert is the Sunday, right?
Yes.
Sunday,
yes.
10 o'clock. Yeah, okay. I'll send the video.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye.
Domo arigato. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
I miss Japan.
Grazie.
I love Japan.
Yeah, I love Italy.
Good. Ciao, ciao, Hiroyuki.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. So, it was really nice to hear a musician playing the trombone, bass trombone, and a wonderful player. And now we need a few minutes to enter in the new Zoom room. And the next one is
El maestro Ben van Dijk
from Rotterdam Philharmonic, very good friend of mine, and I invite him several times in the Italian Brass Week, and he's one of the bass trombone stars, and very, very great man. I love him as a person, and we never played together because I play only in Amsterdam once, but never in Rotterdam. But hopefully we will play together next year and in the future. So as soon the Zoom is ready. Ben, are you there?
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Can you see me? There is a movie they used to say, "Can you see me?" Okay, yeah, I can see you and hear you very well. Very good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Luca.
Good morning, Ben.
Good
Nice to have you here.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled and honored to be invited for this this wonderful online festival. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you
Thank
to
you
take
to
part of this festival. It's very. I mean, we're trying to help young students not to be isolated in this period, and it's very important that. And we thank every single artist that took the time and to send a video or to be online and directly in Zoom to give this masterclass for the kids. And I really thank you. Thank you very much, Ben.
This is of course a weird, absurd time we are living in, and we all suffer from it. And so this this opportunity for us as artists, as players, but also of course for the students. We get motivation from this initiative. So really a bravo for doing this. Of course, it would have been amazing to have the live festival. That's of course not to replace with this, but at the same time, what you guys do is really amazing. So
Ben, at least to have a glass of wine live and drinking a glass of wine together, which is the festival is not only famous for the best teachers around the world, but it's also involving and mixing with students and lunch and dinners and after concerts and drink some beer or wine wherever they want to drink.
Oh.
So, please start your masterclass and thank you again.
Okay, super good. Okay, well, again, thank you for inviting me to share some of my ideas, and hopefully, this will be of a little extra motivation for those who listen and who are there. I have several ideas in my playing, some topics I use, which of course well, let me tell you it in a different way. I have this book out. I just show it once, Ben's Basics. Okay, now it's gone. And in Ben's Basics I I put together a lot of ideas I received in contact with many other players around the world, but also in my lesson time, but especially visiting master classes around the world where you have the possibility to share a wine with great players, or a beer or a tapas or whatever, and you talk about playing, and of course you also talk about other stuff, but of course many times about playing. And I compiled this together in what I call my method, and of course it's my method, and I always say to everybody about Ben's Basics, make it into your basics. Luca has his basics for sure, so it's Luca's Basics. But to compile it was nice. It was nice to do, and some of the important points in my approach is, well, first of all, my goal. My goal in playing. I always use 5 keywords, and the first keyword is sound. If we are in a committee for a competition or for an audition in an orchestra, the first thing you hear and the first thing you judge is sound. So I'm always trying to work on at least my best possible sound. And that should also be personal. The sound, you can copy something, but it's impossible to copy the great sound of a Michel Becquet or Joe Alessi or Jim Markey or whoever, but you can be inspired, but you have to look for your own best possible sound. In combination, the second word I always use is intonation. And sound and intonation, of course, they are very linked together. If you play out of tune, your sound is also not good. Articulation is number 3, dynamic is number 4, and then I say style. Well, how do I work on this? I work on this actually from the very first note I try to focus and be aware of those things. Awareness is also one of the keywords. I will drop several keywords in this little masterclass I will give. Awareness, to be aware of what you are doing yourself, but even, or also when you play in an orchestra, you have to be aware of what is happening around you to fit in the ensemble. So awareness is extremely important, and awareness is also, it's a matter of focus, that you are focused on something. When you study, of course we can study hours, but I think, and especially I'm a little bit older, And you know, I'm very honest. I'm not studying 5-6 hours anymore on a day. Sometimes it's much shorter, but I try to make my study time into quality time, and not the quantity of hours, but more the quality. A good example, I've named this to my students many times already, is what we can witness every day today is my friend Jim Markey, Boston Symphony, bass trombone. Every day he puts a little video of what he is doing, and you can see how incredibly focused he is on working on his ideas, on his goal to go somewhere, you know, using a metronome, doing things slower, repeating things, but with determination, with absolute focus and absolute awareness. Now, in my daily routines, my warm-up, my daily routines, I focus on those topics, you know, sound, intonation, articulation, dynamic. And I do this extra with saying to myself, Ben, stay as relaxed as possible. And I'm very honest, and people who know me a little bit better know me as being somebody who can be quite nervous. I'm actually nervous for this masterclass. You know, it's even sitting here in front of my computer, just talking to a screen, is not the easiest thing. It's not what we are trained for. But it's something I'm learning from. But for this, I need relaxation. So one of the things for relaxation is to start is your posture. You know, when many times I see players, young players, but even sometimes a little bit older players, and you see something in the posture. I actually see it with myself sometimes. You know, I see videos of my orchestra or a masterclass or solo recital I gave, and I see things. Okay, Ben, now you are creating tension which is not really necessary. So the posture, you know, how to hold your trombone, you know, very, very simple. I always say, you know, it should be an extension. It should be an extension of your body. So, but also, you know, the shoulders are for me very important, you know, so not this way. You know, that's absolutely creating something like this. The same is bring your instrument to your face. Instead of bringing your face, you hear already in my voice what is happening. So you create tension. So the posture is also important in creating this feeling of relaxation, because one of the goals in the years I have been playing, one of the goals in my what I'm always looking for is what I call effortless playing. Effortless playing, because in principle I think everything is much more easy than we make it many times. You know, we make it difficult in our head. We make in the body wrong tensions. As a trombone player, it can be in your arm, too much tension. It can be in your throat. The tongue can be really a pain in the, you know. But if everything is in a better balance, you can play what I call effortless. And yesterday there were some concerts, and I didn't watch everything, but I looked a little bit, and then I saw my friend Alain Trudel. Alain Trudel I met for the first time in 1992, International Trombone Festival, and he's a little bit younger than I am, and I was so impressed. The year after, I was invited to Cleveland. He was also there, and we played together. I played in an ensemble accompanying him, and then I invited him to give a masterclass at my conservatory at that time. And he was the first one I really met, and especially more classical than then a jazz player, although he's also a great jazz player, who showed me this idea of effortless playing. This is always something I'm looking for. And you know, I remember he had to do a really difficult recital, and after the intermission there was really for me unplayable piece on the schedule, and in the intermission we were talking and you know blah 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 a little bit like this, and then the floor manager came and Mr. Trudel, it's time to go on stage. And he took his trombone, he blew 3 notes and he went on stage and he nailed it. So easy. So and this is something I have always in my mind when I'm studying him, when I'm playing the trombone. Sometimes I succeed, but mostly I'm still looking for it. But you can work on this in your warm-ups already, in your daily routines. You know, this feeling of relaxation is of course part of this, because tension, being nervous, it gives this feeling of everything is tight and you have to be more. Of course it should not be dull and lazy and I'm so relaxed. This is not of course what I'm talking for, you know. It's a little bit like a really great sportsman, you know, Federer, tennis player. If you see him play, you know, it's effortless. Of course there is sometimes you have to do something very difficult, and then there is a little bit of in the direction, but I don't like to call it tension. Energy, more energy, but always looking for effortless way of playing, and trying to find this by everything what you do, to be aware of relaxation, and of course you know, we can mostly, I don't know if there are ladies, but the ladies can think about many things. As men, we mostly say we can only think about one thing. But I think we can do a little bit more than that. But you know, you have to put your focus on parts of your playing, and that's why quality time in your daily routines, in your warm-up sessions, are so extremely important. Okay, another important, very important keyword for me, which I use a lot in my lessons and also in my playing. It starts always with my playing. You know, my lessons are always, they come of course from the need of the student, but of course I try to share my experience, and not one way. You know, I don't like to be dogmatic, like, you know, this is Ben van Dijk, so this is the mouthpiece, this is the instrument, this is what you have to use, and you have to do it exactly like how I do it. Impossible. This doesn't work. You know, I try to focus on every individual students and see what the students needs. I remember a student once, many years ago, coming to my at that time Rotterdam Conservatory, and it was actually the time when I had people in my class like Brand Attema, one of my best friends now and one of my most famous and successful former students, but Wouter Isiger and Mark Boonstra, who is also in the New Trombone Collective. They were actually all in my class, and I was teaching that day, and this Japanese boy, he came to my class, and he wanted to be there the whole day. I said it's okay, and it was one of those days where I put my trombone on the stand and I didn't play that much, or actually didn't play until all the lessons were finished. And the boy said, Mr. van Dijk, I'm very confused. I said, what's your problem? Can you please play for me? I said, yeah, but this is not an audition for me, so why should I play? But I'm so confused. I said, please tell me what is your problem. I said, the problem is I hear 6 students of you, and none of the students sound alike. They all sound different, and nobody sounds like you. So I said, yeah, but what is the problem? You know, if you want to study with me, don't expect I will make you a clone of Ben van Dijk. You know, one is more than enough. So, and it's also not interesting if you know, the Trombone Collective. I know, of course, all the players there, and they, you know, they are a wonderful ensemble. They sound so interesting. I think one of the things why they sound so interesting is because they all play, actually, they have their own sound. They have their own sense of music, and of course they start together. Their intonation is amazing. They do the same articulation, but with their own signature, and this together makes them sound so amazing. Okay, back to my coordination story. For me, coordination is also one of the most important things in my playing. And with coordination, I mean, for instance, already in breathing. In breathing, you know, I prefer, again, it's personal, not dogmatic, but I prefer not to have a stop between breathing in and playing. So, you know, if I breathe something like in a 4/4 bar and I have to play on the downbeat, I prefer to breathe 1, 2, 3, this. I know there are people who sometimes do 1, and they sound amazing. So I say to those people, please keep doing this. It doesn't work for me. I do not directly recommend it. On the other hand, sometimes what I use, but still I want this coordination, breathing in, this. Sometimes I do when I have the time, and especially when I had to play on the big trombone at the back here, and I have this first note in a chorale, in a Wagner opera or whatever. I breathe in before several beats through my nose. Because breathing through your nose, I have noticed in the years that I'm quite relaxed. So I breathe deep, and you know, a famous quote of Arnold Jacobs, what I always like to use in my approach to breathing is, when you breathe in, you become bigger. When you blow, you become smaller again. Very simple. You know, Arnold Jacobs was of course the guru of breathing and knowledge of the whole breathing system. But this, you know, I'm a simple guy, so I like this. This explained it so good to me. Breathing in and full. Okay, so when you breathe through the nose, you can feel you expand. You know, of course the lungs are here, but you expand downwards. So your belly goes out, the back goes out a little bit, and perhaps at the end it goes a little bit like this. But then when I do this, let's say again 4/4 bar, and I have to play a downbeat on my contrabass trombone, I start perhaps even already on the on the third beat of the previous bar with breathing through my nose. So and just at the end I fill up a little extra, and then I have so much air. And because it's also relaxed, because in my experience as a bass trombone player in the years, many times, you know, we always say take a big breath, and then I see a student doing this. Now you see already all the tension I create, and believe me, you don't have so much air in this way, you know. So it has to be full, but it should not be forced full. It should not create the wrong tension. So, and this, you know, in long tones, sometimes for students in a warm-up exercise, I tell them, do it this way. You know, I have this famous snake exercise, and then I say, just to get this right feeling, breathe through the nose, and tip off with your mouth. And you can play much longer phrases, and also, sorry about that, with control. So coordination, breathing in, breathing out. Coordination, breathing in, buzzing. No tongue yet. So that when you blow, directly the buzz is there, the setting is there. This is also how I start my warm-ups. My students know this. I start with tongueless, long notes. Beginnings, of course. And working on the coordination, so that when I play tongueless, and actually helps me a lot in the orchestra. Sometimes you have this super delicate, and some conductors want you really to play super soft. And then to start with the tongue can be a big handicap. You know, no string player is playing with first the sort of pizzicato start of the note, plucking the note, and then a long note. They put their bow on the string and they go so. A little bit early still, but I train this. I train soft, tongueless, beautiful for a chorale. And you know, I've never got a complaint from a conductor doing this. Coordination. The next one, of course, is the tongue. Putting the tongue to this. I like to go with several exercises from tongueless attacks into tongue notes. So I use an exercise which I call ha, da, ha, da, ha, da, da. Now the ha, of course, is without tongue, and the da is with the tongue. And I try to equal them. I try to have the same sort of quality. So you get something like so ha, da, ha, and try to really, you know, with a pulse. When we talk about coordination, you can see on my trombone, I don't know if it's clear, but I have here a metronome. I don't use it constantly, but it's there. And sometimes I feel I need it. I think I have a pretty steady inner pulse. And of course we have to be able to play with an inner pulse. We cannot play with the metronome in any ensemble. But I also noticed, you know, some of you might know that sometimes I make little overdub videos. And with these overdub videos you need a guide, you know. So sometimes I make my own voice click track. But also sometimes when it's a little bit more jazzy or whatever, I use, you know, the click track of the computer. And then you make the recording. And you notice how difficult it is to coordinate exactly with this. It should really be in the click. When you begin, you actually should not hear the click. And when you record, and when I record, sometimes I think, I thought I was in time. But of course, you're in the computer, you can see, no, you were too late. And the computer doesn't lie. So this coordination is very essential in my playing. Well, I'm talking probably more to trombone players than to trumpet, horn or tuba players, although coordination in fingering evolved instrument is of course also extremely important. So let me see. Oh, time is flying. Slide movement, coordination. Slide movement is also a matter of good coordination. In legato, you know, if we play a legato scale like we don't want glissando. So we have to move the slide as late as possible with the music. If you are too early, you will have a gliss, or you drop the sound because you know you have a gliss. So you get this typical amateur pa, 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 pa. We call this buiknoten, belly tones, which we don't want in legato. But then, of course, in this coordination, We also need, perhaps quickly in this last 5 or 6 minutes, I can say something about slide. I noticed in my career, meeting jazz players and classical players, that especially jazz players and also jazz players who were not, on the highest possible level, they were able to play a sort of melody which sounded pretty well. Why? Well, first of all, the jazz player is not afraid for the glissando. If I very quickly play, you can do whatever, and it's going in the direction of jazz. But classically, we should not do this. The other thing what jazz players do, they use, and especially the older ones, they use slide vibrato. So there is a flexible, a little controlled, it's not this, but a little controlled movement, flexible thing in your wrist. Slide vibrato, it's like conducting. If I conduct like this, you cannot follow me. But if I conduct like this, small like this, and your conductor does this also, not with a stiff wrist, because then your whole body and everything, you can imagine if you play with this completely fixed, stiff wrist, in my opinion, you break the legato. Jazz players have this almost all. In classical players, I noticed that the best, really the best, Michel Becquet, if you look at this slide, he's almost sometimes throwing the slide. Very easy in the hands, not what I call playing with white knuckles. Never play with white knuckles. So to be able to play with in the classical music with a correct slide movement and a correct coordination, there should be a sort of flexibility. So to test this, sometimes I say to my student, this is, I'm not sitting comfortable here, sorry. Little melody, classical melodies from Die Frau ohne Schatten, a famous opera we played last year with the Rotterdam Philharmonic. And I start then, the first note is a C, and I start with a slide vibrato, and then this feeling of the slide vibrato, the flexibility in the wrist, I try to transpose to the melody. The same feeling as in the jazz slide vibrato, I try to transpose into the classical playing. So, in general, I take jazz, classical music. I get a lot of inspiration, and some of you might know that one of my hobbies is playing guitar. Completely different instrument. And then my biggest, how do you say, second thing I like so much is flamenco. You say, flamenco, nothing to do with trombone, but the passion, the rhythm in flamenco. Yeah, they say tocar a compás, to really play in the right pulse. They're very strict in flamenco. It helped me a lot in my approach of classical playing. So listening to Frank Sinatra for phrasing, Barbara Streisand for singing, Lara Fabian singing the Adagio, beautiful Albinoni Adagio. Wow, and I always, sometimes as an instrumentalist or as a trombone player, we stick too much, in my opinion, to our instrument, to our little bubble. I say go out and listen to all sort of, there is only, in my opinion, good music and bad music. And even also in pop music, there are so many. When I was young, Chicago, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Stevie Wonder, all those I love it, and I get so much inspiration. And of course, I cannot play a Bruckner chorale with a George Roberts vibrato, thinking of My Funny Valentine or whatever. That doesn't work, you know. You have to try to and be able to switch your mind to the style you have to play in. And I think that makes our bass trombone, you know. It's a beautiful instrument, but I cannot compete with Maurice André or Matthias Heufs or Placido Domingo singing or Luciano Pavarotti singing, you know. It's impossible. But still, I try to get my inspiration from those other than bass trombone players. Yeah, when I was doing my conservatory, I my teacher knew that I was doing the flamenco, and at a certain point he said, "I hear too much flamenco in your trombone playing." So I started, and I became very, how do you say, rigid, very stiff, very like this. And then later, when I had to do some little solos in a brass sextet I was playing, I put in my what he called flamenco, and people liked it. But of course, there is a little danger in mixing it too much. But like I say, I got my slight movement, my slight coordination more from the jazz players I played with than from the classical players. So, okay, good.
Thank you very much, Ben. Wonderful masterclass.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for invitation, and good luck with the rest of the festival. I'm sure it will be a big success.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Thank you.
Contributo.
How you say? Milishir.
Ce l'ha la cipollina. Eccoci qua di nuovo, buongiorno ancora. Good morning again. And now we are ready to present
our next masterclass with Fabrice Milishir, the maestro.
Fabrice is a very famous soloist, trombone player from France, and I invite him already 2 times, but he was always very busy, and I hope he will come next year to the live festival next summer. Fabrice, are you there?
No, it's not still.
Just a second. Is just the room, Zoom room needs to connect, and so Fabrice Milishir won several international prizes, and he's one of the best. I would like to say that one of the best trombone players in the world. Not only. Eccolo, Fabrice. Bonjour.
Hello, bonjour, Luca.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Ça va?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Everything okay?
Good.
Ça va, ça va.
Where you are now? Which city you are transmitting from?
I am in France at home. I am in Strasbourg.
Strasbourg.
It's near at the border with Germany.
Well, fantastic. Okay. So you speak German too?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, great. So thank you very much. Maybe Tanja want to say something in German, because you can have a little conversation in German.
Okay, Luca liebt das Deutsch, also herzlich willkommen hier. Es ist wirklich wunderbar, dass du hier bist. Wir sind sehr stolz und glücklich, dich hier zu haben, und viel Glück und viel Spaß bei deiner Masterclass.
Vielen Dank für die Einladung. Danke.
Danke dir.
Okay, so you're very welcome. Please start your masterclass, and I'm very curious because I know you since many years. I invite you twice to my festival, but you're very busy man.
Yeah,
So
it was complicated.
I know. So I hope I will have you here physically in Florence in the future. Thank you very much. Merci
My
beaucoup.
pleasure. Thank you, Luca. Thank you. So, I would like to start with introduce myself. So I am Fabrice Penicha. I am trombonist. I started actually. I am not just trombone player. I am a cellist because I started with cello when I was 6 years old, and actually my idea was so I have a trumpet. I have a father who is trumpet player, and I always played some brass instruments. But actually, because I was a cellist, I just play for fun the brass instruments, and I started just trombone actually at first for playing in a jazz band. So my first favorite music was really the jazz, and actually I started with a jazz trombone when I was 15 years old, and later I started the classical where I'm going from. And why I speaking about it, because in my life, my study as cellist is very important. For me, music, and it's very interesting to try to interpret the music with different instruments, but with the same idea of the music. But why I just say that I was a cellist. Actually, I purchased my study until the Hague study. So I was in Lyon for trombone, and I was in Paris as a CNSM in France. It's like a Hague School for Music in France, in Paris for cello. And so just for a couple of words about my career, I was 5 years longer. I was in Saarbrücken in the German Radio Symphony Orchestra as principal trombone, and now I teach since 10 years. I started to teach in 2009 in Musikhochschule, so like Hague School for Music in Saarbrücken. And now since 2013, I am in Freiburg Musikhochschule. It's the same is a Hague Conservatory for Music. And also in France, I am teacher, professor for trombone in CNSM Paris, so Hague School for Music in Paris. I just would like to start with my conception of pedagogy. So actually, I think we speak about something like French school of trombone. So what is exactly the French school of trombone? I think is difficult to say because now I think with all the networks, all the communication system, we have a lot of tradition are a little bit evaluate because we have a lot of things from every countries, from every tradition, from every schools in the world, and I think everything is to evaluate. But I think when we speak about the French tradition for trombone, I think we start because we have, for example, when we speak about a very famous trombone player from France, we think about André Lafosse, of course. I think everybody knows from this famous method, André Lafosse. Later, we have some very good maestro in France, like Gabriel Masson, like Guy Destin for the bass trombone. Paul Bernard is very important for the bass trombone because Paul Bernard actually he grounded the first class for bass trombone in Paris, and it was the beginning of really a big tradition for bass trombone in France. And now, of course, the famous trombone player from contemporary time, of course, the Quatuor de Paris with Michel Becquet, Gilles Millière, Alain Manfrin, Jacques Fourquet, everything like that. So just for this, so we have this school from André Lafosse, from Gabriel Masson, school of the sound, and of course, what I think is very important because we have Latin language in France. We have a lot of tradition for articulation. So we can really say that in France we are doing a big importance for the articulation, and that's why actually I just would like to, of course, to speak about in France we have the different trombone, also not different, but we have a manufactory really made in France. We have, for example, I have artists from Courtois, so Antoine Courtois artist, and for example, is a new model what we developed now for 1 year. Is really new. Is Creation Paris AC 422B, and actually this instrument is interesting because when we develop it, we think about this tradition of music from trombone player, and we would like to have something very light, very easy to play, very light and very long for the sound. And that's why we develop a model where every bind, there is very few binds. So for example, you can see just here, we have here something for hold the matter, just here and here. And everything after is very free. For example, we have the system here where you can see the pavillon, the bell is not holded, it's just free. That's why the vibrations are much more easier. And this trombone is actually with the signature from France. I think it's really the idea of very easy. It's really easy to play as solist because we are also in France. We are since a long time we are famous to have a good solist. And actually, the second innovation of this trombone with this French trombone is really the valve. You can see here. It's written Icon because it's a mark of the brand of Courtois. Belongs to a big group. The group is Buffet Crampon, and every innovation systems from Buffet Crampon have the name of Icon. You can have something for Icon bell for clarinet, for example, and a lot of innovation. Always the name is Icon. And this valve actually is we try to find a compromise because we have a lot of valve. The old valve from Courtois was really good. Just we have some feedback, some advice from people say that sometimes it's retaining a little bit the flow of the air. That's why it was interesting to think about something like, for example, when we think about the system of René Hagman from Switzerland, it's very free, very direct, and we start to we develop a system where the air is much more direct, much more fast also because the valve is very fast. That's why it's a compromise between the old system, which was good, but with something more direct and more round to have a good sound with the valve and to have a system where it's more easy to play, it's without this retaining feeling. Okay, so just about as I spoke also about the instrument, because for me it's really a big part of a trombone player. Actually, I say always to my students, what is very important at first, I think in the pedagogy, you can say what you want to students. The first thing is really to have a concept of sound. For example, if you want to have something very dark sound, you will have that in your brain, and you will every day repractice to reach this goal, to find this really dark sound. If you have something more small or more hell, you will the same. You will practice every day to reach this point. But what at first I think is to have a conception. For this conception to develop this conception is bringing time. So it's not directly. You need time to have your own conception. And I think what is important is to be able to listen a lot of different things. Sometimes it could be that it's not directly what touch you right now, I think. But sometimes, you are listening to something, you say, no, it's not exactly my taste. But actually, there is maybe one thing, I don't know, maybe, the sound is in the lower register is really incredible. Maybe I would like to copy this one. And I think the conception of trombone player, of instrument player, really in globality, the idea of conception is really is footed from this big listening and this development in your brain to have your own conception of your sound and to develop and to practice every day to reach this goal. But what I think my conception of the sound it's not just French. I think with the time, because I'm really curious, I listening a lot of maestro, really of big German players, and I think I have a conception with maybe some French idea of the sound, maybe some supporting from America. I have some maybe some articulation and some idea from the group sound from Germany, maybe some run sound from England. Everything is interesting to. It's impossible to say I have this conception and it's like that. I think it's a lot of different issue. That's why it's what for me interesting to speak about the trombone, because I was very lucky. I was honored to participate, to take part in the conception of this trombone. And for me, the trombone is doing maybe anyway, the musician is doing maybe 80% of the final result, but the trombone also is playing a role. The trombone and of course also the mouthpiece. But why the mouthpiece also is very important. So just a couple of words about the mouthpiece. I spoke about trombone. Now about the mouthpiece. Actually, I was very long time without changing my mouthpiece. I started. When I was 15. Like I said before, when I was 15, I started the trombone, and my teacher said me, "Okay, you have to play this one." It was I can remember. It's not to do the publicity, but it was actually Vincent Bach 6.5 AC from Vincent Bach, and I played that. I think maybe 20 years. So until I was 35, or maybe not 20 years, but maybe 17 years. And during this time, I was really happy with it, because anyway, I adapt myself with this mouthpiece, and everything was okay actually. And for a couple of years, I was thinking about, okay, I tried. So I played with a lot of friends, and I was thinking that maybe I could develop more some areas of my playing. And I decided to say, okay, everybody now play in France, for example, a little bit bigger, but 6.5. I was one of the last people to play in 6.5 in France. And every people now, for example, play, if you want to compare, is the 5G in France. And that's why I say, okay, maybe I have to try something bigger. I have to try something. And I developed, I visit a friend of mine with a conceptor for mouthpiece in France. The name is Jérôme Wyss. And I spent a few months to develop, to try again and again. And actually, it was very interesting, because with mouthpiece, you can find a lot of different results. But what I think, as I say always to my students, is very important. Your trombone, you have to choose very attentive your trombone. But I think more attentive is to be for the mouthpiece, because mouthpiece is directly the contact with your lips, and everybody is not with the same lips, with the same physiological things. But what I think is really important to choose your mouthpiece like you choose for example, your shoes, or if you like your wheels or your pants or everything, because we are not all with the same morphology. And actually, because the form of your lips, the place of your teeth, everything is playing a big role. And because you are not very comfortable, and because your embouchure, your mouthpiece are not together perfectly, you can have some less good results. And actually, it's really important if you can choose several, and you can really compare by a shop different mouthpiece, you can find that you will be more comfortable. And sometimes, because when the ring is bigger, or when the cup is more deep, you can have different results also, because the sound, for example, if your cup is really deep, directly your sound will be more, and if it's not your conception, you can do what you want. It will be difficult to arrange everything with your playing. Okay, well, just a couple of words about material, because I think material is very important for us. Now, a couple of words about my pedagogy. Like I said, I am now a teacher since over 10 years, and I teach now in Paris and in Freiburg. And I just would like to say my conception of how is it possible to improve? How is it possible to have a daily program, daily practicing to improve every day and to be sharp and to be, of course, and to be more motivated every day. So at first, I would say that every day I play a warm up. As when I say warm up, it's not just okay a couple of notes and it's over. No, actually my warm up, I think my warm up like a daily program to improve my technical in globality. Okay, that's why. At first, the warm up, I always the same program with different steps, different rounds, and every day I try to change exercise because if every day you are playing the same exercise, it could be a little bit like a routine, and you will play less and less and less with less attentivity, less focus. And I think it's not very good to have every day the same program with the same exercise. The same program, yeah, it's very important, but the same exercise, exactly the same, I think is boring after a couple of, not a couple of days, but a couple of weeks, a couple of months. If you play always the same warm-up, maybe it's not very good for your brain. But why I have my conception for the warm-up is always to have the same program. For example, at first things, starter. What is starter for me? Starter is really some long notes to feel the vibration, the embouchure is starting to play, starting to move, starting to be in movement, and my breath. That's why I think first program, as the first steps of my program is always to have this idea of breathing and vibration of my lips. My first steps is doing maybe I think it's possible to have 5 until 10 minutes every day with this starter. Second thing what I start, second steps of my warm-up, always I think it's very important to start with flexibility. What is flexibility? Of course, a lot of methods. Corinnes, irons, as in French, we have Gestank, we have the Demarle, you have some flexibility sometimes in something like Arban method, you have some flexibility also. That's why flexibility is very important because it's beginning of moving here our embouchure. We start, we said starter. Starter could be long notes, could be stretching also. You can you can slide with your slide. And actually, the flexibility is beginning of without moving your arm, you move here your lips. That's why flexibility at second. At third, I start with moving my tongue. My tongue is, anyway, when I say my tongue, it's like articulation. I start with articulation, and I start with, of course, with the legato, not with the staccato. Why? Because staccato is directly a little bit hard. Staccato, it means that when you use your tongue to make a staccato, directly here, you have some tension. And that's why we are a little bit too early in the warm-up to start with something with hardness. And it could be that you have some pain or some problems. That's why I think at first, something more in the support. That's why legato is more good for that. It's better, I think, to start articulation in third step, legato. At first, of course, now you have to start with staccato. What I said, with the legato, you can play some different scale. You have a lot of legato method. It's no problem. You can use what you want, but anyway, exercise where you can support and you can start with putting your tongue to do some legato. At first, staccato. For staccato, anyway, you have a lot of method. For example, what I really like every day, I play a lot of Müller, because Müller method, you have different books, and actually it's a lot of exercise possible inside, and you can do every day different exercise, and it will be really long time before you come again on the same exercise. That's why Müller method is good. You start with the staccato, and you start also with the staccato and legato. You start to have a specific practicing for your right arm, because we have to also to move our right arm. And after that, there is two last steps, what I do, not every day, but it's possible to do. As actually, the first, what we can do is the center of the knot. Center of the knot, what is it? For me, is like a combination between flexibility and staccato, because actually when you play staccato, you play scale or something where all the notes are very close. But actually when you play center, you play with intervals, and it's more difficult because you have to center, you have to target different notes with different agnes, and it's important also to because when we play a normal, normal pieces or orchestra, except what you want. Anyway, it's not always very close. We have sometimes some big intervals, and we have to be able to target every note. That's why it's really important to have this, for me, when you can, every day or every 2 days or 3 days, this etaps, this step with center of the note. And of course, if you have time also, six steps will be for me vocalize. Vocalize, what is it? Vocalize, why I don't do every day, because as I will explain later, but my second round of my practicing every day is with some etude where I can do this vocalize also. So vocalize is really some exercise where you can support at first. You can really be focused on your embouchure and your sound, because I think it's very important to take care of your sound, and anyway the beginning of singing, because when we played before, it's not very important, but here when you have vocalize for me is really from the idea of singer with the idea of the voice. Vocalize is really, okay, I try to like doing music with some little exercise, supporting, bracing, vibration, good sound, and singing. Voilà. Vocalize for me is like that. You have a lot of vocalize possible. What in urban also, for example, you have a lot of different things. For example, in special legato of Pichot. Pichot is also a French maestro. What I forget today. Sorry, I spoke about La Fosse, Masson. Pichot, of course, is really important for us. Pouillot also. But why? Okay, so for me, it's the beginning of my daily practicing. I start with this warm-up, and later what I am doing, of course, I'm doing some etude. For me, you can play concerto, and everything. You can play your warm-up and concerto, but I think for me, the good bind between warm-up, as actually technical things, and concerto or chamber music or orchestra, except whatever. The good bind between the both is really etude, study. And for that, I always play every day two different aspects of study. At first, I play something, like I said, like a vocalise. I play a lot of Bordoni method or special legato method, just to find this freedom of playing. For us, anyway, it's very important to have good vibration, good bracing. But if you can play with very easy way, what you have really, everything is relaxed, and your sound will be much better. You will fill up your trombone much more easier, and your sound directly will be with much more resonance, much more harmonical. And I think it's really important to have this easy way. And for that, some etude like Bordoni study, it's 2 books, I think. A lot of things like that could be really great to find this bracing and this way of supporting and singing with your trombone. Second different etude, what I am doing every day, is more technical things. Although technical, I think is really universal, something like Coprash, something anyway urban. You have a lot of difficult and really good etude by Arban, and we have a lot of difference. For example, in France, we have David Hubert, we have Charlier, we have, as a very interesting also is Gabriel Masson, this famous French trombone player, did a book with 12 very interesting study, very difficult also. But actually, I think Gabriel Masson was violonist also. That's why he takes actually some study from the strings instruments, and he developed it with trombone. That's why it's interesting also this duality between string and trombone player. Okay, so I spoke about a normal day for me, and last things is anyway to play concerto. If you have a little bit time, I would say some couple of words, because it's impossible to speak about every concerto of the repertory for trombone. Maybe just focus little times about Tomasi concerto, because it's very famous. I think everybody who is watching this video will know this music, and also because Tomasi wrote for trombone, for trumpet anyway. Maybe the best concerto of Tomasi is for trumpet, and also for horn. Maybe not so famous because for horn the horn players are so many beautiful repertoire. But why maybe the Tomasi is not the most famous, but it's really good also, and you can feel some idea from the other concerto of Tomasi also in the on concerto for Tomasi. Okay, so just would like to speak about the idea of how you can improve every day. Also my pedagogy, I do that with my students, and for me the most important thing is because I have some students, they are already with a good level, they are maybe between 18 and 21, 22, and they start the high school, so they start the master's or bachelor music, bachelor degree. And actually, what is for me very important is that, okay, I have a very good player, also already very good trombone player, and I would like to bring them anyway to a job, to maybe, so job, when I say job, I don't think just about orchestra. So I did orchestra also, but it's not just orchestra. They can maybe become some really good chamber musician, maybe old music, early music, because I am also a saxophonist, so I play saxophone. And there is a lot of possibility now in freelance for saxophone also. They can be teacher, they can be in orchestra anyway, they can be for modern music also. We have some different now ensemble from modern music, but I have to bring them to that. And the second goal of my pedagogy is that these people have this autonomy. So I mean, when I say autonomy, so maybe it's a French word, I don't know if it's possible to understand in English. This autonomy is to be actually independent. They can really later, without teachers, they can improve by themselves, and they can continue to improve. They can continue to improve despite the fact that there's no teacher, no class, there is no this idea of all together. They will be alone, but they have the good basics to improve and to go on in their life of trombone player. But why for me I spoke today about conception. Now I explained why for me the conception is very important, because conception, what you have in your brain, is your first matter and your first goal to have your first thing to have a goal every day when you practice. Well, I said that if you want to have a different sound, different articulation, if you don't have that really clearly in your brain, it will be complicated to reach. For example, I know a lot of friends of mine, they were classical musician, and they became, for example, they did, okay, no, I would like to do more rock music or maybe more jazz. It's totally different. You have to find a lot of different things, different sound at first, different articulation, different way to have some effect. And for that, if it's not very clear, it will be complicated to reach it. That's why, at first, very important to have clearly in your brain what you want to reach. If you know what you want to reach, I think the best thing is to decompose. I mean to analyze what is your goal. For example, I give you an example because it's complicated to understand. If not, actually, if you say, okay, now I would like to develop my touch in my tonguing, okay, because sometimes I am too hard, and for example, if I have to play a very loud choral of, for example, Brahms symphony choral, where you are just 3 trombones and you have to have some good attack, and you come and it's really directly too hard. If you want to practice that, for example, you can analyze, okay, with other people. They say, okay, when I have the feeling that when I play, I put on my tongue like that. So otherwise, you're somebody, for me, it's more with the air. Actually, if you spend a lot of information like that, you can your practicing now is to analyze everything and to try by yourself. And actually, this is what you can play every day. You can practice to reach different levels and to have steps every day and to reach maybe in the future much more interesting, as a much more interesting level and a lot of different things. Okay, I know it's very short time. Just a couple of words about Tomasi music because it was really important for me. Okay, I just, also, you know, everybody is knowing anyway, concerto for music from Henri Tomasi. Just trombone, for the trombone player, just to know that it was composed in 56, and the first creation, also, I mean, the first time it was played, it was in France with orchestra in Radio France, and it was in 57, 1 year later, and it was a command. Command is like the Conservatoire of Paris asked to Tomasi to compose for them. This concerto come later than the concerto for trumpet. The first was for trumpet and later come for trombone. And you can find some similarity between the trumpet and the trombone. For example, the first cadenza. And anyway, Tomasi music is always a lot of melody. You have to know Tomasi is anyway first part of 20th centuries, and you have to know that in this time in France was a very famous painter movement, the Impressionist, for example, with Monet, for example. You have Fauvist, you have colorist, and everything you can say that in this music is a lot of color. He searched the color with different accords, he tried to have some different mood, some different times. And for example, you can see, if you are looking, you take a really quick look on the first page, for example, of the concert, you can see he's always written with a little parts. He's always never more than maybe 8 bars, and you have a pause. After 8 bars and pause and break. 8 bars, break. And it's always like that, because this music is just important, the melody, and it's really important just have some touch. And every touch is doing at the end a very big concept of this music. And actually, I think one key to have a good interpretation of this music is to understand that different moods are very important, different moods for every part, every touch, and you have to give a lot of importance about the articulation, because articulation, like I said, is really something very important in the Latin language. And you can see in this music of Tomasi a lot of different articulation, beginning of, for example, the contemporary music, where every composer is writing with articulation for every note. Tomasi is starting in this modus to put on a lot of different articulation to have a lot of different touch possibilities in this concerto. So maybe I don't know, we are maybe too late.
We are about,
sorry,
yeah.
It was a lot of information, sorry.
It was wonderful, Fabrice. It is wonderful what you say, and I thank you very much for your masterclass. I'm sure the students enjoy, and everybody in the social is just thanking you for the wiseness, knowledge, and lots of information. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Luca. See
Okay.
you.
I
Thank
see
you
you.
very
I see
much,
you
Fabrice.
soon.
See you
Ciao,
soon.
ciao.
Bye
Ciao,
bye.
ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye.
So now our main sponsor, Buffet Group, and there is a contribution by the studio. Thank you.
In Magnerkirchen gibt es eine sehr lange Tradition von der Herstellung von Musikinstrumenten, die über 350 Jahre mittlerweile andauert. So, in unserem Werk fertigen wir die Marken B&S, Heuer, Scherzer, Melton, Courtois und Bessen. Das sind in Summe über 10.000 Instrumente, die wir hier pro Jahr fertigen. Und das alles in reiner handwerklichen Fertigung. Natürlich das auch teilweise in Kombination mit hochwertiger CNC-Technik. Das heißt, unsere Perinet-Maschinen oder die Teile dafür werden auf CNC-Maschinen hergestellt, aber wie zum Beispiel die Schallstückfertigung, die Anstoßfertigung von den einzelnen Instrumenten, das ist wirklich in der klassischen, traditionellen Fertigungsweise, so wie wir das seit über 200 bzw. 250 Jahre kennen. Unsere Fertigungstiefe hier beträgt 100%, das heißt, sämtliche Bauteile, die wir an einem Musikinstrument vorfinden, werden bei uns in eigener Fertigung hergestellt. Das fängt an Schallstückfertigung, Anstoßfertigung, Zugfertigung, sowohl für die Ventilzüge als auch für die Handzüge von den Posaunen, die Montage, die Oberfläche vom Polieren bis Versilbern, Vergolden oder Lackieren von den Instrumenten. Unsere Instrumente, die wir hier herstellen, werden auf der ganzen Welt von vielen namhaften Musikern gespielt. Sie sind in allen Orchestern der Welt zu finden, wie New York, Berlin. Zum Beispiel die Meistersinger-Posaunen werden in Wien gespielt, bei den Philharmonikern. Das ist eines der namhaftesten Orchester der Welt. Wir sind permanent bemüht, unsere Instrumente weiterzuentwickeln, seien es neue Modelle oder auch kleine Veränderungen an Instrumenten, die dem Musiker helfen, das Instrument mit Leichtigkeit, besserer Intonation oder Ähnlichem spielen zu können.
Ed eccoci qua ancora, buongiorno ancora.
Buongiorno.
And now we are presenting the Wings to Talent video. And Zubi Mehta present this video and support Luca Benucci Festival. And I'm very happy that Zubi Mehta always is, is supporting my festival, me as a player, as a man. And of course there is Dale Clevenger and Alain Trudel, they're very, very old friends. Dale Clevenger is like my father. So enjoy the video for the Wings to Talent donation. And andate, mettete qualche soldino per queste donazioni. Put your hand on the wallet and donate.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Eccoci qua di nuovo, bentornati. Adesso we are presenting the Rotary video. So, Tania.
Yes, okay. Now we are going to present a video from Rotary International and from our institutional partner, Rotary District 2203. Rotary is an institution with more than 1,200,000 members all over the world and more than 35,000 clubs all over. So with this video you can get a good idea about the wonderful labor Rotary is doing. So enjoy the video.
Eccoci qua. Hello.
Okay, hello, how are you? We are presenting our next masterclass with Oystein, Maestro Oystein. How are you? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Good.
Perfect.
How are you, Oystein?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I can see that you are very, very relaxed,
Very relaxed,
and
yeah.
I'm very happy, at least to see you, because you were supposed to come in Italy this year, but unluckily the COVID didn't let us do a live show. So, you are presenting your masterclass. Enjoy, and we talk a little bit later. I will say bye-bye after your masterclass.
All right, that sounds good. So, what I will talk about today is practicing. And I thought about maybe talking about practicing in more of a... Oh, by the way, should I wait until 11:30 or should we start now?
No. You can start now. We have enough. We have enough. You can start. You have 5 minutes more.
Okay.
Because I love your playing. I love your teaching, and so I want to give you more value.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah. So about practicing, how to become as good as possible in a shortest amount of time, and I thought for this class it would be a good idea to actually show you some of my tips for, or hacks you could call it, for practicing and achieve a good result really quickly. And one of the most unusual ones is this. When you want to play something that goes slow, like second movement of Vaughan Williams, normally it should sound something like this. And so on. And what I use to get better legato is actually something called a staccato method, or xylophone method. This means you are actually playing the legato melody, but you're playing it staccato. So like this. And so on. And what's the purpose of this? What does it do? It does several things actually. One is that you are forced to think more about rubato and those small changes in tempo. This is something I learned from a piano player, and piano players are really conscious about using small tempo changes in order to get a beautiful phrasing. So while playing staccato, you can't really use your sound anymore. You simply have to use timing. So. And you probably notice, if you listen carefully, that I'm pushing the tempo just a little bit in the beginning of the phrase and then rounding off just before the top note, which is dum 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 bum bum. That's where I'm heading. And so this really teaches you how to use, or agogic is another word for it, when it's not really a big rubato. Second thing is that you can, with using this method, is that you can be more aware of the dynamics. For example, if you want a phrase like this, you might do a crescendo, so one note is louder than the other all the time. Like this. The last effect of doing this method is that you activate your body. When doing staccatos like this, you're actually forced to activate your abdominal muscles in order to make those staccatos and make it sound phrasing. And this improves your legato playing later on. So you can also test it while playing it on a piece of paper like this. If you can make this sound with your breath, like this, you will make sure that your body is really involved in your playing. I actually have a little drawing here to illustrate that. Here's your brass player with some hair on the top. Some of us have hair. And the point here is that you should transfer some of the energy from the mouth and down to the belly. So this is another thing that the staccato or xylophone method does. You do like this, your lips simply don't have time to get tense, so they are much more relaxed. When we then go back to playing legato, we experience much more body involvement in the phrasing, plus the shaping of the phrase when it comes to tempo and also dynamics is usually very improved. Second tip for practicing. This is the opposite, actually using legato in order to improve your staccato. So in the first movement of the Vaughan Williams, we have something like sounds like this. And so on. And this is also something I picked up from a pianist. There is no reason why a phrase that is staccato shouldn't always also be beautiful and well phrased. This is something we brass musicians very often forget. When we're playing something that's fast and tricky, we forget to phrase. And what you can do is actually you can take this melody and you can play it like it was a Pavarotti Puccini opera, some kind of song. And if I play it slow, crazy expressiveness, totally over the top, passionate. Let's see if something is shaking in my tuba here. I'll try to stop that. And so on. If you then go back to playing it staccato, some of this phrasing will actually bleed into the staccato, making it more alive. So. And all of a sudden, you've just made better music using this little hack. All right, let's see, what's the next on my list here? I'm gonna check my list real quick. And the third way is to use a toothpick. This little device here, in Italian, stuzzicadente, I hope I got that right, is actually a tool that you can use for practicing. The problem is that sometimes we do it really well on the mouthpiece. We can buzz like, for example, really smooth and with good intonation. But as soon as we put the mouthpiece into the tuba, very often it's not as smooth anymore. And we go, move the lips much more than we need, and we're not so accurate with the intonation. We get a little lazy and we rely more on the tuba itself for intonation, which we should never do. Don't trust a brass instrument for intonation. Do it yourself. So here's where the toothpick comes in, because it offers a possibility to do something in between playing on the tuba and playing on the mouthpiece. So what I do is I take out the mouthpiece. I put, see if I can do all of this without losing it. You put the toothpick into the lead pipe like this. Maybe you can see it there. Sticking halfway out, and then goes the mouthpiece on top like this. So what happens now is that the mouthpiece doesn't go all the way into the lead pipe, but it's just sticking out just a little bit like this. and this creates a leak. So now it's pretty much like playing on the mouthpiece, but not all the way. You are actually being affected by the valve motion. So this is a super way of transitioning from playing on the mouthpiece like buzzing and going into the instrument and bringing all of those advantages with you. So you can choose to put it further in, making it more like playing on the mouthpiece. Or you can take it further out by pressing the toothpick further in and then use the mouthpiece a little bit further out. You can also challenge yourself by simply doing like this with the valves. So don't play the right fingerings, just move the fingers as fast as you can. Still play in tune. This is a little unusual in the beginning, but you get used to it and your lips will be much more relaxed after having done that. The fourth trick for becoming better at your fast runs is the zipper trick. Let me see, somebody needs to turn off the microphone here. Can you check your microphone so that they are turned off? All right, let's continue. The zipper trick is when you have a passage, for example, like this. Like this. In order to make it really accurate and the fingers move really fast and accurately with the tongue, you can practice 2 and 2 transitions instead of all. So when I play like this, all of that has to be perfect. If I play like this, only 2 and 2 notes are connected. So listen again. It's much easier to get the transition between 2 notes correct than all the notes together. So it works a little bit like this. Here is the end result. And what we're doing is we're splitting it up. So I play bum, ba bum bum, pa bum bum, pa bum bum, like this. And then we're going to change it so it goes like this instead. And we're going to combine now. Like this. And finally, we put it all together. This is a really good way to, in a quick way, practice fast runs. You can do it in legato, you can do it in staccato. The next practicing tip is using accents. So we want to lift the notes out in order to, into the light, in order to sort of know what note we're playing and to give it the space it requires in the phrase. So for example, you got this notoriously difficult run in the first movement of the Vaughan Williams concerto. This thing here. What you can do is you can put an accent on each one of those notes at a time. So we start with number 1. And then we put an accent on the second note. The third note. The fourth. Fifth. And so on. And by doing so, you get a really conscious relationship to all these notes, and they are really brought out, and it's much easier to put it all together afterwards. The next trick that I have, and This one is really, really useful. This is something I learned from Brian Bowman, euphonium player. It's the coin trick. I know these days we don't use coins as much, but what you have here is 10 coins. I think they're Swedish, European, Norwegian, and a Japanese, and a dollar. Or actually it's a Chinese something dollar, Hong Kong dollar. So I use them for just as a measurement. Put them on the table, like this. And then I practice a phrase. It doesn't have to be very long. It can be just a part of a song, or maybe a line, or even just a bar. So let's say I want to do the first part of the Vaughan Williams Tuba Concerto. After I've done it right once, I put one coin over to the other side of the table, and I do it again. Okay, I'm being a little nice now with myself. So I take one more coin, put it on the other side. So now I have a total of 2 coins collected. You probably noticed that there was a little note missing in that run. So this means, if I'm really picky, the 2 first coins now go back to the first pile, and I have to start over again. And I do it again. And this time was okay, so I move one more coin over, and the goal here is to have 10 coins in total moved from one pile over to the next. And you can only do that if you play the passage you're planning 10 times in a row perfectly the way you want it. So I told this trick to a student in Taipei in Taiwan once, and after a week I got an email from him saying that, Mr. Badsvik, I've done your coin trick here and I can't seem to get a single coin over to the other pile. What am I doing wrong? And I replied and I said, what do you try to do? I tried to play the whole first movement of the Vaughan Williams concerto with no mistakes. And obviously he failed at some point. No matter how good you are, there will be one little thing that doesn't work the way you want. So instead of trying to do the whole Vaughan Williams first movement, you can aim at doing just a passage. For example, the first line. Like this. If that's too hard, you can try to cut it down to just the first bar. Yeah, 1 coin. Coins. And I promise you, when you come to 9 coins and you have 1 left, the pressure that you feel not messing up that last coin is going to be very similar to the pressure you feel when you're on the stage trying to do this perfectly on a concert. So it's really a good way to get used to pressure as well. Now, if you can't even do 1 bar correct, I suggest you go and find an easier piece to practice. You should probably pick a little different repertoire. But that said, it's also possible to use the coin method, giving you, like in a computer game, you have sometimes 3 lives. And that could be equal to, so if you mess up the first time, you lose 1 life, but you still have 2 left. And you can use this in a way to sort of allow yourself to play a longer passage with only 2 mistakes. And by the way, when we're talking about mistakes here, we're not just talking about the correct notes, we're also talking about the right dynamics, the right articulations, the right phrasing, and it should be musically played. So all of this should come together, and although this sounds like a very slow method to practice, it's actually one of the fastest way that I have profound to really cement something and make it really, really solid. And think about it this way. If you play like this, you're doing this exercise every single day for 3 months, then you have played the phrase perfectly 1,000 times. So you have played it 10 times in a row one day, the next day another 10 times, and you do this for 100 days, 3 months, and you have now done it 1,000 times correct. So when this green little devil sneaks up on you on the concert and knocks on your shoulder and say, hey, we're getting to this really difficult place, and you will probably mess up in front of all of these people in the audience, you can just tell him, well, I think I played it correctly the last 1,000 times I checked, so why should I mess up now? And that's really convincing. So this green little devil will just sneak away and bother someone else instead of you. So this is a confidence builder, and it's reinforcing your ability to play. All right, that was the 6 hacks for playing better. Now I'll talk a little bit about your mindset when you're trying to become better. I very often see students saying that I just want to do my best, I just want to practice and see where I can get, and to see kind of how good I can become by practicing. And this is sometimes working, but I would claim that it's a lot better idea to put yourself a goal, to say that I'm not on this level, I am on this level, I just haven't practiced enough yet. So instead of thinking, okay, I'm on a college level, or I'm on a like a high school level, and then with all those mistakes you're allowed to do, all those stupid things you're allowed to get away with on that level, because that's what levels are about. Levels are about being allowed to make mistakes. The higher up you come, the fewer mistakes you are kind of allowed to make. So it's very convenient to stay on the lower level, because yeah, you don't have to be so careful about what you're doing or so good at what you're doing. So I think it's very beneficial to sort of put your brain at a level higher than you are and say, I am going to be that guy that doesn't play out of tune, for example. And I'm going to be that guy that always play the right dynamics in a piece, or stuff like this. You know what it means normally to be on a higher level. It's just that it takes a little bit of self-confidence to tell yourself that, yes, I am on that level, and that's where I'm going to strive for. Another little hint here for in your practicing session is that we need to have goals all the time. There are long-term goals and there are short-term goals, and this, what I just talked about, is kind of long-term goals. You are saying to yourself, I'm going to be this good, and put a date down for that goal completion. So don't just say that in the future, but say that particular date, like 1st of May 2021, I'm going to be able to play the first movement of the Vaughan Williams with just 2 errors, 2 mistakes, for example. Or you could also say that you could have a different goal, like my double tonguing should be 160 BPM, 16 notes, by 1st of February 2021. Having a goal like this and using your metronome in order to sort of improve that, you can have a practicing diary where you see that, okay, now it's at double tongue 116, and next week maybe we're up to 120, and just click, click, click until you are at 1st of February at 160. Another long-term goal could be that I want to get a job in an orchestra, so do an audition or get into a school, or even master a tuba concerto. That's also one of those long-term goals. I don't think that having a long-term goal that sounds like I'm going to have more fun with my playing, that's really a good idea as well. Doesn't always have to be about pushing yourself. Short-term goals. Now we're talking about what you're going to do today, what you're going to achieve today. So I see a lot of people sit down with their instrument and their sheet music, and maybe they don't even know what to practice right now. And I've done that mistake a lot. I just sit there with a pile of music and I know I'm going to practice for, say, an hour. And I spend the first 5 minutes just looking for, what do I going to start with? You know, what type of music should I start with? And you look through, well, maybe it's better to do that one or that one. And then you just play the whole piece through once, maybe twice, and just hope that something became better. Not really, not really a smart thing to do. What often happens is that you, instead of becoming better, you reinforce the mistakes you've already done many, many times. So we are creatures of habit. So we simply learn what we have repeated many times, including the wrong notes. So a better idea is to take a piece, for example, let's see, here we have Suite number 1 for tuba and piano by Alec Wilder, the Effie Suite. And I say to myself, the next 5 minutes, I am going to improve the first line. And not only improve, my goal is to make the 16 notes really equal and even. Let me do it again. Right, so I noticed there is a mess up in the last bar. And now I focus on the next 2 minutes. I will improve that until it's better. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be better than 2 minutes ago. Don't bother playing the easy parts because I know them already. I spend my time on what I can't do. And when I feel, okay, now I got it, I can take out the coins and I can use the coin method on that particular bar. Maybe my technique isn't good enough to make it perfect today, but at least I can make it better, a little bit faster, maybe a little bit clearer than 5 minutes ago, and definitely better than yesterday. So it's all about improving. And if you look at somebody like, for example, Tiger Woods, the famous golf player, what is really special about him is his ability to always improve. Those that know golf here, they know that he has changed his golf swing fundamentally over 3 times from scratch, like learn to play golf again. And that takes a lot. That really takes a lot. And that takes this ability to always improve. And I think that's where most brass players fail, when they're not improving in the rate that they want to. Making sure that the the short-term goals are actually there. That you push yourself from minute to minute. All right, so we could talk a lot more about breathing, but right now I'm gonna go to a question round. So if you have any questions, put them in the chat and I will see if I can help you. So you see there's a chat bubble on the lower part of the screen, and you can type in your question there and I will see if I can help out with that. Let me see here. How is your routine to practice? All right, good question. I had a year when I was practicing 9 hours per day. And obviously that routine works only if you can set aside the whole full day for practicing. And I sometimes do it now too, but most of the time I'm not able to because of travels and so on and so. But here's what I did. I split the practicing into 3 parts. The warm-up, the basics and technical skills, and then the repertoire. So I would spend maybe 15-20 minutes on warm-up, and then a lot on basics like tonguing and high register, low register, legatos, and then I would work on repertoire, just learning and memorizing repertoire. So if you have, let's say you have 1 hour to practice, I would use maybe 10 minutes on the warm-up, 20 minutes on basics, and 30 minutes on repertoire, depending on what you need. Maybe you don't have any concerts to prepare right now and you need really to work on your basics. You would do that a little bit more. Yeah, any other questions? How to play a good piano? Let's look at that. How to play a good piano. I would take a piece of paper like this, just a strip, and I would hold it in front of my mouth and try to move it as little as possible while I breathe at it. So you probably see that the paper is almost not moving, and that's what we want. We want it to sort of vibrate a little bit. But this is more difficult than it looks. If you do exactly that in your instrument, you will notice that it's easier to play piano. And of course, to start with your lips open is always a good idea. The harder you press the lips together, or the harder you press them against the mouthpiece, the more difficult it is to get them to vibrate. So if you press too hard, this is going to be the result. They sort of pop out without you having any control. So ease off the pressure and make sure the air is really stable, like when you're blowing on the paper. All right, so we have important to take breaks. Yes, it definitely is important. And what I did during that year of practicing, and what I still do, is I play for 20 minutes and I take 10-minute break, and I play again for 20 minutes, 10 minutes break. So this means I start, for example, if I start at 9 o'clock in the morning, I play from 9 to 9:20, and then I take a rest from 9:20 to 9:30, play from 9:30 to 9:50, and take a rest from 9:50 to 10. And I keep on doing this hour after hour, and those minutes of rest is really, really important. Some people find that 25-5 is better. I've done a lot of that. Christian Lindberg does 23-7, nothing less. And it's really something that you have to experiment with. But between 5 and 10 minutes of rest every half hour is really recommendable. Otherwise, your brain tends to become a little blurry. All right, how to improve endurance. Endurance is lip strength and also body strength. So a good exercise for lip strength in high register is, maybe I can even show you this exercise. Let me see. So I'm gonna go over to, this is my daily exercises, and the end here is really nice, this one. And so on. If you play this really loud, and also remember to go back to the pianissimo, it's going to be really, really good. That is also actually an answer to the next question. Good morning. Any advice to improve the high range? This is how I improve the high range. How do you divide the study day? Yeah, I think we talked a little bit about that, but I usually start in the morning, and that's when I'm kind of freshest in my head, so I want to to do the most difficult things early in the morning, and the things require the most brain power, because my brain power seems to kind of diminish throughout the day. How do you prepare mentally and physically for a presentation? I assume you mean concert, because that's usually what I do. And mentally, I used to go through the piece in my head, not just the piece, but the whole concert. So I sit in the back, for example, of the dressing room before at the concert hall, and I kind of close my eyes and I think through the whole concert. From I walk onto the stage, the audience applause, I take a bow and I imagine I sit down and I imagine the most beautiful start of the concert, and I sort of think through with the very positive mindset how beautiful it sounds and how everything I've practiced over the years really will sound fantastic on the concert. Then I even envision in my head the applause after the concert and me bowing to take the applause, walking off, and that's it. So imagining the whole concert is really important to me. And physically, I just do this practicing with the coins and the strength of the lips, strength of the body, and all of this. All right, we are coming to an end here, but Master, greetings from Colombia. Can I play all this other tuba piece? Yeah, you can use this in all the different tuba pieces, like the 3 miniatures. Perfect. Like this. Or so split it up. That practicing techniques work beautifully. You can even play it like legato and get a lot better phrasing doing that.
Øystein?
Yes.
Øystein, I think we're done, and we need to send a contribute from Miraphone that support our festival and you. And I want to thank you very much. Grazie mille. Thank you to be part of the Italian Brass Week online festival. And we talk later about next year. Okay?
Absolutely. Have a wonderful week.
Thank you
very much.
Mangetak.
Mangetak yourself.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Grazie mille.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Eccoci qua, tornati in studio e abbiamo avuto la possibilità di connettersi con Achilles Liarmakopoulos, un trombonista greco, membro del Canadian Brass. You want to translate all of this? Okay. We had the chance to get back and call. We had some communication problems, but Achilles is ready to go to the Zoom room and give his master class. So just wait a tiny bit and don't go. And Achilles is the trombone player from the Canadian Brass. And of course, every single members of the Canadian Brass, normally, I mean, for sure, they are virtuoso. So I'm looking forward to hear his master class and to have the chance also for you to have this wonderful player and teacher giving you some suggestions. He's trying, they just write to me, he's trying to connect, and maybe there is some, some connection problems, but, let's talk about the Canadian Brass. Canadian Brass is one of the oldest, probably the first brass quintet that from the classical music, they invent something like a show business. But the technical and the virtuosity of this group, this happened 30 and more years ago, just changed the world of the brass. Since they start to, make arrangements and very, very special arrangements, they start the mentality of every single brass player. So there was the first on the market, and having this, genius and idea to skip from the real classical musician to something that entertain the people and make lots of show. And of course, they are great musicians always, and you remember the old Canadian Brass, and then of course after years somebody changed and blah blah blah, and now they are completely different people, but still the same quality, still the same geniality on playing, and still the same fun. When you go to the Canadian Brass concerts, you only have fun. For 1 hour and a half is only a joy. So we have a contributor from the studio, and don't go. He's on the way, and we apologize for the internet, but it depends where they are. If they are in vacation in an island, maybe there is no connection, like yesterday. And of course, we need to take care of this. We're solving problems for you.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result, from the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe. Elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
Buongiorno, good morning. Achilles, how are you?
Good morning, Achilles.
I'm doing
Welcome.
good. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well, very well.
Oh, great. Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much. Where are you now?
Of course, I'm in New York actually.
Oh.
And, when I was asked to do this, I thought I would be in Greece. So it's 6 in the morning here.
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah, you told me that. So the studio said probably he just woke up, and now you said yes, he just woke up.
Totally, just woke up. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but thank you very much to be with us.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure.
And I think you can start your masterclass. All the trombonists are waiting for your masterclass.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Achilles.
Paracalo. No, paracalo. Can you say that? Paracalo?
Yeah, right, Paracalo. Right, yeah.
Which city you are from in Greece?
I'm from Athens.
Athens. Meraviglioso. Thank you. Paracalo.
Paracalo.
Una faccia, una razza.
Una faccia, una razza, right.
Esattamente.
Right.
So, please.
So, yeah, well, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's the first time I'm part of this wonderful festival. So, yeah, I would like, everybody to get as much as they can, by asking any questions you possibly have. I don't know if people can have these questions live or write them down. Just want to make sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I can hear you, but maybe you wanna ask question already to the students, right? It's going to be
Yeah.
Okay, great. So the student can ask directly to you.
Yes.
You will see it,
Of course.
the questions.
Of course, yeah. Oh, wonderful.
Berto, sometimes students are not that fast, but I believe they will start to type.
That's okay. That's okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can I ask? Okay, since when you live in New York and how is working with the Canadian brass?
So, so I've been in New York since 2012, and I started with Canadian Brass in 2011.
Okay.
2011, May of 2011. So I've been in New York now for 8 years and 9 years with the Canadian Brass.
And how is working with them?
Well, we're not been working the last 4 months, 5 months. So,
but in the last but in the last 9 years.
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been amazing. It has been a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely an incredible journey. Playing all these beautiful concert halls, beautiful repertoire, meeting wonderful people, and yeah, it's been an incredible journey. Actually, this year, 2020, it marks the 50th anniversary of Canadian Brass.
50
years.
Wow.
Yeah. Chuck Dallenbach started.
Wow.
Chuck Dallenbach started in 1970.
Wow.
He formed Canadian Brass. He was 25, and yeah, he's still going strong.
I believe it, yeah. So I think this afternoon we were going to have also Jeff Nelson. So is a
Oh, wonderful. Oh,
yeah,
great.
yeah. So it's the Canadian Brass Day.
It's the Canadian Brass Day, right.
So there is any question from the students? Can you read it?
I can't read anything yet, no.
So I think maybe you can start to talk about your philosophy of playing and wherever, something. And then maybe they will
Right,
come.
yeah, of course. Well, I can tell you how I started. I started when I was 10 years old. My mother took me to see a salsa concert of the legendary Cuban singer Celia Cruz. And yeah, I was really amazed to see this band as a little kid, one of my first concerts. And in the band, there was an incredible trombone player that had beautiful solos, and he was dancing, and I totally fell in love with the instrument. And yeah, my parents didn't really want me to play the trombone. My dad wanted me to, I was playing piano at the time, so they wanted me to continue, but they saw that I loved it that much, so I started trombone lessons at the age of 10 with an amazing trombone teacher. His name is Panagiotis Stefos. He was the principal trombone in the Athens State Orchestra. And yeah, and I continue with Konstantinos Avierinos, who is the principal trombonist in the Athens State Orchestra, amazing player and teacher. And then at the age of 17, I came to the US, and I continued my studies, and I studied with Mark Lawrence in San Francisco, and then I won a Curtis with Nitzan Haroz, principal trombone in Philadelphia Orchestra, and then I did my master's degree with Scott Hartman at Yale. So yeah, this is pretty much what the journey was. The trombone player that inspired me, his name, I found years later his name. It was William Cepeda, incredible Puerto Rican trombone player that had played in many salsa recordings, especially in the 80s and the 90s. Oh, by the way, that's a train.
We are trying to communicate with the students, and
okay, that's okay.
And if there is any students that would like to ask any question, technical, musical, to
Yeah.
Achilles, it would be very nice because we are here for you guys.
Oh, okay. That's in Italian.
I don't know if they are all Italian, but they are all from all over the world. But it seems they're very, very shy.
That's okay. I see a question, but it's in Italian, so I don't understand
Okay,
it.
can you read it? C'è una domanda. Okay, I read it to you. Just they type in now. Just wait a second because they type in on the monitor. Me la leggi per favore?
Sì, good morning. Com'è stato il suo percorso sulla musica? Ci sono state difficoltà? Come le ha superate?
Okay, good morning. How was the way of that you develop your musical skills, and if you had some difficulties in the music fields and difficulties in your career?
Yeah, well, I was always listening to a lot of music since I was a kid. Lots of music. So I would say the musicality didn't come that hard because I was just listening to tons of styles of music. Not only classical, but a lot of world music, especially Latin music. And I was always trying to imitate a lot of artists that I loved. From singers, and of course, when I started getting a little more serious with the trombone, I was listening to all these great recordings that existed at the time, 80s and 90s, especially the recordings of Christian Lindbergh. I spent a lot of time listening to them, and recordings of Joe Alessi and Alain Trudel. I would say these are the three people I listen a lot, many hours with headphones and playing along. So, but there were a lot of artists too. There was a singer which I loved. His name is Nino Bravo, singer from Spain, who died only 28 years old, but he had some amazing recordings, and I just loved the passion in his voice.
Another one, the tapping. Okay, it's technical. How you warm up?
How was I what?
How you warm up?
Map?
No.
What is map?
No, how you warm up?
Warm up. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
How do I warm up? Okay. I have a very simple 15-minute routine, which is pretty much the Remington. That's what it is. I started with a Remington, so it's just like a little variation of this. I do a lot of bendings. I know for some people it's helpful, for some other people think it's a waste of time. For me, it really helps me to get that sweet spot in the sound. So, but one thing that I have noticed, I realized the last, I don't know, 5 years, is kind of waiting at least 10 minutes to go the high range. Make sure that I play really in the middle range and have the most beautiful sound as I can. And then always my day is always better if I have that patience and I don't go high very fast. So I usually do a routine that goes up to a F, not the super high F, the simple high F. And then I always take a break for, 3-4 minutes. And then slowly I go up to G, B flat, high Ds, and whatever, even the high F later. But I always also start with air attacks. All my first notes are just soft air attacks. I just try to be as relaxed as possible and just get the most ease in the sound when I start, just to let the air do all the work.
Thank you. We have another question from YouTube. How do you prepare a new piece? Alberto Castello.
Okay, prepare a new piece. Well, if there is a recording of it, I always listen to it a lot. I think it always helps to know the piece, how it goes. Like, I'm sure that you all notice that, like, if I tell you to play, like, for example, a song, it will be much easier to start playing it than give you something you never heard of. So I try in the beginning to just learn how it goes, to know how it goes acoustically. And if it's a recording, it always helps. So I always run it down once or twice just to get a feel for it, and then slowly I work, in small sections, just by repeating but slow, always very, very slow. Try to play it as slow as I can, but just to make sure that everything is as clean as possible, and then slowly I speed it up. But definitely I run it once or twice in the beginning, just to, even with mistakes, just to get a feel for it.
Maybe you can see the chat on the Zoom.
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, so just follow the chat and answer to the question of the students.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, I see. How was the audition to enter the Canadian Brass? Yeah, well, at the time, I got an email from the trumpet player of Canadian Brass asking if I would be interested being a sub in the orchestra. And in the orchestra, I'm sorry, wow, it's so early, orchestra, in Canadian Brass. But at that time I was playing with Athens, with the Greek Radio Symphony in Athens, in Greece. And when they sent me that email, I said, of course, I mean, to be a substitute, I would love to. So at the time I happened to be playing a concert actually in New York, and Canadian Brass were in New York. They were in New York. And I met them, and it was a very long rehearsal actually. They gave me a book of, 400 pages, 500 pages the day before. I didn't even have the time to play it once, it's like, just don't have time. I don't know what to do. So I just took, everything that looked kind of hard, and it was kind of, I saw like trombone solos, and I tried to prepare as much as I could. And the audition was just a very long rehearsal. We just played, they just wanted to see how I work with them. I mean, I played some stuff good. I played some other things not that good because I was side reading. But they wanted to see a vibe because, in a group like that you are like all the time together, having personalities that match, and, you get a feeling that, you feel you can work with this person. It's very important. It's very, very important, I feel, especially in chamber music. So yeah, they told me later like a week later, if I would be interested joining the group as an official member. And I was like, oh my God, yeah, of course I would. I would totally love that. So yeah, it was a dream come true. I mean, more than a dream, because I grew up listening to all these Canadian Brass recordings. So that's how it started. Okay, let's see another question. Have you been having to perform after short hours of sleep, especially during tours? How you encounter it in such cases? Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, touring is hard. All I can say is just you pace yourself, and you try to get as much sleep as you can, try to eat as good as you can. And I can definitely tell you, when I joined the Canadian Brass, although I was so enthusiastic about it, I would say the first month I was thinking sometimes, man, I just can't do that. It's too hard, Like playing high Cs, even simple high Cs at the end of the show was hard. But then something happens, like just getting used to it, and then you come to a point that you can play the show twice, 3 times, and it becomes totally normal. And yeah, you learn how to pace yourself, but I think good food, like healthy food, like definitely no junk food, it's the best thing you can do. Drink lots of water, relaxing, and always have the ideal sound in your head. I feel that always helps to have how you want to sound, you know, and not be bothered too much about how that feels. So that would be my advice for that. Let's see. Oh, thanks for playing Venezuelan music. Okay, thank you. Thank you. By the way, I'm having a new album actually with these Venezuelan musicians coming up. I think this week is gonna come out. Okay, let's see. How do you approach playing from memory with Canadian brass? Well, again, I try, well, because most of the Canadian brass repertoire has been recorded before, I spend time listening to it. And then I do it sections by sections. But repeating, you just got to repeat a lot, you know? Pa, 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 da, da, da. Like, just repeat, taking a little break, repeat. But also, I think you can save a lot of time in when you memorize something to just do mental practice. Just have the score in front of you, and you just do mental practice. You sing. In the Canadian brass, actually, we sing a lot. Like in the car, or even sometimes on the plane, or before a performance, we sing our part. So I think that helps a lot with memorization. Okay, let's see. How do you write? Okay. Hello. Hi, Kelly. Okay. Hello. Hi. Would you like to talk about what kind of sign are you approaching to when practicing? Do you control a lot to read some kind of sound, or just relax while playing? I have a sound in my head. I mean, I usually have a sound I want to sound like, and I always trying to think also of different sounds. So, you know, like for example, in the Canadian brass, we play a lot of Dixieland stuff. So, you know, when you have like a growl, it's like stuff like that, or you want to be very jazzy, there are people that I think, like for example, when it comes to that stuff, I think a lot of Wycliffe Corner. Probably, I mean, not probably, for sure, I'm not getting as good as he sounds, but I have the sound, so I can kind of like, it's a good to have a reference. Like when I play something very melodic and passionate, I always think of Christian Lindbergh, actually. I was always a huge fan of the intensity in the playing, especially in these early recordings. But like violin is like Itzhak Perlman or Rostropovich. So yeah, I have a sound in my head. But I also try to be as relaxed as possible, because it's very easy to cut up with all these technical things, which I always get, but I'm still fighting to not get too concerned. Another thing that really helps is just taking little breaks. I feel I have learned that, you know, when something doesn't work, you just gotta take a break. I don't know, whatever this is, even if it's 1 minute, 2 minutes, just put the horn down, walk a little bit, I don't know, go drink a glass of water, and then come back to it. Because I feel when something doesn't work and you keep working on it and you don't see any improvement, I feel your brain really memorizes that this is really, really hard. So I feel sometimes there's just some magic happens when you work on something, and if it doesn't work, you just take a little break of 2, 3, 4 minutes, and you come back to it. But as you wrote, yeah, always try to be as relaxed as possible. Because if I work too hard, I feel it's too hard. So I try to make it as much as I can, everything to sound as easy as I can at the moment.
Ha perso la chat?
Oh, okay, I found something else. Okay, for being relaxed during playing, when you play loud or high, you just release air on some parts of your body, still giving support. Yeah, I I gotta be honest. I've heard so many stories about the diaphragm and all that stuff. I could never understand what that stuff means. I could never understand. They were always very complicated to me. But something that really helped me is to think that whatever you have to play, your inhalation, the way you breathe, really determines how you're gonna play. So, if you wanna play something very relaxed, if you take a breath that's like that, there's no way it's gonna sound relaxed. Or the opposite, if you start like this, like like I feel the way you breathe totally determines exactly how you're gonna sound. And a lot of times I think we always talk about, okay, take a big breath or take as much air as you can. But I think that's not many times as accurate. I think like if you have to play something that has like edge to it, right? Like a lot of articulation. 1, 2, 3, pop. Like the inhalation has exactly the same energy as the thing you're gonna play. Same thing with something very relaxed, 1, 2, 3, pa, pa, pa. So I always try to count also before I play anything. But that has also helped me, with the beginning of notes. Just like you make the breath you take part of the music. I think a lot of people that are considering that the music starts the time you play the first note, but I think the music starts at the moment you take that breath. So that breath is music, and it's so beautiful too to see musicians breathe. I don't know, like as brass players we always talk so much about breathing, but I always see like string players breathing more. How many times we see string players being like, and they use so much air, like then we see like brass players, including me, when I don't think about it, and we're like, and it's just like, whoa, what happened? How does a violinist breathe more than a wind player when he doesn't need to breathe as much? But I think it's important. Sorry, that was the train again. But the support, actually, I see that I didn't really answer that. Although that would be my answer, that the inhalation determines how you're gonna play. Yeah, I don't think of like pushing parts and stuff. I think if the note doesn't come out, I mean, naturally you give more support. I think it's the difference, as my first teacher has told me, the difference between hey, 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 and hey, hey, hey. It's almost like when you blow the candles on a birthday cake. If you blow them like, might not work, but if you blow like that support. So I think like that, but I don't think of like push and like tense my muscle here and here. And I think that will make music very complicated, for me at least. I don't know.
Okay, there is any other questions? Can you read?
I see one. Okay, yeah. How do you make to play different styles? Tango, salsa, etc. I'm trying. I don't know. I'm trying to see music as much as I can as one thing. But again, I think it has to do with what you're hearing. So, like speaking about salsa, I've listened to a lot of salsa music in my life. Lots of salsa recordings, and you have that sound. You know how you want to sound. It's like a lot of jazz players, I mean, they transcribe all the time, and it's not only transcribe the notes so they can play licks. It's just then they transcribe the style. They hear the style. So even when they play someone else's solo, they have the style in their head. So for me, I spend a lot of hours listening to music, a lot of hours. And every time like a new style pops up, I always have the sound in my head, like, you know, tango, you know, Osvaldo Pugliese, or like Astor Piazzolla, or, you know, these old tango sounds, or all these great salsa recordings, you know, Willie Colon, you know, that the playing is very aggressive. Or, you know, you go to recordings that are, you know, salsa romantica, which is the playing is very round and very beautiful. And you immediately have the sound in your head, and you try to make it sound like that.
There is any other questions?
That's I don't see another yet.
Okay, so I love jazz, I love salsa. I don't play salsa and I don't dance the salsa, but just to make the show a little, to give a vision, the last night of the Italian Brass Week we will have Son de Tiquizia from Costa Rica. They are salseros. And,
that's an amazing group.
Yeah, exactly.
That's an incredible group. Yeah.
We will have them, but you just give me an idea for the future. And I was telling the studio to write down my idea and to have you for playing in the live show, to have you as of course, classical, but also salsa, some tango, and just to give some spicy colors to the next festival.
Of course, I would love to. It would be an honor.
Yeah, for us too. For us too. So, Luca, I think if there is no any other questions, I thank you for all that you did today. And I'm very sorry you couldn't play, but it's 6 in the morning. He was explaining to me that it's too early. It's too early. But we will try.
It's too early for the neighbors.
We will try our best to make you play next year live anywhere in Florence. Anywhere in Florence.
Of course.
Achilles, thank you. Paracalo, thank you
very much.
And, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And good luck for all the concerts with the Canadian Brass.
Of course. Thank you so much. Good luck with everything.
Ciao, 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 ciao.
Thank you for having me. Ciao.
Ciao. Adesso praticamente siamo ricollegati con lo studio per presentare Luisanna Messeri. We are connected with the studio to present Luisanna Messeri. She's a chef. She don't want to. She doesn't like if we call it her chef. Lei non gli piace se diciamo chef. Lei si definisce una cuoca. E giustamente, perché per cucinare bisogna essere prima cuochi e poi forse anche chef. Però è una persona che ho conosciuto quest'anno personalmente, è una persona veramente un vulcano, una persona super gentile, super generosa, e chiaramente voi la conoscete tutti perché lavora, insomma, a trasmissioni sulla Rai 1, a diverse trasmissioni, diciamo, legate al food, alla cucina. E volevo chiedere se è online Luisanna. Ok, c'è una presentazione di Luisanna, perfetto. Allora vi lascio la presentazione video e poi arriverà Luisanna.
Benvenuti a tutti, io sono Luisanna Messeri e mi occuperò della parte gastronomica della Italian Brass Week. Spero di soddisfarvi, è l'ora di pranzo e quindi ogni giorno vi presenterò un cuoco e una ricetta tra le migliori e tra le più buone che possiamo offrirvi a Firenze. Ho preparato per voi una spadellata di note, 7 incontri come 7 sono le note musicali. Sobrietà, sincerità, semplicità, queste le caratteristiche della cucina toscana. E se dico Etruschi, Lorenzo il Magnifico, Giotto, Botticelli, Michelangelo, Donatello, scommetto che anche voi cascate in terra in preda alla sindrome di Stendhal. E allora siete anche quelli che se dico bistecca, ribollita, pappa al pomodoro, olio extravergine d'oliva, panzanella, arista, fagioli zolfini, cavolo nero, zuppa inglese o bomboloni, ecco che scommetto che vi aumenta la salivazione. E allora non c'è verso, dovete venire a Firenze, perché dovete venire a scoprire quanto c'è ancora da gustare e da vedere. Dovete venire a conoscere i suoi uomini, le sue donne, i nostri prodotti, il famoso saper vivere toscano, che è quel modo schietto, forse anche un po' rustico, ma che ha conquistato il mondo. Tutti ingredienti che l'hanno resa unica, inimitabile, proprio come la sua gente. Firenze e la Toscana è patrimonio mondiale dell'umanità, patrimonio anche del mio cuore, e spero, con questi nostri incontri, che diventi anche un po' del vostro. Vi aspettiamo a Firenze e intanto viva la Italian Brass Week! Buon appetito a tutti!
Wow, meraviglioso questo video. Did you enjoy the video?
Yeah, I enjoyed it very much.
Wow, I mean, you know, it's kind of surprising me, all these kind of contributes, because I didn't expect it, and it's wonderful. So now we wait in a few more minutes, and you know, by the way, one of the chef, the last day, one of the chef of this 7 chef that she selected is going to be me. And she called it a chef for a day. So I will prepare something, Sunday, I will prepare something special for you, but I don't want to tell you what. So you have to be in the studio and just in the program, pronti per degustare le mie delizie. Domenica prossima, come diceva appunto Luisana Messeri, lei ha selezionato grandi chef. Normalmente abbiamo i più grandi chef che lavorano su Firenze e che chiaramente daranno valore alle tradizioni fiorentine, perciò sarà sempre presentato un qualcosa che rappresenta Firenze. E io rappresenterò, come chef per un giorno, rappresenterò ovviamente un qualcosa di molto particolare, semplice, però molto particolare, perché rappresenta la mia città. Noi siamo tutti di Firenze e vogliamo dare valore e farvi scoprire queste cose, cosa che facciamo normalmente anche durante il festival live, perciò abbiniamo sempre questo, la musica, le tradizioni, la fiorentinità, la toscanità, e chiaramente in tutto questo riusciamo a far mangiare anche qualcosa di veramente speciale ai nostri studenti, ai nostri professori, e fargli vedere, vivere, dalla cena sotto il Ponte Vecchio alla cena sopra una torre rinascimentale. Queste sono le cose che rappresentano l'Italian Brass Week, e adesso mandiamo un contributo della Luisana Messeri, perciò sarà live su Zoom, e sono molto felice che lei, questa vulcanica, è una donna vulcanica, e non posso dire mi sono innamorato, perché, però mi sono innamorato della sua arte, della sua energia, del suo essere vulcano, e del saper coinvolgere le persone come faccio io. Quindi siamo molto simili in questo. We are very similar. And you know, I fell in love immediately when the first time I spoke with her on the telephone, and so we are almost ready, and as soon she will be on the Zoom class, please, she can enter in the Zoom. Do you know Luisana Messeri? Yes, just answer me.
No, up to now I didn't know her,
Okay,
but I enjoyed very much the video, and I think she's absolutely amazing, and I'm really excited to see her cooking class now.
Yeah,
to
and
know more about her.
And aspettiamo chiaramente che ci sia il collegamento. Comunque sia, you know, in Tuscany we have many traditions. You know, probably because you live in Tuscany.
Yeah.
But the chefs select few things, because there's 7 days, 7 chefs, including myself, and every day is going to be something different. So, you probably know we have a Papa Pomodoro. Did you ever taste them?
No, I never tasted them.
Okay.
But tell me how to make them, how to prepare them, please.
I know they will tell this, because I have my own recipe. So I'm coming from Impruneta. Do you know Impruneta? Impruneta is a very small village. dove Brunelleschi cuoceva le sue tegole. Ok, perciò c'è una grandissima tradizione sia di Luca e Andrea della Robbia che del Brunelleschi. Ovviamente il Brunelleschi, quando andava a cuocere le tegole per la cupola del Duomo, for the roof of the Duomo, they used to put a big orcio, how you say it, big pot. Big pot with meat, wine, garlic, and pepper. And after they put it inside the oven, big oven with fire, with wood fire, and they leave it there for 5 hours. They start to work, and then when they finished to work, it was ready. The peposo all'imprunetina, which is kind of a stufato, like not a goulash. It's completely different, but it sounds like that. And il peposo alla fiorentina è diventato molto famoso. Originariamente era fatto ovviamente senza pomodoro. Originally was made with no tomato because this was before Colombo discovered America. And of course, after Colombo discovered America, they add some tomato to the recipe. And so you have two versions. One with tomato, which is not the original, and the other one is with no tomato, is the original. The other one with tomato. Now we got just it's time to warm up. We are just before lunch, so we give you some wine. Okay, so a contribute by our friend Lirio. Sì, non volevo sbagliare di nuovo.
Brass Festival friends, welcome. We are in San Gimignano. San Gimignano is the city of the many towers. The medieval Manhattan is the city of the wine. The wine is Vernaccia. Vernaccia is Panizzi. Panizzi, Camilla Lazaro, we speak with now.
Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to San Gimignano. It's an amazing city, amazing corner of Tuscany. We are located in between Siena and Florence. We are a small denomination, but for all its small dimension, San Gimignano is hugely important for the Italian wine culture. It is the first denomination of quality, the first recognized origin of quality wine in Italy. And this wine has an incredible history. It really goes back to the 1200s when it was all the rage at king's courts in Italy and in France. But fast forward to the 20th century, and in 1989, a new level of excellence is being achieved with the launch of a new Vernaccia, Vernaccia di San Gimignano by Panizzi. With this wine, a revolution of quality is starting in the territory, because the project started as a research of Giovanni Panizzi into having discovered almost by chance the incredible potential that Vernaccia has for aging, based on the model of the highest quality of sustainable viticulture, and with the focus on territory and quality, Vernaccia Panizzi marks its own renaissance on the history, wine history of Italian heritage. Here in Panizzi, we truly have innovation in our DNA. Our mission is creating terroir-driven wines with an excellent evolutionary skills. The same attention to Vernaccia is being given to red varietals such as Sangiovese, Cabernet Sauvignon, and Merlot. And lately, and we are very, very excited to work on this new project already since 2006 with Pinot Nero of San Gimignano. What can I say? I invite you to discover Panizzi. It's a small denomination of a great wine that will make the world a little bit richer in experience. Ciao a tutti,
Ciao.
salute,
Salute.
and enjoy the festival.
Traditions, wine, food, love, amore. We love these kind of things. All my friends from all over the world knows that amore is my slogan. I love to give love, which means that to give and to learn and to eat. You love food. You love wine. Do you love wine?
Yes, of course I love wine,
And,
especially the Tuscan wine.
Yes,
Yeah.
we love Tuscan wine. And this Vernaccia is very, very particular wine. And it's only produced in the area of San Gimignano. It's a wonderful area. Actually, one time I was having my vacation there, and the person that rent me the house said, "But you are from Florence. Why you come here?" And I said, "Because everybody from all over the world come here, and I want to have a vacation in one wonderful place." So I stay all the time in the San Gimignano and just travel all over there, just as a tourist. And you know, I could go back and forth from Florence. It's only half an hour, 40 minutes. But you know, just to feel the reality of San Gimignano, to drink Vernaccia from different cantina, and it's really good wine. Really good wine. And of course, it's not only for fish. You can put together. You can put together some cheese. You can put together some different recipe, fresh things. But it's very, very good wine. And I suggest to everyone to just go Google Vernaccia and learn a little bit more, and maybe buy some Vernaccia from anywhere you are, because you know, they ship it everywhere. Do you know that Stefan Dor has got a cantina, and he's ordering wine from all over the world, and I do the same. I learned from Stefan Dor this way of buying wines. And I think now we can go to the lunch. We still have a little problem with Luisana Messeri. We will give it her after, and now we have a little break. So have a lunch, and I'll see you later. Ciao.
Questo dovrebbe essere il nostro volume. Mi senti? Ok. Eccoti! Oh, ci siamo, ce l'abbiamo fatta. Mio Dio! Ci siamo, ci siamo.
Una settimana questa Italian Brass Week.
Ecco. Allora, te tieni orizzontale. Che gli devo dire a Luisana? Metti il telefono orizzontale. Come ce l'hai va benissimo, dice. Aspetta, fammi sentire che devo sentire dalla regia.
Ora lo dovrò sistemare perché poi voi tanto non siamo in diretta, giusto?
No, adesso no, si deve dire quando si va.
Vedere che cosa vedrete voi.
Bene.
Aspetta,
Io non vedo nulla, perché c'ho...
Abbiate pazienza. Sì. Allora, voi vedete qui cosa c'è? Il computer, quindi lo tolgo, non serve più.
Mi dicono dalla...
Pensate,
Accidenti. Allora te sei al di sopra.
sono avanti.
Sei avanti.
Ma la fai tutta a freddo o la monti?
Io metto tutto a freddo e
Ecco.
poi dopo, quindi i 2 torli
Sì.
prevedono 3 cucchiaiate di zucchero semolato. 1, 2 e 3. E si comincia a girare per venire a montare. Facciamolo subito nel tegame che si mette sul fuoco, almeno non si rigoverna troppa roba. Va bene?
Va benissimo.
Questa si chiamava inglese perché te ti ricordi a Via Tornabuoni c'era il Bardonei?
Sì.
Il Bardonei era un bar aperto a fine 800 ed era frequentato dagli anglo-beceri, cioè dalla colonia inglese che gravitava su Firenze. E questa zuppa, chiamata anche la zuppa del Duca, era il dolce che andava più di tutti.
Questo fine 800?
Sì, e agli inglesi gli piaceva un sacco.
Noi siamo debitori anche come musicisti, perché se non ci fossero stati gli inglesi non esisteva neanche il teatro del maggio musicale.
E allora gli dobbiamo aggiungerci anche la zuppa inglese.
Vai.
Allora, una volta che ho mescolato bene lo zucchero con i torli, ci aggiungo 2 cucchiai di farina.
Farina o maizena?
Allora, se la volete far veloce, tipo crema pasticcera Sprint,
sì,
ci mettete la maizena.
Ecco.
E ricordatevi va sciolta in latte freddo, perché sennò vi viene una colla, poi buttate via ogni cosa. Se invece volete fare la crema pasticcera classica, usate la farina 00 e la cuocete un po' di più, va bene?
00.
Quindi,
Ok.
ora io giro, mescolo bene, quindi finché le uova mi prendono la vedete? Sì,
Sì, si
Finché
vede
le
bene.
uova mi prendono la farina, io continuo e poi aggiungo il latte freddo, mezzo litro di latte.
Luisanna, se ti puoi spostare soltanto di 10 centimetri verso alla parte opposta, indietro. Eccoci qua, forse si
Yes?
vede meglio.
Ok, allora mezzo litro di latte freddo,
Mhm.
intanto mescolo per non far tutti i grumi, mescolo e poi in estate per insaporire la crema, e in genere invece si usa la buccia del limone,
È vero,
ci si mettono
la
delle
foglia,
foglie di pesco.
ma pensa te, questa
Ecco,
non la sapevo io,
Non la sapevi?
no?
2 foglioline di pesco, qua si mettono dentro, si accende il fuoco e piano piano, con pazienza, si gira sempre dalla stessa parte,
Perché
si fa
se no impazzisce,
asciugare.
se no impazzisce.
Esatto. Allora io l'ho bella fatta prima, perché se no si sta qui un quarto d'ora a girare.
Giustamente. Quindi ci ha fatto vedere il problema, si gira.
Eccola.
Meravigliosa. Senti,
Crema
ma dove sei? A casa tua?
Sì, sono venuta qua a casa mia.
Ah no, perché se eri un po' più vicina veniva a mangiarla.
Senti, comunque i fiorentini sono convinti di averla inventata loro, questa,
Sì,
questo dolce. Sì. Ma te lo sai come siamo fatti? Noi, insomma, siamo famosi per essere spiritosi.
Ha voglia.
Allora, la crema pasticcera è fatta.
Buono.
Una bella macchinetta nella moka è fatta di caffè.
Buono.
Poi, per farti felice, ti ho preparato i savoiardi.
L'ha fatti te?
Certo.
Meravigliosi, no?
Guardate che belli.
Bellissimi.
Allora, ci sono tante varianti, c'è chi la fa con i pavesini, chi la fa con come si dice, col pan di Spagna.
Pan di Spagna,
Ma
certo.
è tutta una questione di geografia, perché questi sono piemontesi, il pan di Spagna, però insomma, diciamo, con questi viene buonissima. Io la preferisco.
Bene, io lo
Quindi
proverò a
ora-
fare in questo modo, guarda.
Come?
Un po' come il tiramisù, no? A seconda delle zone geografiche cambiano
Bravo,
l'ingrediente
bravo.
di base.
Bravo. Allora, poi il segreto è
L'Archemes.
là.
E là.
Detto anche liquore dei medici.
È vero.
Questo qui è stato il rosso glielo dà, il colore glielo dà una cocciniglia, la cocciniglia della quercia. Te sai che Firenze nel Rinascimento era famosa per essere una piazza in cui si facevano stoffe, si coloravano stoffe,
Certo.
e con il rosso e con la cocciniglia della quercia si facevano le stoffe rosse.
Pensa.
I frati, che sono sempre stati dei gran golosi e dei gran furboni,
E
hanno
avanti?
pensato
E avanti a
di
tutti?
usarlo come colorante per l'acqua argente. Altra invenzione che si deve ai frati di San Marco, che erano appunto i frati era la chiesa dei Medici, no? E lì avevano, tu sai che i frati erano anche dei grandi, come si dice, degli inventori, hanno mantenuto comunque le tradizioni gastronomiche e alimentari, diciamo, nella storia. Nei monasteri chiusi e protetti si è continuato a fare, voglio dire, cibi e loro quindi dall'acqua argente inventata dallo zio di Girolamo Savonarola, tanto per vedi che la storia è piccina, si gira sempre lì. Chissà se per dargli fuoco a Girolamo hanno usato l'acqua argente dello zio, questo bisognerebbe chiederselo. Comunque poi l'hanno colorata e l'hanno fatta diventare il liquore dei Medici. Allora, si prendono 2 scodelle, in una si mette l'Alkermes.
Ok.
Quanto tempo abbiamo così io mi capisco?
20 minuti ancora.
Oh là là! E in una si mette il caffè.
Ah, per zuppare il biscotto.
Oh yes!
Ora, detta così, ci sono tutti gli uomini in studio e ridano. Bisogna prendere il
sono
biscotto e
maligni.
zupparlo, insomma,
Perché la
bagnarlo.
malignità è nell'orecchio di chi ascolta, non nella bocca di chi parla. Va bene? Allora, poi si prende una bella ciotola. E allora, a te la scelta. Vuoi che lo faccia in una ciotola grande o vuoi che ti faccia un monoporzione?
Guarda, io sono goloso da morire, a me con questa monoporzione mi fa vento.
Ho capito. Allora, aspetta, tolgo un po'
No,
di
poi
roba,
dipende anche dal tempo tuo televisivo, no?
Vabbè, ma 20 minuti ormai ci si metterà anche a girapollici, perché qui ora si fa prima. Prendo il mio biscottone.
Bello.
E faccio in pratica degli strati, uno rosso e uno nero. Zuppo velocemente il biscotto, va bene? Quindi uno strato con l'Alkermes e si mette peperino qua. E poi ora che ci metterò secondo te?
Ora la crema pasticcera.
Pensi di averlo solo te, Lottone? Guarda, ce l'ho anch'io.
L'ho vista, appena l'ho vista, guarda, ha detto che oggettini.
Hai visto il luccichio?
Ma io c'ho questo,
Che meraviglia! Allora, a questo punto cosa si fa? Ci si mette uno strato di crema, va bene? Che se detto noi si è già fatta.
Bella, guarda come la scende bene.
Bella, buona, profumata. Fammi prendere una cosina per
sistemare.
State vedendo bene, se no mi sposto,
No, si vede perfettamente.
Ok, questa allora comunque la rimetto qui. La stendete per benino. E allora, io in genere non ce lo metto perché secondo me diventa... Tu sai che i piatti toscani sono i piatti semplici, no?
Certo.
Semplici e non banali.
L'hanno complicato in Francia quando la Caterina l'andò là.
Esatto. Però ora direi di mettere su... Qui si vede meglio forse, sì? Ok.
Sì.
Metterci qualche
Goccia di
gocciolina cioccolato.
Mi pare giusto.
Proprio per i golosi come te.
Sì,
va
perché
bene?
chiaramente essendo un po' leggera la crema e tutto, mettiamoci un qualcosina che lo, come dire, lo rende un po' più
bravo,
eccitante.
Bravo. Poi si fa uno strato
di caffè.
Oh, vai. Vedi che è una roba semplice,
Sì,
intuitiva.
Allora, guarda, io ho una vecchia storia perché io sono un appassionato dello zuccotto, no? Si chiama zuccotto, la zuppa inglese, detto anche zuccotto.
No, tesoro,
No,
mi dispiace per te, ma stavolta tu sai suonare bene, ma sulla zuppa inglese e lo zuccotto tu c'hai un po' di confusione.
Sì, mi sa di sì. Perché lo zuccotto qual è?
Lo zuccotto è quello. Lo zuccotto è stato inventato negli anni 30 da un tale Giulio Masini, che era il pasticcere della pasticceria Senesi.
Ah, buona.
Ed è quello fatto con il gelato e la panna.
Ah, è vero. Comunque la zuppa inglese, io me la ricordo, la faceva un vecchio pasticcere dell'Impruneta. E che chiaramente ha dato in eredità al figlio che fa il personal chef, e mi ricordo il ristorante di Padellina, dove io la mangiavo sempre da lui, mi diceva sempre, io la prendo da questo signore, non mi ricordo come si chiama, ho detto, ma me ne posso far qualcuna, la metto in freezer, poi mi fa, sì, te la fa a te, mi faceva. perché era un vecchietto, ne faceva soltanto poche e le dava soltanto agli amici ristoratori, stop, non la faceva per nessun altro. Ma buona, zuppa inglese.
Perché la verità è che i cuochi sono gelosi delle loro ricette.
È vero.
Sono gelosissimi. È molto difficile che te le diano. Capito? Quindi ora riparte l'Alkermes.
Giù un altro strato rosso.
Giù un altro strato rosso. Qua. Vai.
Poi giù di crema. Giù di crema.
Giù di crema. Quindi, per benino, la crema, l'importante è magari aspettare un po' che la crema si freddi,
Certo.
Bene. Allora, e ora si mette di nuovo i nostri...
Un po' di cioccolatini.
Cioccolata. Se avete una bella cioccolata ce la grattugiate.
A me mi piace, io amo quella di Modica.
Grazie. Sai che quello è un modo di fare la cioccolata come la facevano gli indiani di America?
Davvero? Ho letto un po' di storie loro.
Non è...
Io diciamo
non la fanno, gli indiani non la facevano come si fa noi, ma come la fanno adesso a Modica.
Esatto.
È un modo antichissimo e infatti è buonissima.
Sì. Col sale, col peperoncino, e poi questo modo di questa croccantezza che si crea con tutti questi ingredienti che si hanno in bocca, no? Diventa completamente diversa da tutte le cioccolate. Infatti in Messico ancora e in Guatemala, dove c'è la produzione di cioccolata, ancora si trovano in Venezuela si trovano delle cioccolate particolari molto grezze, che però si sente, per dire, non so, un po' il guscio, gli mettono dentro un po' il guscio, come si chiama? La pelle.
Il seme, certo, si sente il seme
della cioccolata,
del cacao. Del cacao, del frutto del cacao. Allora, qua. Quindi, non so se hai capito come viene questa meraviglia.
Viene buona, il problema è che tu sei troppo distante.
Ora ve la faccio vedere. Scusate, hai ragione, ma sai, io non sono una...
Wow.
Capisci?
Bella.
E poi va su, va su, va su.
Certo.
Meraviglia. C'è chi lo fa anche con i pavesini, volendo,
Ma il pavesino, insomma, io non mi capita nemmeno in tiramisù. Il pavesino è
ecco.
un po', come dire, è un po' troppo femminile per i miei gusti.
Ah beh, certo, come si chiama? Il savoiardo è più buono.
C'è più consistenza, insomma ti rimane anche in bocca. Il pavesino, se lo mangi già anche troppo, diventa un po' papposo. Perciò a me le cose... Io, appunto, te mi hai nominato come chef per un giorno, no?
Sì.
E chiaramente io farò una cosa che si può fare qui in studio, siamo al Maggio Musicale Fiorentino, non posso usare fiamma libera né nulla.
Quindi che gli fai?
Allora gli farò una cosa della tradizione toscana, non so se già gli chef hanno preparato, ma una panzanella croccante.
No, ora poi ti dirò i miei chef cosa faranno.
Ecco.
Io vi porterò nelle più belle cucine di Firenze.
L'ho visto.
Vi porto da Vito Mollica, una stella Michelin al Four Seasons.
Meraviglia.
Poi andiamo dall'altra stella Michelin, che è Filippo Saporito, la leggenda dei frati, su al Museo Bardini.
Meraviglioso.
Tutti posti brutti.
Tutti brutti. E anche quell'altro meraviglioso, come si chiama, da Burbe.
Ma poi vi porto da Polo Gori, da Burde sulla Pistoiese, anche quello un postaccio dove si mangia malissimo. Poi vi porto sulla terrazza di Toscanino, sopra in Piazza della Repubblica.
Alla Rinascente.
Voi entrate dentro alla Rinascente, fate finta di nulla, salite in cima e vi trovate in un luogo meraviglioso.
Lo so, ci vado
da
spesso.
Da cui si vede tutta la città.
Pensa te, no? Io stavo parlando con te su questa line-up dei cuochi, no? E accanto a me, io stavo parlando ad alta voce, accanto a me c'era la mia ex moglie. E mi fa, ma Saporito lo conosco bene. Perché lei suonava sempre in questo ristorante lì a Villa Bardini.
Ah, vedi?
Oppure Burbe, ma ci avrò mangiato una ventina di volte. Ho detto, ma scusa, ma li conosci?
Loro sono aperti dal 1901, quindi magari è capitato.
Esatto.
Di mangiarci.
Perciò, paradossalmente, no, tutti quelli che citavo, lei mi fa, ma io lì lo conosco perché il mio uomo, essendo del Ser Regis un sommelier, dice, li conosceva tutti e andavano a mangiare, a fare bisboccia, capito?
Certo. Ma infatti se ora loro verranno, il prossimo anno tu rifarai, immagino, questa...
Io l'anno prossimo ogni pranzo e si fa nei ristoranti e si sono scelti quest'anno.
Bravo!
Pranzi e cene.
Purtroppo Luca ci toccherà mangiare quel giorno.
No, quel giorno lì, sai, ma io non mi tiro mai indietro. Io ho appena mangiato una cosina leggera ora, tanto per tenermi un po' a dieta. Erano spaghetti, acciughe molto semplici con la mollichina croccante sopra. Meraviglioso.
Poverino.
Sono queste piccole cose mediterranee, no?
Piccole cose mediterranee. Oh, ci siamo, io sono all'ultimo giro. Allora, ora ve lo avvicinerò, Quindi, è semplicissimo, uno strato di biscotti bagnati con l'alchermes, la crema pasticcera, qualche gocciolina di cioccolato o ci grattugiate una come si può dire, un pezzo di cioccolato e poi continuate. Uno strato col cioccolato, la crema, uno strato con la crema, fino a finire. L'ultimo strato deve essere di crema. Va bene?
E poi
l'ultimo strato deve essere di crema.
Con un po'
questo, dimmi.
Con un po' di cioccolato sopra o no?
E allora...
Sono goloso!
Ma certo! Ma ora te lo faccio vedere, Allora, poi prendete cacao amaro.
Il setaccio.
Magari ci mettiamo ancora qualche chicchino di cioccolato.
Sì, non abbia essere troppo leggero.
Non abbia essere che poi ci manca e tu dici la messeria è stata tirata, non fa nemmeno usare il cioccolato per me. Dopodiché si mette cioccolato fondente.
Tac.
Ora, lo sai che Mi sono messa un ventilatore perché qui a Roma fa un caldo che si muore. Allora arrivo. Allora, qua, aspetta, lo do su tutto così anche il vetro risente.
Mi dicono della regia, ma dopo ce lo porti qui come degustazione?
Ma certo, se no come fate a dire che è buono o non è buono? Vedete, la cima è così.
Meraviglia.
E il resto è cos'ha.
Meraviglia.
Quest'ora va in frigo un'oretta almeno.
Chiaro.
Sia chiaro, questi sono dolci come tutti gli altri nostri piatti che se fatti il giorno prima rendono molto di più. Perché così i sapori si amalgamano, non c'è più, cioè diventa tutto buono.
Quindi l'unico liquore è l'Archemes, giusto?
L'unico liquore è l'Alchermes.
Perfetto.
E il caffè. Avete visto che sono stata molto indietro con lo zucchero. Lo zucchero è soltanto nei biscotti e nella crema pasticcera.
Il resto è tutto...
Quindi è un dolce dietetico per
sì,
capirci.
si può mangiare. Anch'io lo posso mangiare, insomma, via.
Sì.
Meraviglioso.
Va
Grazie,
bene.
grazie mille.
Lo vedete? Lo vedete?
Sì. Ecco. Il problema, ecco, è uno solo adesso. Come si fa a arrivare a assaggiarlo? Allora, te hai detto sei a Roma o a Barberino?
No, io ora in questo momento sono a Roma.
È un po' lunga da Firenze a Roma.
È un po' lunga. Mi sa che mi tocca mangiarmelo da sola.
Sei un egoista. Egoista! Però la prossima volta che torni a Firenze si organizza un match. Te così...
io domani ci sono da Vito Mollica.
Ecco, allora, se tu mi dici a che ora ci sei, io stacco, vengo col corno al Four Seasons e vi accompagno con la musica.
Vedi, poteva essere un'idea, ormai non ti posso dire a che ora ci vado perché è un segreto.
Allora nulla, non mi ci vuoi. Comunque te...
no, o sei come lo Spirito Santo, un ettrino, sei di qua e sei di là, se no se sei così domani puoi venire da me.
Allora, come lo Spirito Santo no, ma come lo spirito e l'alcol sì,
Va bene.
Ok. Luisanna, sei sempre veramente una persona oltre che geniale, gentile, simpatica, vulcanica, quindi
grazie a voi.
Diciamo quasi un Luca al femminile, perché io mi sento molto questo.
Ecco.
No, nella musica,
ma insomma ci siamo visti bene.
Nelle idee e nell'essersi incontrati e trovati bene. Adesso noi mandiamo un contributo dalla regia, ti ringraziamo con tutto il cuore, bravissima.
Domani vi aspetto, a che ora ci si vede?
Domani dovrebbe essere già programmato, perché dovrebbe essere un contributo che l'amico Giancarlo dovrebbe aver già fatto.
Va bene.
Bene?
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
Viva Firenze, viva l'Italian Brass Week.
Viva sempre.
Vai.
Ciao, grazie.
Ciao.
Ciao.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Eccoci qua di nuovo. A grande richiesta abbiamo ricevuto centinaia di mail, messaggi, WhatsApp. Ieri abbiamo avuto dei concerti straordinari e molti purtroppo forse per mancanza di tempo stavano lavorando, però vorrebbero rivedere i Gomaland Brass. Perciò a grande richiesta rimandiamo il video dei Gomaland Brass del concerto di ieri sera. I Gomaland Brass. No, ma scusami.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to this concert of the Gomaland Brass Quintet. Of course, it's not a normal concert, it's made via web, but the idea is to be with you in a certain way. And of course, in this hard time, it would have been much better to play live for you, but that's the best we can do for now. We would like to thank a lot Luca Benucci and the organizers of this very strange festival for this year, It's a pleasure to be here because our first concert as a brass quintet took place 21 years ago for the Italian Brass Week Santa Fiora in Musica. We've opened our concert with a very Italian piece, which is a song, but is as well a wish. The original title is Nel blu dipinto di blu. It's called In the Blue, Paint Out of Blue, but it's very famous for its subtitle, which is Volare. So I mean, I wish, because arts and music and our community, our world, we wish that could fly again in the blue sky like before this big crisis. Even the next piece is Italian in a certain way. It's dedicated to the works of a Russian composer, Igor Stravinsky, and it's arranged by an American trumpet player, David Short. And the question is, why could be an Italian piece? Well, David has taken his musical activity in Italy for many years, and he lives here in Italy since forever. So it's an Italian guy. Last thing I would like to add is try to pretend to be here with us. Try to pretend to be in Florence, and maybe I can help you, like, better, huh? Okay, we are now in Florence, Italian Brass Week. That's the Gomalan Brass Quintet. The title of the next piece is I Remember Igor by David Short, Gomalan Brass Quintet. Thank you very much.
And now we have the pleasure of playing for you a short moving music suite by Nino Rota. Nino Rota was a famous Italian composer who collaborated with great film directors such as Federico Fellini, Francis Ford Coppola, Franco Zeffirelli and others. This suite includes music from movies like The Godfather, La Strada, The Clowns, Romeo and Juliet. And the musical arrangements are by our dear friend David Short, whom we thank very much for the work done.
Ma come si chiama?
Nino Rota, Gomalan Brass. Good listening.
Ah, come il fiume.
Ciao to everybody. And now we will play from Giuseppe Verdi Nabucco.
S'appressano gli istanti.
At this point in the work, Nabucco is struck by lightning and he has gone mad and believes himself a god. The genius of Maestro Verdi to describe this surreal situation was to create an interweaving of voice and sound in which the five main characters of the opera, the choir and the orchestra, are together. You will listen to it now with only 5 brass in Marco Pierobon's arrangement. So, happy listening!
The next piece is an
C'è ancora loro. Eccoci qua di nuovo, grazie a Gomalan Brass, grande gruppo, grandi geni e sempre un piacere riascoltarli. Adesso siamo arrivati al momento di Italian Brass for Youth. Come? Italian Brass for Youth è un programma che abbiamo istituito quest'anno e nel momento in cui sono diciamo, entrato in contatto con una band di ragazzi del Gambia, una band di ottoni che appunto vedrete subito dopo la mia presentazione, e appunto noi vogliamo, grazie alle vostre donazioni, perciò abbiamo tante mission, Wings to Talent, Italian Brass for Youth, grazie alle vostre donazioni vorremmo regalare a questi giovani meravigliosi africani uno strumento che possa essere usato, perciò anche se qualcuno di voi avesse strumenti anche antichi o comunque sia che possono essere donati a questi ragazzi, fatelo sapere perché noi glieli spediamo in Africa come dono dell'Italian Brass Week. Ovviamente se riusciamo anche coinvolgeremo senza dubbio le case musicali che ci potranno donare qualche strumento. Perché? Perché ci piace pensare che la musica salva le anime, la musica dona la possibilità di fare un qualcosa di bello per la propria mente, per la propria, come dire, collettività. Questi giovani, appunto, come diceva il maestro Abreu, vanno salvati e la musica salva le persone. Quindi donate quanto più possibile. We have this new program this year. Is called Italian Brass Week for Youth. As soon as I get in contact with this NIFO band, they are from Gambia, Africa, and you know, they send me some pictures, they send me some video, and then I said, you know, I really love you. I remember one time I was having dinner, they called me and they was rehearsing, and I said, wow, this is just amazing. Because they are very simple. They have no internet and was very difficult to communicate with them. But they just recorded a very nice video with a telephone and they send it to me. And I really would like to help them. And I hope that everybody will be able to help them. €5, €10. We don't ask much for these people, but in order to have many donations, many, €10, €1, un caffè ragazzi, donate un caffè, come dice la pubblicità, con un caffè donerete la felicità a tanti giovani. With the cost of one coffee, €1, you will give the happiness to the NIFO band from Africa. So now I present the NIFO band from Gambia.
Located in the northern part of the country, and then in a district called Yumi, in a village called Esem. We are very happy and grateful to take part in the Italian Brass Weekly 2020 online festival. Thank you very much. Sit calm and enjoy the little that we have for you.
Questi ragazzi, la loro autenticità, le loro divise impeccabili, le loro ciabatte. Ovviamente mi spiegava l'amico del Gambia che appunto loro non conoscono la musica, suonano semplicemente a orecchio, no? Come si suonava una volta. Non conoscono le note, perché io gli ho chiesto se volete vi mando delle partiture. You know, these boys, they playing by ears. They don't know the music, and they are authentic, and they have such a beautiful dress, uniform, and they're playing with a flip-flop. You know, they are in the savannah where they live, so they have lions and tigers and elephants, and this is very, very rare to have a brass band there. You know, and normally they use these bands for official ceremony, and I really would like to help them. Mi piacerebbe veramente aiutare questi giovani che meritano di avere strumenti, ma soprattutto persone che gli insegnano la musica. I would like to go there, and next year I will have a little program before the Italian Brass Week. We will try to go in Gambia and help them with this program. Italian Brass for Youth will give the chance to people to grow up and learn music. E adesso passiamo ai prossimi ospiti. I prossimi ospiti sono un programma appunto che quasi tutti derivano dal sistema venezuelano che il maestro Abrea ha iniziato molti anni fa, il sistema delle orchestre giovanili Simón Bolívar. Perciò dal Venezuela abbiamo i Venezuelan Horns che hanno appunto fornito un contributo video, e loro sono tanti, loro ci hanno mandato tantissimi nominativi, sarebbe impossibile poterli citare tutti, così come le loro fotografie, una fotografia fatta chiaramente appunto un patchwork di fotografia. Now we have the Venezuelan Horns that belongs to the El Sistema from Maestro Abreu and the youth orchestra from Venezuela. So it's called Simón Bolívar Youth Orchestras, and it's a very, very important system that, of course, as I was telling before, for Africa, El Sistema is doing this already since many years. Maestro Abreu was in our honorary board, like Zubin Mehta, like Daniel Barenboim, like Sergio Zawa. We have many people that support the Italian Brass Week, but Maestro Abreu is the maestro for the formation. Il maestro Abreu appunto faceva parte del nostro consiglio direttivo, ma soprattutto del nostro comitato d'onore, insieme al maestro Zubin Mehta, insieme al maestro Barenboim, Sergio Zawa, Riccardo Scegli e molti altri. E ovviamente noi ci piace pensare che la musica salva le anime, salva le persone. In Venezuela e in Brasile ci sono già tanti, così come tutto il Sud America, e il sistema appunto è radicato in tutto il mondo. Ci sono già dei progetti appunto di formazione. Noi adesso ascoltiamo i Venezuelan Horns e io conosco alcuni di loro. Thank you very much to be with us. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Los Venezuela. ¡Viva!
Proyectar y resaltar la calidad de los cornistas venezolanos en el mundo es la razón de Venezuelan Horns. Esta valiosa propuesta musical nació a mediados del 2018, de la mano de dos amigos con amplia trayectoria musical, que dieron ideas para integrar y mostrar lo mejor del talento de los cornistas venezolanos. Sus integrantes están convencidos de que la música los une, y por esto en un mismo proyecto se conjugan arreglos musicales y producción musical, y participan hombres y mujeres que se han formado dentro del Sistema Nacional de Orquestas Juveniles e Infantiles de Venezuela y en otras escuelas de música, y hoy en día hacen vida en destacadas orquestas y organizaciones musicales alrededor del mundo. Además, es una idea de integración, donde cada uno puede mostrar su pasión por la música. En la actualidad se han sumado más de 50 cornistas dispersos en el mundo, para cumplir con la ilusión de reencontrarse con sus amigos, excompañeros de fila y tener el privilegio de tocar junto a sus queridos maestros. Con herramientas tecnológicas sencillas, pero con una destacada calidad audiovisual, Cada uno, desde su hogar, tan solo con su teléfono móvil y su corno, realizan su aporte musical cuidando al máximo los parámetros de grabación que debe manejar un músico. Esto permitió disfrutar de un excelente resultado. Una de las cosas que los motiva a seguir creando es ver cómo el proyecto progresivamente ha ido avanzando y han surgido nuevas ideas, brindando un impacto positivo en las personas que los escuchan, pues se identifican incluso sin ser cornistas o músicos y los ven como un emblema que realza con orgullo su país. Venezuelan Horns es una comunidad con un sentimiento en común. Su aporte es que existe la igualdad de todos los seres humanos, dejando a un lado el ego y mostrando a cada participante en cuadros de igual tamaño. El propósito seguirá latente en cada producción, para que sean manos que se sumen y puedan disfrutar de un producto musical de alto valor, difundido a través de las redes sociales.
We clap for the Venezuelan horns. Amazing group and amazing video. Thank you very much. Gracias, amigos de Venezuela. He apreciado mucho este intervento, los videos, la técnica. Los hornos bajo, los hornos agudos estaban un crack, verdad. So, now we are presenting a new, thank you very much again to the Venezuelan horns, the El Sistema, which we have the patronage on top of the festival, and I hope we will keep going with our programs together. We have now the Quinteto Embajador de Guatemala. Also with them, I was giving a master class online and with the Guatemalan horns. And after that, you know, they sent me a video, and I said, I want to give the opportunity to everyone to play. And so I introduced el quinteto de metalles, de bronces, como lo dijo uno, como se dice en Guatemala, de bronces, embajador. Enjoy.
Magnerkirchen gibt es eine sehr lange Tradition von der Herstellung von Musikinstrumenten, die über 350 Jahre mittlerweile andauert. So in unserem Werk fertigen wir die Marken B&S, Heuer, Scherzer, Melton, Courtois und Bessem. Das sind in Summe über 10.000 Instrumente, die wir hier pro Jahr fertigen. Und das alles in reiner handwerklichen Fertigung. Natürlich das auch teilweise in Kombination mit hochwertiger CNC-Technik. Das heißt, unsere Perinet-Maschinen oder die Teile dafür werden auf CNC-Maschinen hergestellt, aber wie zum Beispiel die Schallstückfertigung, die Anstoßfertigung von den einzelnen Instrumenten, das ist wirklich in der klassischen, traditionellen Fertigungsweise, so wie wir das seit über 200 bzw. 250 Jahre kennen. Unsere Fertigungstiefe hier beträgt 100%, das heißt, sämtliche Bauteile, die wir an einem Musikinstrument vorfinden, werden bei uns in eigener Fertigung hergestellt. Das fängt an Schallstückfertigung, Anstoßfertigung, Zugfertigung, sowohl für die Ventilzüge als auch für die Handzüge von den Posaunen, die Montage, die Oberfläche vom Polieren bis Versilbern, Vergolden oder Lackieren von den Instrumenten. Unsere Instrumente, die wir hier herstellen, werden auf der ganzen Welt von vielen namhaften Musikern gespielt. Sie sind in allen Orchestern der Welt zu finden, wie New York, Berlin, zum Beispiel die Meistersinger-Posaunen werden in Wien gespielt, bei den Philharmonikern. Das ist eines der namhaftesten Orchester der Welt. Wir sind permanent bemüht, unsere Instrumente weiterzuentwickeln, seien es neue Modelle oder auch kleine Veränderungen an Instrumenten, die dem Musiker helfen, das Instrument mit Leichtigkeit, besserer Intonation oder Ähnlichem spielen zu können.
Eccoci tornati in studio. Buon pomeriggio Tania.
Buon pomeriggio.
And we are very happy to present my friend Vincenzo.
Okay, we are very happy to go to the masterclass from Maestro Vincenzo Paratore.
Vincenzo.
Eccolo!
Sì, buonasera.
Ciao, come stai?
Tutto bene, grazie.
E in Sicilia cosa dicono?
Ma c'è abbastanza caldo, devo dire.
Si sta bene, come qua a Firenze,
sì.
Fa caldo.
Eh sì, fa caldo e pazienza, questa è un po' la vita, no? Siamo a luglio e quindi l'importante è che stiamo bene e adesso trascorriamo questa mezz'oretta insieme, no?
Assolutamente, noi siamo molto felici. We are very happy to have you and with the t-shirt of Italian Brass Week. Grande Vincenzo. Grande
Sì,
Vincenzo.
l'ho messo a posto.
Sei un grande. Ok, adesso puoi iniziare la tua masterclass.
Sì.
Immagino che tu introdurrai il tuo tema e poi se ci sono delle domande alla fine te le facciamo direttamente sulla chat, va bene?
Sì, va bene.
Grazie mille, buon divertimento.
Grazie a voi. Ciao a tutti, innanzitutto benvenuti a questa mia partecipazione, al mio contributo che darò oggi alla masterclass dell'Italian Brass Week. Ecco, il mio percorso di oggi inizia con una sonata. Adesso ci riscaldiamo, magari se volete vi faccio qualche esempio su come mi riscaldo, su come faccio il mio warm up mattutino, quello che faccio tutti i giorni, che consiste ecco, nel svegliare le labbra, quindi una sorta di warm up lento. Lo faccio sempre lento perché la prima cosa appunto è bene svegliare le labbra. Una volta svegliati poi le riscaldiamo per bene e poi infine chiaramente come la palestra, come un esercizio fisico, una volta che poi il muscolo è caldo ed è pronto possiamo chiedere il massimo e quindi magari iniziamo a suonare col bocchino, iniziamo a fare degli esercizi un po' più consistenti, più fisici, ecco, magari delle note contrabbasse oppure delle note acute, esercizi più cantabili, dove prevede appunto un esercizio, una forza fisica. Quindi io faccio normalmente queste cose semplici per svegliare le labbra, che sono una cosa così, molto tranquilla. Aspetta, c'è la ovviamente ho inserito anche un glissando lentamente, ovviamente senza soffiare tanto, perché come dicevo prima il muscolo deve essere abbastanza caldo e poi possiamo suonare più forte o chiedere di più, appunto. Quindi con un glissando lento senza molta aria, pensando ovviamente di più alla vibrazione, alla qualità del suono, che quella ovviamente deve essere bella sin da subito, non aspettare poi che siamo caldi o aspettare che siamo pronti per suonare bene o per suonare con un bel suono. Quindi il suono deve essere bello sin da subito, quello bisogna cercarlo sempre, con l'aria calda, magari senza tanta aria, senza troppa aria, però con l'aria calda e pensando sempre al bel suono. Dopodiché, fatti questi esercizi così, comincio a muovere un pochettino negli armonici, una cosa così magari. Ecco, come vedete ho alternato anche le posizioni, anziché fare sempre prima, seconda, terza, quarta, quinta, sesta e settima posizione, ho fatto un po' creando una sorta di tema, ecco. Potete alternare anche voi eventualmente facendo prima, terza, quinta, settima, sesta, quarta e seconda posizione, per esempio così. Così magari evitate di annoiarvi e poi aggiungiamo ovviamente al nostro menu, alla nostra routine, ecco, aggiungiamo ovviamente un pochettino di flessibilità e a me piace dire sempre lo zucchero per le labbra perché fa veramente bene, aiuta anche proprio ad avere un suono un pochettino più mellifluo, ecco, un po' più dolce. Ovviamente io qui faccio solo degli esempi, ma ci sono tanti esercizi di flessibilità, tanti metodi. Per citarne solo qualcuno, vi dico, c'è il Bailin, il Brad Edwards, il Collin, chiaramente è molto famoso in tutto il mondo, il Collin per la lip flexibility. Tutti i 3 volumi sono importanti, non solo il primo, non solo il secondo, non solo il terzo. Chiaramente fateli tutti e 3 di pari passo, ecco. Iniziate il primo, poi il secondo e poi il terzo, perché ognuno ha la sua difficoltà. Anche il Bailin, anche il Brad Edwards, perché sono scritti in chiave diversa di quella che normalmente si trova. Bene, dopo la flessibilità normalmente io poi faccio un pochettino, questo è solo un esempio, vi dico, io ne faccio molto di più riscaldamento e poi faccio gli esercizi col bocchino. A volte con l'ausilio di un tubo di gomma, ve lo mostro, questo qua, vedete? 15 centimetri di tubo, così lo metto qui, che sia un pochettino più grande rispetto al bocchino, non stretto. Se vedete infatti qua è un po' più largo rispetto all'attacco del bocchino, perché così crea un po' di risonanza in più. Così, diciamo, gioisci un pochettino di più rispetto a quello che fai normalmente col bocchino. E questo riproduce in un certo senso, crea una sorta di simulazione di quello che facciamo col trombone. Questo la consiglio soprattutto quando dovete fare un bordogni, anche all'ottava bassa, perché ecco adesso entriamo nel tema bordogni. Lo consiglio di farlo anche all'ottava bassa col tubo, per esempio. eccetera, eccetera. Quindi, poi la stessa cosa si può fare col trombone, dopo che la fate col bocchino o col tubo o con l'anello. Io ho anche l'anello qui. Se volete potete anche utilizzare questo visualizzatore per le labbra. Serve a sviluppare la vibrazione, l'anello, ovviamente. E poi lo fate anche col trombone. Dunque, questo è un po' il warm-up, l'esercizio mattutino, chiamiamolo così, la routine che Vincenzo Paratore fa ogni giorno. Ogni giorno e ogni pomeriggio, perché poi il pomeriggio invece la mia idea è quella di studiare un po' di più sui passi, studiare un po' di più sulle note lunghe, sulla forza fisica e anche sui concerti, quindi sulla letteratura del trombone. Quando ho un po' di tempo libero, chiaramente mi metto a studiare nuova roba, nuovi concerti, nuovi metodi, così per arricchire appunto la letteratura, la mia conoscenza sul trombone, sulla musica, ecco, che può fare il trombone, e ovviamente anche i passi d'orchestra, che devo andare a suonare al teatro. Bene, detto questo, adesso insieme al pianista Gianluca, che è qui insieme a me, vi proponiamo una sonata. Cosa suoniamo? La sonata in fa maggiore, o fa minore, pardon. La sonata in fa minore di George Philip Telemann, che è originale per flauto, però c'è la trascrizione per trombone, e quindi iniziamo il percorso dal 1600-1700. Dopo suoniamo un Bordogni, appunto per rendere omaggio al nostro grande tenore italiano del 1800. Suoneremo il vocalizzo numero 17, ma ve lo ripresenterò dopo. Intanto buon ascolto con Telemann. Grazie. Pomeriggio del Bordogni. Vorrei rendere omaggio, come dicevo prima, al nostro grande tenore italiano, che è stato appunto Marco Bordogni, perché molti utilizzano il Bordogni solo per farlo come vocalizzo, solo per suonarlo, ecco, solo per suonarlo, perché pensano che, ecco, suonando una frase legata, suonando una frase che è scritta come vocalizzo, possono migliorare, ecco. Chiaramente io consiglio di suonarli sempre col pianoforte, e questa è la prima cosa. Come ho detto prima, durante il riscaldamento, o comunque dopo, alla fine del riscaldamento, quando il labbro è già pronto, è bello caldo, consiglio appunto di farli all'ottava bassa o con il tubo, come dicevo. L'esempio che avevo fatto prima era appunto sulla lezione sul vocalizzo numero 17, che è quello che adesso andremo a eseguire. Oppure si può fare anche 2 ottave sotto e poi infine eseguirlo per come è scritto, ecco. Va bene? Quindi adesso facciamo il Bordogni e poi se c'è qualche domanda eventualmente posso rispondere. Abbiamo gli ultimi 5 minuti, quindi siamo precisi in tempo. Buon ascolto. Eccoci, abbiamo finito il nostro percorso musicale, ma che caldo. Vediamo, non vedo domande, meno male. Io ringrazio il maestro Luca Benucci per questa opportunità.
Grazie a te
Ringrazio
Vincenzo, un grande piacere sempre,
Grazie.
un grande piacere sentirti suonare e ovviamente riconfermare la grande filosofia nostra del cantare, del suonare melodico e
Il
di
bel
suonare
canto.
col cuore come fai te.
Grazie Luca per questa opportunità, spero che il mio contributo sia stato utile per i ragazzi che ci stanno seguendo e per tutti gli amanti e gli amatori anche del trombone. Ringrazio Gianluca che è il nostro pianista messo a disposizione, lui si è messo a disposizione. Vi saluto a tutti da Caltanissetta, sono in conservatorio, sono nella sede del conservatorio, quindi c'è forse un messaggio, vediamo.
Sì, forse anche più di uno.
Sì, no, vabbè, sì. Grazie maestro, complimenti. Grazie a voi veramente per avermi ascoltato, per aver partecipato a questa masterclass online. Grazie ancora Luca, buon in bocca al lupo per il festival, speriamo che tutto andrà bene e speriamo di vederci presto.
Speriamo
Ok? Grazie a tutti.
Grazie a te Vincenzo, un abbraccio di cuore, grazie mille.
Grazie Vincenzo.
Grazie, ciao, thank you very much. Thank you
very much.
Ciao.
Ciao. Adesso sì, c'è un contributo. Siamo tornati in studio per proseguire con le nostre masterclass.
Now we would like to welcome el maestro Claudio Quintavilla.
Claudio Quintavalla. It's
Oi,
quite difficult to say it in English.
We are saying names in all the languages.
Yeah.
Every half an hour different.
Okay.
Very sorry, Claudio.
Claudio, sei con noi? Ok, so Claudio is the principal trumpet of the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino. Claudio è la nostra prima tromba e oggi appunto ci parlerà della tromba nell'opera italiana, perciò farà molti esempi appunto dal Rigoletto all'Aida e spiegherà appunto questa come dire, particolarità del suonare nell'opera italiana, perché non è suonare il sinfonico tedesco, ma è semplicemente appunto una sorta di bel canto, anche se il Rigoletto in realtà sono degli squilli, no? E appena Claudio è pronto, magari ce lo fate sapere. Allora mandiamo un contributo dallo studio. Ce l'abbiamo. Perfetto. So, thank you very much Claudio Quintavalla to be with us. You know, serve sempre un minuto per rientrare nella Zoom room. Claudio, ci sei? Eccolo Claudio! Ciao Claudio, come stai?
Ciao Luca, bene, tutto a posto. Scusate, ho avuto problemi di linea, quindi sono andato da un mio amico che ringrazio, Carlo Chiarotti. Ciao Luca.
Ciao Carlo, io di problemi di linea ce l'ho sempre, c'ho le curve Claudio. Ti presento la presentatrice Tania Colmetz.
Hello
Ciao.
Claudio, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Allora, tu la masterclass la farai in italiano, giusto?
Sì, per favore.
Va bene, non c'è problema. Noi siamo contenti così, tanto la musica parla da sola.
Esatto.
Bene, buon divertimento e buona masterclass.
Ok, ciao a tutti, sono Claudio e di tromba. Luca, tu intanto traduci mentre parlo, quindi sento anche la tua voce, giusto? Non sento più niente. Non sento più niente, Luca. Posso andare avanti?
Ok, dicevo questo, io posso aspettare che te parli e ti faccio la traduzione simultanea.
Ecco, va bene.
Cioè, simultanea no, diciamo a seguito delle tue frasi. Va bene, sto qua. Ok.
Allora, niente, io di tromba sapete tutto, quindi io non vi dico niente di più di nuovo.
He said that, okay, Claudio said that you know already very much about the trumpet and I will not tell you more than you know.
E quindi vi racconterò una storia.
I will tell you a story.
La storia è quella di un approccio che ho avuto fin da piccolo e sono sempre stato affascinato dalle persone che riuscivano facilmente a fare qualsiasi cosa. Ma nella maniera semplice.
Okay, let me translate. Okay, I will tell you a story. Since I was a boy, since I was a kid, I was fascinated by people that was easy to play. They could do everything.
Yes. La prima persona che proprio ho conosciuto mi portava in giro per le balere, lui cantava, era il cugino di mia mamma.
The first person that I met and I was kid and he was bringing me in the ballroom. He was a singer. Chi era lui?
Cugino di mia mamma.
The cousin of his mother, or Claudio's mother.
E lui cantava canzoni tipo Frank Sinatra. Mi portava tutte le sere d'estate, quasi tutte le sere, a suonare. Avevo 12-13 anni, a suonare un pezzo con lui. Io facevo il mio pezzettino e poi mi mettevo a ascoltare lui che cantava e aveva questa voce che usciva da sola.
Okay, almost every night the cousin of my mother, I'm talking on behalf of Claudio, took me to play in these ballrooms where they used to dance kind of a Frank Sinatra music, and I was very fascinated about the voice and the music that he was singing.
Ecco, quindi la mia impressione era per chi suonava facilmente. Dopo ho iniziato a suonare la tromba, logicamente, a studiarla molto tardi.
Okay, I was fascinated about this voice and how easy it was for him to sing, and then I started to study the trumpet pretty late for on the age. Quanti anni avevi?
18 anni.
He started to play the trumpet at 18 years old. Wow, I didn't know that, non sapevo questo.
Sì, prima suonavo diciamo 20 minuti alla settimana. Poi
Okay, so he said
non lo tradurre quello.
he was playing the trumpet 20 minutes every week, and then you change.
Yeah, I changed because perché ho trovato degli insegnanti, per fortuna, molto bravi,
Because
che mi hanno dato me.
I discovered the teachers, luckily very good.
Che mi hanno dato un metodo di studio.
They gave to him a way of practicing.
Cioè, ho trovato il modo di rendere naturale con la tromba quello che in realtà non è naturale suonare la
So
tromba.
he discovered how to be natural on playing and what normally is not natural to play.
Esatto, come parlare.
It's like talking.
Esatto, come parlare. Allora, la parola quindi in realtà ha sempre avuto un peso importante, tuttora nel lavoro che facciamo, Luca, quando si fa l'opera, la musica è a servizio della parola, sicuramente.
You know, he's saying that the words, I mean, the meaning of the words are so important, and we know very well because we play in an opera house. So what is important is not only to play, is to sing and to give the value to the words.
E anche arricchire l'immaginazione con immagini date dalla storia, dalla pittura, dalla scultura, dalla poesia, insomma.
And also to give the value of what you're playing using the imagination, the fantasy, and the art, all kind of arts, painting, sculptures, wherever, everything.
Ma questo l'ho capito molto dopo.
He understood this later, much later.
Allora, un anno a lezione con Pierre Thibault.
He had a year studying with Pierre Thibault.
Prima dell'esame finale.
Before the final exam.
Lui ci disse che il brano più difficile da suonare in orchestra, dopo che avevamo fatto un anno e più di tecnica 6 ore al giorno, e quindi
after 1 year studying with him, and they was making about 6 hours technique and many things, Pierre Thibault told the class, the most difficult piece to play in the orchestra is
Rigoletto.
Rigoletto. Wow.
Rigoletto. Noi non ci potevamo credere perché facevamo Clark, Colin, Schlossberg, Clark a 200, le dita che andavano come petardi.
Okay, and so they couldn't believe that Rigoletto, I mean, Pierre Thibault said that is the most difficult piece to play in the orchestra because they were studying so much and they was going very fast, high and low, and the fingers was going like fireworks.
E la prima volta che ho suonato Rigoletto ho capito.
The first time I played Rigoletto, I understood.
Perché non sono solo una nota.
One note. Ok, una cortesia, prova a spostare il video un po' più lontano perché se suoni così con zoom va in distorsione. Perciò, esatto, per favore. Grazie. Grazie Carlo. Magari lo posizioni un po' più alto. Ecco.
Lo sistema un pochino, andiamo un po' tedesco.
Ok, non c'è problema. Una nota, eravamo rimasti a one note.
Sì, una nota. Però dentro questa nota c'è, allora, come usa Verdi nelle sinfonie, nei preludi che fa, ci sono tutti i temi, quasi tutti i temi che poi tratterà durante l'opera. Quindi qua, ritornando al discorso della parola e della naturalezza, quello che personalmente a me è servito molto, e questo me l'ha detto un collega la prima volta che ho fatto il Rigoletto, mi è servito molto capire cosa c'era sotto, cioè le parole. Quindi le parole sono quel vecchio maledì che è proprio...
So under the music, when he played the first time, he had a colleagues that explained quel vecchio maledico. So this is the wave that you should think about this kind of music with words. Anche Riccardo Muti ci dice sempre questo, no? Ci sono parole per tutta la musica.
Esatto, addirittura ti ricordi che l'ultima volta nel Macbeth ci ha detto anche i pizzicati hanno un'anima, diciamo.
Esatto, me lo ricordo, sì.
Quindi, ecco, la parola, secondo me, insomma, nel mio piccolo, veramente, quella che quando ci sono tanti soli, o non soli, perché secondo me la tromba in Verdi non è veramente quando ha anche scritto dei soli, sono comunque all'interno appunto di un contesto, non è mai uno strumento che secondo me deve uscire troppo dall'orchestra.
So he's telling that Verdi was thinking that even if it's a solo, doesn't need to go out from the orchestra, is always inside the orchestra. It's a kind of a chamber music, and you need to think about the words and the context of the music.
Yes. Anche perché appunto la parola ti riporta a tutta la storia, quindi di passione, tradimenti, amori, vendette che ci sono nelle opere, no?
Yeah,
quindi
la parola, the words just brings you to the emotions. So when the person are unfaithful or love or drama or anything that can happen in the opera, as normally the opera has many characters, and you can be happy, you can be sad, and we need to follow that.
E pensare a questo anche, almeno per me, mi aiuta anche a, diciamo, a gestire la tensione che c'è in alcuni momenti delle opere, dei soli, durante i soli, insomma.
To think about this is also helped me to take care of my tension before the solos in the opera or anywhere else.
Perché appunto cerco di pensare alla musica, cerco.
Just because I'm trying to concentrate in the music.
Ecco, qua adesso leggo una cosa che mi ha colpito riguardo il ballo in maschera, una lettera di Verdi, no? Che dice:
Now I'm going to read a letter from Giuseppe Verdi.
Quando fece il cast della no, non ho detto ballo in maschera, ho sbagliato, della Forza del Destino,
ecco.
Lui disse che sapere fare non è necessario sapere fare solfeggio, ma bisogna avere dell'anima e capire la parola ed esprimerla. E questo è proprio vero.
Verdi wrote, it's not necessary to know the solfège, so the rhythm and the solfège, but to understand the words and the meaning and the emotions that they can express different things.
Ecco, questo secondo me è il pensiero che racchiude il modo che cerco di avere io quando mi approccio a Verdi, visto che il tema di oggi è Verdi, non certo per spiegare Verdi a voi, ma è per farvi...
Per spiegare la tua visione di come si suona Verdi, in una maniera italiana.
Sì, esatto.
Sì, è molto, stavamo parlando, no, anche con altri artisti, no? Stamani mattina c'era un giapponese, no? Trombone basso, Claudio, io sono rimasto flesciato perché ha cominciato a far capire che Bach si suona in un modo e aveva un suono molto bello, poi Shostakovich in un altro, e cambiava proprio suono, stile, articolazione, ed è quello che in realtà noi facciamo, no? Suoniamo così tanti repertori e dobbiamo cambiare stile.
Giusto, è vero. Allora, ad esempio, secondo me uno dei temi più belli della Forza è il corale. E così, sinceramente, essere in un'acustica così imbottita dove non ho mai suonato, non dice niente, ma insieme è proprio il discorso che facevo prima, che la tromba da sola è quasi inespressiva, invece insieme agli altri è il colore che dà all'insieme, che è quello che mi piace.
Guarda che si sentiva molto bene e in realtà eri molto molto espressivo, anche da solo.
Detto da te, Luca, è un complimento bellissimo. Allora, niente, io volevo poi, sempre riguardo, se ho ancora qualche minuto, sempre riguardo al discorso della parola. Non sto a dire le storie delle opere perché, Luca, lo sai, ci vorrebbe una settimana. Allora, sempre riguardo, ad esempio, abbiamo fatto il ballo in maschera adesso, no?
Ok, the Orchestra of Maggio Musicale just perform ballo in maschera.
Ecco, c'è un punto dove la tromba riprende il tema che fa Ulrika, il mezzo soprano, che sarebbe la maga del ballo in maschera.
Okay, there is a place where the trumpet just repeat the theme of Ulrika, which is the witch in the ballo in maschera.
E appunto la tromba in un registro c'è scritto pianissimo. Non è pianissimo perché poi il direttore non te lo fa suonare pianissimo, proprio perché è il tema che viene ripreso, che la cantante lo suona, la canta prima e la tromba lo fa dopo.
Ok,
quindi
yes, sorry, otherwise, scusami se no sono troppo lunghe e poi mi dimentico.
Scusa Luca.
So the point is that the trumpet is wrote piano, but you know, is a piano solistico just because the singer sing this before the trumpet and the trumpet needs to play this after, simulating the same kind of voice.
Ecco, e le parole qua dice re dell'abisso affrettati, precipita. Ecco, questo è
un'altra cosa che bisogna, che questa l'ho imparata un po' da Barenboim, no Claudio? Quando uno trova, come dire, una parola, c'è questa drammaticità che spesso noi, tu sì, ma spesso molte persone non considerano.
Anch'io spesso non considero, però sono costretto perché io ho visto che avendo iniziato tardi, il mio approccio con la musica è stato un po' tardivo, per poter comunque esprimere un sentimento ho visto che appoggiandomi al testo proprio, semplicemente, è più facile.
Allora, lui praticamente ha scoperto questa tecnica che he just discovered that if you follow the words, definitely to play is much easier than thinking only about the sound and technique. And this is for sure. I'm doing the same. Io faccio lo stesso, Claudio.
Quello lo so che te lo fai. Allora, ad esempio, re dell'abisso, così. Secondo me è bellissima, fa proprio capire che questa maga sta invocando il re dell'abisso, cioè deve fare la predizione del futuro al marchese e sta invocando con questa melodia l'abisso per dargli il responso. Per me è bellissimo.
Okay, this is he's saying that this is a very beautiful melody that represents the mother calling the abyssi. I don't know how to say this in English. The kind of the king of the sea, Nettuno, and just to have an answer from the sea.
Ecco, poi ad esempio c'è un altro solo che qua incredibilmente Carlo mi ha trovato una base per pianoforte, quindi
sì.
Quello dell'Aroldo. L'Aroldo, scusate che adesso lo trovo. Lo trovo.
Perché?
Ecco, ad esempio, ad esempio anche qui nell'Aroldo, che è un'opera di Verdi che ha avuto tantissime vicissitudini, comunque quando è arrivato a metterla in scena, anche qua insomma si parla di tradimenti, di vendette, di perdono, amore, ecco, nel solo che c'è, che è stato
Okay,
solo...
we're talking about the Aroldo, the opera, another opera of Verdi, and also, you know, you probably know, every single opera there is a history of love. People is unfaithful. There is all these kind of stories, and sometimes people die. Sometimes people kill other people. So,
Allora, in questo solo parla Aroldo appunto che è in battaglia. Quindi,
Aroldo is in the battle and he's talking.
però in questo solo c'è quindi il momento eroico della battaglia, ma c'è anche il momento del pensiero di Aroldo per Mina, cioè amata. La sua amata, il suo
Okay,
amore.
la sua amata. Okay, in this passage there is two things that we need to consider. One is the battle. So the trumpet represents the battle, and later on also Aroldo think about his lover. So it's definitely going to be very sweet and very different than a battle.
Esatto, quindi anche
Anche se a volte amare è una battaglia. Chiuso la parentesi.
allora adesso ne faccio un pochino, vi va?
Sì, abbiamo ancora 5 minuti.
Ok, vai. C'ho anche la base.
Che tu vuoi di più?
Ecco, ad esempio qui non tremava la si. Allora, ad esempio qua la si, la sol, fa, mi, sol, fa, me, fa, re. Ecco, qua dice non tremava il cor che per te. Quindi qua sì è vero che è in battaglia, però lui e qua si sente diciamo il sentimento di amore che ha per la
So
sua.
basically, even if he's in the battle and there's completely different contest, of course, when we arrive this point, you can feel that his heart and his playing and the music is thinking about his beloved lover.
Ok, niente, se avete domande, io diciamo
Sì.
l'idea che avevo
Allora, chiediamo ai ragazzi della Zoom se ci fossero delle domande, la possono scrivere sulla chat. C'è qualcuno che vuole fare una domanda? There is anyone that want to ask Claudio? I'm here to help if there is anyone in English.
Ad esempio, c'è anche un'altra cosa, ci sono direttori che chiedono spesso, ad esempio il Nabucco l'ho visto fare da Muti in Scala e ha chiesto le trombe tedesche.
Davvero?
Con le trombe tedesche.
È giù di Hucco, eh?
Giù di Hucco. No, beh, allora Verdi si inserisce in un periodo, i pistoni erano stati inventati nel 1813,
certo.
Quindi erano ancora un po', insomma, le trombe non erano così perfezionate come lo sono adesso. Il suono che probabilmente, io non lo so, non sono uno studioso né un filologo, il suono che va in mente Verdi probabilmente non era chissà che squillante come potrebbe essere adesso, ricco di armonici, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi ci sta, poi le trombe che usavano una volta, spesso nelle bande c'erano proprio le trombe a cilindri.
È vero.
Quindi...
So, you know, now Claudio is talking about... he saw a performance with Riccardo Muti, and in Nabucco he requested to play the Nabucco with the German system, with the valves, German trumpets. So because basically the trumpets that they was used in the past, they are not completely, they are not similar at all to the trumpets that we use now. So we need to think about what kind of instrument they was using, and in the bands, and at the end of the 19th century, they was using valve trumpet, not pistons.
Ad esempio, il solo che c'è insieme all'oboe, proprio nella sinfonia, va a pensiero, anche lì con le parole logiche.
Abbiamo finito?
Abbiamo finito.
No. Stavo chiedendo lo studio. Hai ancora 3 minuti, scusami Claudio. 3 minuti.
Allora, allora, ci sta che il direttore, come fece con noi il direttore Palumbo, non so se c'eri a suonare, volesse un suono scurissimo, ancora più scuro. Allora, quando succede questi casi qua, metto il bocchino da cornetta nella tromba tedesca.
Okay, so excuse me, Claudio, I have to explain. When you want to have a little darker sound, I use the Flugelhorn or cornetta mouthpiece, and this, of course, helped me to have a very dark sound. No, guarda, è bellissimo, il tuo suono è talmente morbido che anche in uno studio appunto di incisione dove sei funziona molto bene.
Ok, allora io, Luca, ti ringrazio.
Io ringrazio te, non te e me, io te.
No, io ringrazio tutti voi. Ho visto ieri la lezione di Battaglian, bravissimo. Le cose che si dicono sono in realtà semplici. Bisogna portare tutto alla massima semplicità. Ecco, questo è un consiglio che do ai giovani che iniziano, che stanno suonando la tromba e vogliono fare la professione, di cercare la facilità e la semplicità nel fare le cose.
Okay, I want to suggest the young players to be yes, to look for the simplicity. If you play in a simple way, will be always be good. And of course, Claudio is telling this because he's got a very good, beautiful sound, knowledge. But it's true. Simple things is making the difference on playing and thinking, and to be like Claudio, una persona molto umile che suona da Dio e che è sempre un piacere farci musica. A proposito, io, Claudio e il nostro trombonista Andrea D'Amico faremo domenica mattina un bellissimo spettacolo sulle mongolfiere, vero Claudio?
C'ho già paura!
C'ho già paura! Allora, speriamo ci sia il vento buono e che non piova.
Esatto.
E saremo lì. Ah, una piccola notizia. Dovremo essere lì alle 5:30. Sei contento?
5:30 sì,
Perché la mattina.
Ecco, 5:30 la mattina è perfetto.
Ah, ci si alza o passerotti. Claudio, ti ringrazio di cuore. Carlo, grazie per la disponibilità. Un abbraccio forte.
Grazie.
Ciao.
Grazie Claudio.
Grazie a voi, ciao.
E adesso abbiamo lo studio di nuovo. Appunto andiamo a presentare innanzitutto noi subito dopo avremo uno Zoom da New York e chiedo alla regia se siamo pronti con lo Zoom o se serve un po' di tempo. Perciò io ho conosciuto Eric Ralski quando sono andato a insegnare alla Juilliard, che lui è appunto docente della Juilliard School. I met Eric Ralski when I was giving a masterclass at the Juilliard Music School in New York. And he was attending my class, and he's a really nice person. And so I involved him, and he was very nice to take part of the Italian Brass Week, and for sure you will enjoy his masterclass. He is the principal horn of the Metropolitan Orchestra since many years. So basically, we have the same vision. Metropolitan Orchestra of New York, of course, they have major conductors, major singers. They work pretty much, and I mean, they have many in the schedule, many performances every night and every afternoon, so it's a really tough schedule. But at the same time, they learn from the singers how to sing, how to play, and this is a big gift that we have, all of us that we work in symphonic opera house and symphonic. Eric Ralski è il primo corno del Metropolitan di New York. Come dicevo, l'ho conosciuto a New York durante la mia masterclass alla Juilliard School of Music, e anche lui lavora appunto nell'ambiente operistico, perciò sicuramente ha avuto la fortuna di lavorare con grandi direttori e grandi cantanti, ed è questa la differenza veramente, perché molto deriva, per imparare a cantare la prima cosa è saper ascoltare i grandi cantanti. Poi subito, chiaramente essendo dei professionisti, noi cerchiamo di imitare questi grandi cantanti e automaticamente abbiamo l'opportunità di cantare come loro, o quasi. Adesso abbiamo un piccolo contributo dalla regia, il nostro mitico sponsor Krush ED Curia, dell'amico Katsushi Sakaino.
Part of my class, I did want to just say a word in case anybody doesn't know who I am. I'm principal horn of the Metropolitan Opera.
Hello.
Good morning. Hello.
It's Luca. We are here.
There you are. Okay.
You was already connected with the student. Very good. Very good. I only want to. How are you, Eric?
Very good, thanks. How are you?
I'm fine. I introduce you, Tanya. She's presenting the show with me. Tanya Colmes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So, do you want to wait a few minutes before we start then?
No, it's okay. We are ready to start.
Yeah, we just wanted to present you, and you were already online.
It's
Excellent.
okay. And I hope the student will enjoy. I'm sure they will enjoy. And thank you very much to be with us to the Italian Brass Week 2020.
I'm really happy to be here. I wish I could be there in person.
Yeah.
For many reasons. Many reasons.
Will happen, and for sure I will take you for a bistecca and a great wine here in Florence.
Terrific.
So keep going with your masterclass, and thank you very much to be with us this year.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to introduce myself, I'm principal horn of the Metropolitan Opera. I have been for the last 10 years. I left the New York Philharmonic where I was the associate principal horn. And I had a tough decision. I was also, at the same time I won the Met job, I won the Los Angeles Philharmonic principal horn job. And I love opera. And, I thought, well, this would be a real complete career to have played the symphonic repertoire as much as I had up to that point, 17 years with the Philharmonic. And now the world of opera, it's such a great repertoire for horn players. But what leads me to the class today, my subject that I'd like to discuss is really about subdivision, rhythmically, but it's how it leads to better singing on the horn. That's what really interests me. When I think about being in the audience as a young player, as a student, and even as a professional, that the moments that stay with me of live concerts that I've heard, as much as I am impressed when people have great virtuosity on the horn and play something that's a real showpiece of skill doesn't leave the same deep, heartfelt impression as when someone sings so beautifully on their instrument. And, I think of having heard Stefan Dorr play Brahms' Third in Carnegie Hall with Claudio Botto, and that solo stays with me. It was just so beautifully expressive. And I think that, as a student, we're also focused on acquiring skills, and we're not necessarily as engaged about thinking about the skill of how to really sing effectively. Our job as musicians is to communicate clearly to our audiences. You've got to communicate the emotions of the composer that he or she felt at that moment in the music, and you've got to convey that to your audience, and you've got to communicate as directly as possible. We all know the difficulty of trying to understand somebody who's not really communicating clearly. And as a musician, I think most of us have recordings of ourselves. I know I will volunteer that I have recordings of myself that I felt at the time when I was sitting behind the horn, this can't be better. I can't imagine myself playing this moment better. And then I heard the recording and felt it was not nearly as exciting or as moving as I felt. So, that led to a lot of work on my part to figure out how could I make sure that what I felt inside my heart, inside my brain, how could I make sure that that was coming out the bell of the instrument? Because I think for so many of us, there's a disconnect. We feel so passionate about the music, but what comes out is maybe only a fraction, 20% of what we feel. So that led me to realize that the subject of rhythm and subdivision is a really boring and a kind of a dry one. To me, it never interested me as a student, and I would play things, auditions, concerts, and people would say, I expected them to, if it went well, I expected them to say, oh, you sound great. But too often, from teachers, especially, sometimes from colleagues, they would say, you know, you really need to work on your rhythm. And that was such a disappointment to me. I thought, why didn't they connect with the things that I thought I had done well? And so let's get down to business. In order to make music, it has to be fluid. It has to be kind of like water, you know, and water, even though it's liquid and it flows, it's made up of molecules. It's made up of particles. And the same is true for music. And what is the particle that moves music and makes it flow? It's this subdivision. So that any note of length, in English we call it like a quarter note, just one beat long, is long enough to actually have a life inside. If you look inside that note, you could think of 2 eighth notes. And those eighth notes don't necessarily, or should be, equal. Because then you have no motion. Da da, da da. But if they go da da, now it's moving forward, or maybe it's receding. Da da. So when we play quarter notes, though, I think, or any note of length, I think most of us are lazy by nature, and we tend to sort of not think about anything but a block of sound for the number of beats that we're supposed to hold something out, but we don't think of it connecting and moving somewhere. So if you've ever heard somebody say to you, blow through a phrase, I know I've heard that a lot from all my teachers, you know. You hear brass players talk about that a lot, blow through a phrase. But what does it really mean to blow through a phrase? And so I want to get down to discussing and proving and demonstrating how subdivision really can move music, all right? Just like I said, think about the water example. It's made up of particles that are solid on a microscopic level, but it's a liquid and it flows, and music should flow too. And so with that in mind, let's get down to some basics. First of all, as far as horn technique goes, we need independence of our air and our tongue. Now the trouble is that when we were 10 years old or whatever age you began the instrument, we all played the horn where every note was a separate event as far as your air goes. So the young player plays right? Every note, blow, blow, blow. There's no sense of line. I think that each of us still has inside still, and even myself, I'll put on that list, something of the 10-year-old horn player still inside. Now, we've learned to connect phrases better, but I think there's always a challenge in any music. Maybe it's a wide interval, maybe it's a rhythmic thing, maybe it's articulated instead of slurred. So these are the challenges that send us back to our 10-year-old version of ourselves, where we tend to blow separately and not connect at a key moment. So, getting back to my demonstration, the first place this begins then is, can we play a series of eighth notes and move our air as if we're holding a long note. So your air is doing this. Just a flat line of air. But through that block of air, I'm going to slice with my tongue, independent from my air now. So remember now, the muscles you use to support the sound don't change when we go from the long note to the eighth note version. So that's step one. Step two, now, if we used our air as if this was an expressive long note. shape, and you can hear maybe 4 beats crescendo, 4 beats diminuendo. Now, can we go back to an articulated version of that in eighth notes, where I'm going to play 8 eighth notes that I'll line up in size order. They start small, they get bigger, 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 8 times until the 9th note is the tallest, and then another 7 or 8 notes that in order get smaller. So, and the whole time I'm going to use my air just the way I did on the long note with this crescendo, but independent of that, my tongue slices through. So now we have moved our audience to a very specific point in the music. Now that's not a very interesting phrase, I know. But I moved you to exactly which part of the beat I wanted to take you, because I controlled my air moving this way. Now this is easy because this is one note. Now here's the hard part. When we get into the repertoire, you have to be just as vigilant or careful and precise. You have to remember, great art, in the hands of a master, it sounds easy, but there's so much work that goes into creating something of beauty, and you can't just take it for granted. I've played things, I'm sure many of you have, that it was pretty expressive, but it wasn't entirely connected and did not communicate as clearly as you might possibly. So let's go to now a passage that we all know, Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony, the second movement, horn solo. And it's a slow solo, and it's full of long notes. And what happens on those long notes? I know that we all feel this is a very expressive solo, but, and I know most of us don't think of this as a rhythmic solo, because it is full of rubato, some tempo changes. The rhythm is actually an expressive element in the hands of Tchaikovsky, being a late Romantic composer. But at the same time, even the flow of rhythm is something that should be felt on a smaller level, but we'll leave the rhythm aside. I'm just going to take the first phrase right now. And think about now, there's a shape, or should be, movement at all times, even in the long notes. And so rather than play it as written, because you all know how that goes, let me give you an example about how with subdivision I can plot out, just like an architect makes a blueprint, we call it a blueprint, a design on paper. Before he builds or she builds a building, you have to have a concept. So when you get down to the molecules that make up the small particles, the subdivision of a solo like Tchaikovsky Fifth, you have the opportunity to control in great detail every moment. Is this building in tension, more passionate, or is it calming down? Are we cooling off the passion? And you have to control that. And when we think in big beats, da 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 dee da, da da da, it's so easy to chop a phrase up and not keep the line going. One of the joys about playing an opera for me is hearing the greatest singers of the world nightly basis. And the great singers, they can spin these beautiful, long-reaching phrases, giant arcs of music that just transport, move an audience. So again, in English, the word we say to move somebody is to move them emotionally, but we're actually moving sound, and we're moving it, hopefully if we're doing our job well, we're doing that on a molecular level, on a particle level. So subdivision is not just about rhythm here, it's about actually making better music because you're in more control of the subdivision. And that had, sorry, I get the water out of my horn, that had a lot more interest to me as a young player of not just fixing rhythm for the sake of being mathematical, but rhythm as became a means, a way, if you will, to play more expressively. And the benefits, I promise you, are way beyond rhythm, and we'll discuss that in just a moment. Anyway, here's the subdivided version of Tchaikovsky Fifth, not for rhythm's sake now, but for the flow of the music. Later. But that's, I hope you hear, each eighth note is moving clearly in one direction or the other. And there should be never a moment where movement stops. When music stagnates, when there's no motion, you've lost your audience. If you break a sentence, a phrase, it's like speaking, like this. And it makes no sense. It's too choppy. People don't talk like that, and we shouldn't make music like that. So just to give you a visual idea of this, I don't do this except for just to explain better, more clearly, what it is I'm after. But trust me, I'm not a mathematician. But this is just a very physical way on paper of sort of explaining what it is that I'm doing. So here's a graph, if you will, and here's the music to Tchaikovsky Fifth underneath it. Can you all see clearly? And you know, it's handwritten out here, all in eighth notes. Every box here is time. It's another eighth note moving forward in time. So, and the big lines here are each measure to the solo. The smaller green lines is each beat. We're in 12/8. So you'll see between each of these lines is 3 more boxes representing 3 more eighth notes. So if we plotted out, now this is again, I know this seems very calculated, very mathematical, where's the art? Well, you'll see, I hope I understand that great art is worthy of a great deal of time spent in terms of making an interpretation. When a great painter, you know, let's say Monet, he wanted to paint water lilies. He didn't say, oh, here's a flower. He had to conceive for him, what was the style? What was, you know, it's not just a flower. It's not just a plant growing on water. It's something much more than that in the hands of a master. And so great music should also be interpreted, and you should have a clear vision for how it goes. It may evolve at each time you play it. You decide, you know, this time I think I'll do something different. But just as a starting point now, just so we can follow along, that you don't start off the first 3 upbeats. The first eighth note is just the beginning of things rolling forward. So it's not da da da. At least for me, you can change the shape as you like, but it's upbeats, up, 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 down. That's the downbeat. So we have the uphill. Each note picking up a little energy. Dee, da, da, dee. Once we land on the downbeat, I think it starts to lose energy. Da, 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 dee, da, da. But we have another beat to go. So I'm going to turn this around, same note. Da, 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 dee, da, 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 dee, dee, da, 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 dee, da, da. Keep the diminuendo going to the next downbeat. Da, da, dee, dum. Now we have all of these written Ds in a row. And so you don't lose anybody with all the same notes. It's very easy for that to start off without any feeling of motion. It may be just a gentle hill to build up to the first climax ending that phrase, but you can see if you kind of plot it out, there you have it. And then the last 2 beats. da 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 dee da, and that's what I've got here. So the way I practice anything really for expressiveness, I have to train myself to continue working, to remember now, just because a note is long doesn't mean I can go on vacation. I have to take great care. We are, in a way, we're sculptors in sound. And at every moment, you need to be sculpting, shaping things. And that you have to get down to the finest detail you can. And so, you know, subdivision is the most logical place to go. And in this piece, I think eighth notes are fine. You don't have to get down to any smaller particles. But I hope you understand that if we are only thinking big beats in 4, it's kind of like having a low resolution photo that once you get past the very small one and blow it up a little bit, it all pixelates. We can see every pixels, and it looks like a checkerboard or chessboard. But if you've got higher resolution, you can blow up that picture and it still looks beautiful and clear. So another way of saying what I'm doing here is I'm trying to control all of the pixels on a higher resolution musical value. So I decided that we were going to take that this first long note, make sure I got it, da da da, A, then we have 6 beats of G sharp. That G sharp is going to go downhill, then uphill. So just taking the very first fragment of this again. So that the song still goes. It doesn't end with da 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 dum, da 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 dee dum, da 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 dum, because I hear that a lot oftentimes from students. Keep the phrase going. Ba da da dee da da dee da 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 dee da 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 dee. It's a sequence. So the second sequence, da 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 dee dum, is just a little bit more intense. I'll go back to the picture for those of you who are visual. This shape, da 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 dee dum, is the same shape as da 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 dee dum, but it's a little higher. The peak here is a little higher than the peak here. So, you know, again, thinking very much like an architect now, you've got to build this and you've got to use these building blocks. Now, when you, getting back to what I did earlier, just horn technique wise, when you break this down into eighth notes and actually play, I actually practice myself all of the eighth notes to plot out as if they were stepping stones on a hike through the forest. One stone, a next stone, the next stone. I am creating a path. And so in order to do that, like I said, horn technique, we have to move our air along the shape of this path and independently slice through with our tongue. So just creating shapes without puffing or puffing. Yeah, puffing is a good word. Puff, 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 puff. No, I'm not articulating with my air. My air is moving this way. So that after I practice this in subdivisions enough times, then you just connect the dots. I know here in America, a common book that you give kids is a drawing book, Connect the Dots. And you see a bunch of dots on a page, maybe 1 through 125. And when you get to connecting the numbers, in order, there might be a truck or, a beautiful flower, right? So it's the same idea here. I lay down the dots to where I think the blueprint should go. Then you lay the air through it, unbroken air now. So that hopefully when I blow through it, I'm true to the plan, the blueprint that I designed, so that every step along the way, every subdivision, I know where the next step is. It's up the hill or down the hill for me. And I have to clarify that in my brain. So why go through all this trouble? Well, first of all, for me, it strengthened my rhythm. And I would remember going back, I shared with you earlier that when I was a student, you know, the playing of the horn was on a high level, but no one seemed to appreciate that because the rhythm was weak. So it strengthened my rhythm. I became a subdivider. And like I said, for me, subdivision seemed like something you could train a monkey to do, but I was the idiot who wasn't taking care of that business. So you have to accept that. But like I said, it became then not just a tool for being mathematically correct, but that is the first improvement. Rhythm improves. But then I noticed that my airflow improved. Because when I got to a long note, I didn't just sort of lose energy. Oh, sorry, hit the stand. I didn't just lose energy. Ba-da-da-da-da. No, I controlled the long notes. Ba-da-da-dee-da-da-da-da-da. So I was had better airflow moving from note to note. It wasn't that kind of choppy version I talked about, ba-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, but a more connected, more flowing one. Something that keeps the audience moving forward along with me as you tell the story of any solo, especially a solo this long. So then the third thing that I noticed that happened is that I felt, because I'm now controlling the energy, the flow of intensity or passion at every moment, I now for the first time felt I was really in control of being able to communicate directly to my audience. That what I imagined here in my brain, you know, you always have a clear sense of the phrase. Now I've got more detail about where's this phrase going at every fraction of a second. And I just have to work on mastering my blueprint to know every step, every subdivision, every stepping stone on this journey through this phrase. And once I did that, I realized I'm playing more expressively. So it's rhythm and better airflow were technical improvements, but then came the better expressive part. That again, I come back to, I feel all passionate about the music, but prior to this, it wasn't coming out the bell. Only a fraction of it was. And now I feel like there's much more of a direct line from my brain, from my heart about the music to what comes out here in terms of sound. And you can temper it. The fourth, I would just going to go through the benefits of practicing this way. Why practice this way? Even at this level where I am in my career, I still do this because it's so beneficial. The next thing I realized was, as a master of every moment now, I can create any shape I want. And so while I do believe that the great music one should work at an interpretation, I also, in the moment, if I'm in control of every eighth note, every moment, it's like having your hands on the steering wheel of the phrase every second, not just kind of, you know, you're on the highway kind of talking and listening to the radio, you know, and really not being attentive. But this is like being very attentive with both hands on the steering wheel at every moment. And if I feel spontaneous in a moment, if instead of the phrase going here, if I want it to change, I can do that because I am in control. And so while it seems very calculated, there is great freedom through discipline. And so when you have the discipline and learn to control every subdivision of the solo you're going to play, you can change it as much as you want on the fly. And, you know, I would never play Tchaikovsky Fifth this way, but just to give you a demonstration, I'll do it in the subdivided fashion so you get it. So I just turned it upside down. Everything that went crescendo is now a diminuendo, and vice versa. But you see, you can do anything you want once you're in control of these particles. The last thing I will just say, and I know I'm being a salesman kind of to you guys, to say, take this to the practice room, because I think it is one of the most important and fundamental tools in your box of tools that you take to the practice room of how to practice something, how to work something out. This is a really important one, because the fifth thing I discovered in working out this music this way is that this is a great way of addressing nervousness or stress when you play. Because great athletes talk about being in the zone, we say in English. And that's where you're so focused on the present tense that you don't think about the past doesn't exist anymore and this future doesn't really exist. You're just focused on this moment. You see great athletes talk about this all the time, basketball players, tennis players or whatever. It's that intense focus. And when you're focusing on this moment, which is gone now already, but when you focus on this moment now, it's that heightened awareness. And if you've done your homework and you know where the next moment is going because of the particles, the subdivisions that you've worked out, you're kind of saying as you play something, and this is what goes on in my head in a way. I'm not using this word in my head, but I'm kind of saying the word now to myself. It's now, 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 now. And again, it keeps me focused in this moment, and I'm not thinking about the end of the solo, hoping that it, the applause at the end of the concert or the drink with my colleagues or whatever. I'm only, or the possibility of success or failure. I'm just thinking about this moment. And so it's, if you can be more involved because of this in making music and more in control of each moment now, right now, you will find yourself in a better state of mental discipline, and you'll find that the energy that from your brain, everything comes from the brain, of feeling nervous or freaked out, it sort of falls by the wayside. It's not that you won't feel nervous, but you're so focused on this moment and moving to the next moment because you've done your homework in the practice room, by figuring out where you want the next moment to go at every step of the way. And that has to start on a very microscopic level of subdivision, I think. So I hope you all understand it. I hope you all take it to the practice room and realize that, with this kind of discipline does come great freedom. You can create anything you want. And so I always encourage people, once they start practicing with this technique of taking one simple phrase and creating 8 different or even 3 different versions of the same notes expressively, and realize how much control you do have. And each one of those versions can be very convincing, but also the benefit of what happens hornistically with the better airflow, and the rhythmic control gives you, of course, greater coordination. So you're on much more solid ground technically. So that is, a short introduction to rhythm as an expressive tool for making better music. And I see our hosts are back.
Okay, we are back.
Luca.
Yes, we would like to thank you very much to give your experience, your knowledge, and giving to the kids and to the students so much and your masterclass. I really enjoy it. And also, Tanya, would like to thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Eric. It was really a pleasure having you here and listening to your masterclass. It was amazing.
I hope to see you very soon, either in New York or you in Florence, but I really hope to share time with you.
Well, I'm really enjoyed the time with you all, and wishing everybody health and happiness there. And what a tremendous lineup of artists you have this week. So lucky students to enjoy and experience all this. So again, thanks for having me on.
The next time we will meet, I will tell you a story about the Tchaikovsky 5 that Rostropovich told me. which is very, very interesting, but we don't have time now, but we chat and we talk about this.
Okay.
Okay.
I just saw in the chat someone requested just a copy of this, so I'll email that, scan it and send it off. And
Okay,
then
send
whoever
it
needs share
to Benjamin, and then we will send it to the old students.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very
Okay,
much.
thank you, Eric.
Be well. Thank you.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao,
Thank you
and
very
take
much.
care.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Bye.
Okay, we are back in the studio, and we have a contribute for the donation that we gently ask to be active and give even €1, €5, €10, wherever, but this will help our missions. Thank you. Grazie. Donate. Cacciabahini.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true. Here you are, Jeff. How are you doing?
Very nice.
I introduce you our presenter, Tanya Kolmetz.
Hello, Jeff. Nice to have you here. It's a pleasure.
Thanks for having me. What an event. Congrats.
I remember that house.
No, this is my mother's house in Toronto,
so I
actually.
don't remember that house, but
you don't remember when you were in my house either.
I look a little bit like your house outside your house. I spent a wonderful time in your house. So, you are very welcome to the Italian Brass Week 2020. And today's, I was telling you, and Achilles remind me, is the 50th anniversary of the Canadian Brass. So we want to celebrate that. As you, as a player with the Canadian Brass, maybe you can say a few words about it.
Sure. Yeah, it's an exciting year. It's our 50th. It's also my 50th. I just turned 50.
Oh,
so
congratulations!
Congratulations.
Well,
I mean, you look 25.
Oh. And we act 14, right? And so, yeah, it's been 50, well, I've been alive for the 50 years, but yeah, started in 1970, and it's been amazing to watch the growth. We just put a video together of a bunch of different videos, an hour-long thing with videos from the 70s Russia tour and a China tour, the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, and all these things that they did, you know, before I joined in 2000, 20 years ago.
Wow.
And have been in and out of the group with getting married and having kids, and so I'm in.
Which are very important too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then the story became that I was home for 10 years with our kids, and then my wife looked at me 2 years ago and said, "It's been really nice having you home, but I think I miss missing you." Can you go back on tour?
Go back to the Canadian Brass.
Yeah.
That's really funny. And you're very lucky to have a wife like that.
Yeah, and she's, I think, probably pretty happy that I leave too. So.
For sure. So
it's a good mix.
Jeff, thank you very much to take part to the Italian Brass Week online festival, and I really appreciate it from my heart. And you can start your masterclass talking about your main team, the fair. I can't say that word. You might say it better than me. Fearless, right?
Perfect.
Okay, great. You can start your masterclass, and thank you very much.
My pleasure. I thought that was it, though. Weren't we just doing a quick interview and then a card trick, some magic? All right. Well, yes, let's thank you so much for having me. And this is just a mind-blowing, incredible event. Congrats, and thank you for doing this. It's amazing. Thanks for coming, everyone. Nice to see all of you in these little boxes. And yeah, welcome. You've been going all day already. So my class will be about fearless performance. And I can define some things for you and then maybe talk about a few ways that I work on replacing my fears. So basically, I'm wondering if anyone here has ever experienced preparing something to a certain level and then going out to perform it and have it go not quite as well. Has anyone ever, yeah, one or two, everybody, yeah, everybody all over the world experiences that. And so the first thing is you're not alone. Everybody gets scared. And my fearless performance ideas come from a place of a lot of fear. I still fear a lot. Hey, I'm scared right now. What am I going to say? I don't know. I have a very good piece of paper that will hopefully help me. I don't know. So it's really not about a lack of fear. I don't think I've ever not had fear, but it's learning how to choose when we feel fear, that there are things more important than fear. So make it about sharing the music and connecting to an audience, or things that are much more important than me, how I'm doing, what I might get if I play well, because the next thought is, uh-oh, what will I not get if I don't play well? And then the next experience is usually not playing well, and then it gets worse from there. So this is all about you getting to know yourself, how you choose fear, and then most importantly, how to replace it. So I define performance as you are performing when what you are doing matters. It's that simple. And we're surrounded by performance as a teacher, a musician, driving your car, walking and stopping before the car comes by, like all these performances. I counted one day how many performances I made in the morning, and I got up to 200 before lunch because I was getting out of the chair and I slipped. So that was one way that my ciao ciao. That was one performance that could have been better, getting out of a chair or any of these things. So you are engaged in performance when what you are doing matters. To make your performance a fearless performance, make what you are doing the only thing that matters. So you are not concerned with what you're doing and what you could get if you play well, or what this person thinks of you, or if you can win, or any of those things. Find out later. This is the very, very important. Find out later what other people thought of you. We only have 100% of our brain with which to make choices and execute our music and French horn and tune to someone else. I need 100% of that to do my best. If I spend 5% of that on worrying about who's in the audience, this is all during performance. Now I only have 95% of my brain. It's simple math if we keep choosing to focus on too many things. So this is, this is also a 4 or 5 day seminar, so I could talk for hours and hours, and I don't usually take a breath. So what I'm talking about is also the difference between performance and the practice room. This is an important difference to understand, study, and get good at making that difference. Practice room and performance, there are many, many, many things that are similar, but there are a few things that are it is very important that you know the difference. And one is, in the practice room, you can be listening and critiquing and thinking about stopping and going back and practicing. Once you cross what I call the magic line between practice and performance, once you're in performance, there's no past. It's just let go of what you did and how you're doing. My mother, who teaches singing, says, if you're listening and the audience is listening, then who's singing? So record yourself, learn later. We just execute in performance. Yeah, I think that's a really good approach, and we can practice that. That's how I spend a lot of my days, is practicing. What I realized is I get the most nervous when I walk on stage, when I walk into the room, when I walk to the chair. So I practice the walk. And I walk to the chair and watch how I choose fear and sit down, and I practice letting go of the practice room stuff that is good to take, listen to and go to. Once I'm in performance, it's execute like an Olympic athlete. And learning to get good at that focus. That's your performing abilities, okay? I have a bunch of just 3 things as well that I've defined. And one is where our minds can be, both in practice and in performance. And for me, I think technique is very important. Nothing happens without technique, but it's also the lamest of the 3. If I'm thinking about my fingerings and where to put my tongue, I can't really think very much about what Mozart wanted or the difference between Mozart and Strauss. So we have to learn our technique and then learn it enough so we don't have to think about it, so that our minds can be more on the product, the sounds that we're making. So technique, process, the how. We work on that a lot, but as soon as possible, we want to be focusing on the product, the sounds, Mozart, why is that note on beat 1? All of these, or just the sounds themselves, actually. What's a good horn sound? All of these things. I'd much rather be sculpting sound than executing good technique. For example, if a conductor asks for it louder, do we just push more air or do we make the sound louder? I don't think singers think about using more air all that much. They don't go, all that. And brass players, we push a lot of air and more air. I think singers end up using more air to make the sound louder, but that's not what they think. They think make the sound louder. And I'm not a singer, but that moving of sound is way better than technical thinking. And I think technique at times, if I missed a note in the which notes I missed in the dress rehearsal, I think technical and I mark it so that in concert I make sure I get that interval and then right back to the story as often as and quickly as possible. So process, product, and then the best place for us to have our mind is purpose, why we're there. And that's actually the storytelling of, why did it go to a minor key, and why does it happen 3 times in this, and that third one's the surprise, they're not who they said they are, or whatever is the story part of music. That has us not thinking about technique. We have to know our fingerings and all of that, but to have a better purpose. Also, your performer mind is focusing on a better purpose for why you're on stage. That you're not on stage to show off and show what you can do and win or avoid mistakes. Those are all pretty lame reasons to go out on stage, and ones that I've had in my mind at times. It's much better to go out there to share Mozart. What? Really? Yes. Oh, look, you see this? You know, and play. The other thing I do when I perform, everything I'm playing is the first time that audience has heard it. So there's no, oh no, I'm playing for horn players. They know this piece. All those destructive choices of approach to performance. Now, that's not to say that those choices can't serve us well and help us, but that's practice room help. Those are good fears when I'm lying on the couch. Oh no, I'm gonna play for horn players. Then go practice, Nelson. Go pick up your horn and go do some good practice. Oh, I'm practicing and I'm getting mad. I'm not gonna play well. Okay, so calm down, Nelson, or take a break. Go have a nap or a chocolate bar or something. All these choices along the way go into how we walk out on stage and how close to our best that we end up performing. And this is what I call the quality gap between what we can do and what we actually do live. This gap between what our best is, also what we think our best is. That's another thing. We might think even more and we think we do less well, or we might think we're better than we are. All these different self-knowledge things that we get to study. Yeah. And it'll play out for each of you. I saw a really great talk with David Cooper and Eric Rusk. And Eric Rusk said a few things that I've been remembering ever since. One is that he doesn't think himself into good action, he acts himself into good thought. So he gets up early, gets his feet on the floor, just gets out of bed, and goes and picks up his horn. Nobody cares. Just go do it, get it done each day. I did a music festival with him in St. Bart's on a Caribbean island. It was amazing. And in January, where it's really cold in North America. And we had a 10 o'clock rehearsal. And I said, are you practicing while we're on this island? You know, and he was like, yeah. We kept playing. It was Beethoven 5 or something. And, excuse me. And then after a while, I asked him, how much did you practice today? And he's like, 3 hours. And it was just, I almost dropped my horn. At 10 o'clock, that means he had been playing since 6 and he had done 3 hours before 10 a.m. He just loves the horn, and it's fantastic. And you just do it. The world is bored with all that. But those choices also, our level of nervousness is the opposite of our level of preparation. So if my level of nerves are up here, my level of preparation is probably down here. If I prepare better, my level of nerves goes down. Never done this with the wavy parts, but it's a direct relationship, and not just our amount of preparation, but our level, our quality level, not just quantity or amount of prep. I think we make the mistake of doing a lot of what I call piñata practicing, swinging at what we want. And we hit it a few times, but we don't really know why, because we're swinging away. And we do end up getting a little better. So that's why we keep doing that. Me too. But I've got very efficient with my practice these last few years because I have 2 awesome kids and I really need to get better at Fortnite. So my 4-year-old doesn't have to keep saving my life in Fortnite. So I'm efficient with my practice and I can do that. But I think there's a lot of other people that are probably talking about practice room efficiency and all of these things. But the other Eric Rusk quote that he said that I love, he said, time takes time. I just keep coming to that. And you guys, at whatever the level you guys are all at, your next level, it takes time. And it's one of the ways to be able to end up giving a fearless performance. Yeah, you can't if you know you're fearless, you're not being fearless. It's like if you know you're present, you're not present. You're self-aware, and it's a tricky thing. So you got to walk in there with those ideas of giving and execution, and then find out later that, hey, that went. Hey, I was free and in my zone, and I ended up being on the things that serve my performance. Yeah, wow. I'm really learning also how to use unemotional language, that it's not good or bad. Sometimes I use hireable as my line. That was hireable or not. And then it's just sharp, flat, pure, accurate, all these unemotional assessments, but good or bad, terrible. Oh, that's a big ride. That's a destructive ride to put yourselves on in the practice room. Yeah. Are we also doing question and answer periods in these classes, or should I just keep blah, blah, blahing? Alexa, do you know, should we, what do you think?
Yeah. If somebody have some questions, so we can ask you, but I don't have any questions.
Okay. Yeah, let me know if anyone has any questions. I'd love to go toward what you're wondering. Yeah, what can help you with serving yourself in the one, and I'll just keep talking. Blah, blah, that I realized once after I left Canada. Question?
Sorry. Yes, I want to ask you. You say that all of us nervous when we must play for our audience. Yes. So what do you do that if you're nervous? So what you do before that you start playing?
Yeah, great question.
Or what you do before you your condition or prepare was not so high level and you're nervous for as mass player?
Yeah, great. No? There's good questions. So there's another set of 3 things, which is kind of a guide to life and performing for fearless performance. Learn, love well, and let go. Learn, love well, let go. That's the general idea, that we're basically learning what to love well, so we end up letting go. I think letting go is a result of good thinking. So I'm especially doing that backstage. So another set of 3 things. There will not be a test. I can send you some PDFs, and I'm making an online course for this as well. But there's another set of 3. Build, be, share. Build is preparation, share is performance, but there's a spot in the middle that we neglect. I think that we could study a lot more and know more about what to do, and I call it be, just being. Because when we're backstage and we're ramping it up and thinking about what we shoulda, coulda, woulda done, shoulda practiced more, too bad, too late. You're about to walk on stage. Let go of anything you should have done. Practice later, make it better for the next time. It's a circle, build, be, share, over and over and over again. So let that emotional hit of not practicing enough or well enough hurt for a second. It's a signal. Feelings are signals, they're messages. Can I do anything about it right now? No, you're backstage. And then go toward what you can affect. And for me, I have an inspirational sheet because I'm an idiot. And so I need to write, there's things, maybe if right now when we're talking, you feel a little more inspired or a little less scared, you haven't practiced, we've just talked. So this is evidence that thoughts can help like that if we believe them. If we don't believe them, they won't help. But I call that a wrong right. But there's people out there and I might play badly. You're right, but that's the wrong right. It's the wrong thing to be right about backstage. It's the right thing to be right about if you can go practice. Use that to scare you into the practice room. But build, be, share, build, be, just be and stand there. On my inspirational sheet, I have things like, they want you to play well. What, really? When you guys are in the audience though, right? You always want your performers to play well. And then when we stand backstage, we go, they're waiting for me to mess up or whatever, all this crazy. talk. So right before I walk on stage, they want you to play well, Jeff. Remember that. If it's an audition, every excerpt is the only excerpt. And that's a big one for me. So that if I play an excerpt and when I make mistakes, I take my inspirational sheet out again and read it again. And every excerpt is the only excerpt. So I can have this stupid presence. Oh, okay. Even if I've played 5 excerpts. Oh, what's the one thing I'm going to play for them today? Oh, Pavane. Okay, Ravel. Yay. Here I go. Do my thing. And I end up having a free emotional state and it's real selective stupidity, but I'm really good at being stupid. And it can serve us to at least get present, in that performance mind. I did, for one audition that I ended up winning, Montreal Symphony, 4th horn, and I played Don Juan, and I went, and it was the 5th or 6th excerpt, and I went, spia, spia. I missed both first notes, and I put my horn down, but just kind of got stupid and went, okay. And I have a thing when I make mistakes also, I tell myself, well, that happened. And just, okay, now what? And I took out my inspirational sheet. Every excerpt is the only excerpt. They want you to play well, go for death, tell them how it goes, share your story, all these things. And I turned the Don Juan part away, and then I turned back to Don Juan, and I went, oh, Don Juan, I love this excerpt. Oh, stupid. Did all my stuff and played it. But, many times if we start and then stop, we decide, uh-oh, now I really have to nail it. But no, we really had to nail it the first time too. To add pressure just means I think we aimed low the first time. Phil Myers, the former first horn of New York, said just casually at lunch one day, he said, I don't go out there to play my best anymore. I just go out there to play like me. It's genius and real good presence and stupidity and then it's up to us to set ourselves up so that every time we play like ourselves, which we always are anyway, it ends up serving what we're doing in good constructive ways, Yeah. Just waiting. My mother's having a visitor. And these headphones are noise canceling, so I can't tell if. So yeah, those are some of the, and then I do a bunch of mock auditions or practice performances, but in my mind, it's not a mock audition or a run through. It's just perform. Keep performing so that it doesn't, the external stuff of the audience doesn't matter to me when it's my horn and what I'm playing, right? So I can focus on that one thing. One of my favorite sayings is find focus in the chaos. That makes sense as well. Find focus in the chaos. Yeah. And again, like what I'm doing right now, find focus in the chaos. All that way of centering on what you are doing. I also found one way I started telling you when I left Canadian Brass and did a recital and it was at an International Horn Society thing, so 700 horn players. And I was super, super prepared. And then I walked out and a few little things happened that was a little different. I was seeing all these old friends of mine and smiling and feeling like a Canadian Brass concert. But for Canadian Brass, we play a lot of similar repertoire 100 times a year. For this recital, it was my first performance of most of those things. So I came out and I did not play as well as I would have liked. And but then I realized also, and so my every performance after that got better and better, because I walked out and went, hello, everybody. And then with Canadian Brass, we're sending energy out and connecting to an audience and doing all these things. Whereas now I don't do that. I come out and say, thank you very much. And I bow, and then I say, bye-bye. And I focus only on my music and not too hard or not too aggressively, but a calm, aggressive. That's the balance that we all have to find for ourselves. That's just by performing. And I can walk into my kitchen and feel like I'm on the stage at Carnegie Hall, so that I can learn how I choose fear and then how to replace it. I did a TED Talk about this as well, and you can watch my mouth go dry as I'm talking about Fearless Performance, ironically. Yeah, and that's my thing, is mouth going dry. If any of you experience that, I have one thing that has helped me for dry mouth is, you know, is my mouth going dry? Yeah, I think it is. So then we start sipping air in the corners so that it doesn't get too dry or more dry. And then, but now I don't do that anymore. If I ever wonder if my mouth is going dry, I take the biggest breath I can possible. And then I end up playing better. Yay, you know, because we get so small and into the safe zone and, you know, and all this. Oh, just take a big breath and doesn't matter if that's going to make your mouth more dry for a second, but you wake up and we just go into it and get better, end up getting a little bit better, these results, you know. I think we only have another minute or so to finish up. I leave it in your hands to get to know yourself. And no solutions are bulletproof, and you can never be sure. I saw a thing on Facebook where if you are anxious or nervous, you are living in the future. If you are depressed, you are living in the past. And if you are at peace, you are in the present. And I love that. I get anxious when I try to control the future, and I can't control the future. I just can't even 1 second in the future. So let go of that, get present, and you're depressed about the past because you can't change it. It's just do what you can. If you can practice, go practice well. If you can't, then go have a sandwich or do whatever you can, or look at that Italian Brass Week backdrop of pink and clouds and balloons and Luca. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, well, I hope that has helped in some way to form some of your ideas of how you catch how you fear and then how you work on it. Build, be, share, and looking at performance as a sharing. So you're sharing with your audience rather than passing a test or having all these other destructive choices of how you see success. You can do this. Time takes time.
Okay, thank you. Can I one more small questions? You say that you have a lot of the same performance with Canadian Brass, and how it was to play the same piece 100 times or 200 times, and how it's not too bore. Oh no.
I play horn, so it's never boring, and always trying to get that great performance, and it can always be, you know, so yeah, it's that study. Plus we play toccata and fugue, and like we play awesome music too. Yeah. So in a quintet, we get to matter quite a bit. And yeah, no, I'm always trying to make it better, do as well as I can, and find that new thing that will make it even better. Yeah, and that's the way that's how Time Takes Time, but we are centered on growth. And that's the greatest thing about hanging out with Luca and Dale. They just want to learn. That's all they want to talk about is learning. And oh, there's this interesting thing. Where does that go? I don't know. It's just interesting. It's like all that. So that's what you can be doing when you have to or get to play the same thing 100 times. You know, yeah, that's up to us too. Opportunities. Yeah, great questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I hope I had some ideas that helped in some way your approach. You have a lot of ideas coming for this week.
For sure, we will have fun. And thank you very much for your wonderful masterclass. And hopefully we will see here in Italy or in Indiana or anywhere. And I hope to see you soon, because it's already a few years that we don't see each other since I was in Indiana.
Right. Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Thank you, everyone.
Grazie.
Have a great week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And say hello to your family and beautiful kids.
I
Bravo.
will. Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have a contribute we have our sponsor, and then we keep going with the master classes.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true. Hola Eduardo, bienvenido.
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal maestro? ¿Cómo estás?
Maestros, no, maestro tenés solo una voz, se llama Zui Meta.
Hola Eduardo, bienvenido.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Bienvenido con nosotros, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo está ahí en Valencia?
Muy bien,
sí.
Muy buen tiempo.
En Valencia sí, es siempre una maravilla.
Sí, es como mi segunda casa, es un placer de tener un pedacito de mi casa aquí cerca de mí ahora. Un placer tenerte aquí, la verdad estamos muy agradecidos contigo. Y pues, con Luca.
Mi español no es bueno como Tania, pero yo soy muy feliz de tenerte aquí con nosotros al Italian Brass Week 2020. Pienso que está muy importante que tú vayas a dar la clase ahora y los estudiantes te están esperando. Y gracias, muchas gracias. Thank you very much to be with us. And please start with your masterclass. Gracias, Eduardo. Gracias.
Gracias, Eduardo. Adelante.
Okay, thank you. So, So, hello, my name is Eduardo Nogueroles. I am composer, conductor, and tuba player. And my principal work is at the conservatory, professional conservatory of Valencia. I work also in IBIME, International Academy of Brass Online, and Smart School. And I'm a component of the Spanish Tuba Quartet also, and co-author of the brass school methods for children. And I work also conducting in the Sociedad Musical de Alboraya. It's a great band from Valencia. Our region have very good bands, and I have the chance of conduct one of these one. And I collaborate also with the International Tuba and Euphonium Association, ITEA, and I'm president at the Spanish Tuba and Euphonium Association, ITIP, and we organize big events around the world with the tuba and euphonium. And I want to thank Luca Benucci and his team, the team of Italian Brass Week, for the invitation for this conference. I want to talk today about the challenge of composing for brass instruments, tools and education necessary to obtain good results, and as well thank you for all conference attendants in streaming in Zoom and in YouTube. First one, I like to put a video. Oh, if possible to play a video, maestro. Is possible to share a video from YouTube or no? Probably no.
Yes, it's possible. We just add you as an administrator.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's fine.
This is the first conference today about composing. I go to talk about the most important tools for compose, and later my colleague and friend Mike Forbes go to talk about the creativity in the composing. But for a start, I like to present you one of my pieces. This is the World of Dreams, my double concerto for euphonium and tuba. This is the first work of this type, the first double concerto, and with orchestra, playing in the Valencia Festival ITIB 2016 with Juanjo Munera of the euphonium and Sergio Finca with the tuba. Just enjoy. Well, well, this is World of Dreams. It's one of my pieces. I think se escuchaba bien. Is listening is okay when I play for you?
Sí, se escuchaba bien, ma tenías un problema de cargamento. Ma bueno, se escuchaba bien. Porque tienes Zoom y YouTube juntos, estaba un poquito...
Choca.
Bueno, mas estaba bien.
Okay, it's like only like a example for you.
Sure.
This is the one piece with orchestra, with two soloists and orchestra, and the first question, if you like to start to compose for a brass instrument, is why? Why you like to compose for brass instruments? You have piano, you have violin, you have strings, you have the marvelous world of singers. But if you like to compose for brass, probably you have one of these three reasons. The first one is one official commission. If the one orchestra like this, one professional orchestra or one band, one big ensemble, the programmers of the auditoriums or public or private manufacturers or entities have one commission for you, you go to work for the brass instruments. If no, maybe you prefer to work for strings, no? No, it's only for fun. But this is the first reason. If you have one commission from a public entities, you go to work for a brass instruments. Another possibility, if you have one commission for a friend. This is more usual in my life. I going to lunch with a friends, to dinner with a friends, or to make a lessons, and people say, "Hey, Eduardo, please write one piece for me." And I say, "Okay, this afternoon I write a piece for you. Don't worry, I have time." Yes, the friends like to commission music every time, and you have, if you work in the music life, you have many very good player friends that is like new music, because the players have one research continue in the repertoire. Okay, so if you have friends, the soloist, you go to work for your friends. If you have friends conducting bands, orchestras, ensemble, brass bands, probably the conductors like to new pieces also. And if you have part of a chamber group, or you have colleagues playing with a good chamber group, maybe like a music for a new competition or anyway, you know. So this is the second reason, your friends. And the third reason, it's my reason in this case, is probably the most complicated. Is because I am one of them. I am brass player. I am tuba player, so I go to compose for brass instruments because I love the brass instruments. I love the trumpet, the horn, the euphonium, the trombone, and the tuba. So I like to compose for my family of instruments. This is the most important reason. But what do you need to compose music? What do you need to compose music, and specifically for the brass instruments? Well, you need to have first one high-level music education. If you go to start to compose, you need to work hard in yourself, in your education, and you need to study the structure of melodies. You need to study the type of melodies, the old melodies, the classic melodies, the modern melodies. You need to study harmony, counterpoint, yes, harmony, modern harmony, contemporary harmony from different schools. You need to know the analysis of the scores. You need to analyze many scores in your life. You need to study different techniques of composition, because in the 20th century we start with many types of schools for a composition. So you need to know these different styles like a painter know different textures or different tools for his work. You need to know your tools. Okay, you need to study the instrumentation. The instrumentation is very, very important when you work, and you like to know the different aesthetics in the world of music. I go to share with you this one with the things about iTalk. This is official commissions. This is my friend commissions with for 2 trumpets solo with band, tuba ensembles with Pablo Fernandez playing the tuba solo, and I make the like a narrator. This is the premiere of Pinocchio, one story for tuba, narrator, and ensemble of tubas with the tuba fusion ensemble. If you are a tuba player like me, you need to compose for our instruments, okay? And well, this is the thing that we talk now. You need to work hard, really hard in your music educations. I write for you 3 or 4 questions about bibliography, and you need to read the things of Hindemith, Stravinsky, Ernst Toch. Very interesting, the work of Ernst Toch, and you know to know the orchestration, things of Piston, of Adler, etc. Okay, so the second tool for you is to knowing the instruments. You need to knowing the different technical possibilities of each instrument. You must see other scores from other composers or for books, study books of trumpet, of trombone, of horn. You need to know what is the register of each instrument, what is the extreme register and the optimal register, because it's not the same thing. When you talk with a horn player like Maestro Luca, if you say, okay, what is the high note for one piece with the horn? Maybe he say, well, it's the high C is okay in one chamber music piece, but if you write 5 or 6 high C's in the piece, the horn player maybe don't like you know, because it's very difficult for the horn players. So you need to know the optimal registers and the extreme registers for one moment, and you need to know the dynamics, the extreme dynamics, the most piano, most forte, also the articulations of each instrument, and the extended techniques, contemporary techniques for each instrument, and his spellings for writing these contemporary things. Okay. One thing very important for me is the collaborations with interpreters. If you work with interpreters, it's great for the interpreters understanding the work, and it's great for you also because you know better the instrument if you work with the instrument players. Okay, so it's a very good symbiosis work with the players of your think piece in the process of creativity. Okay, and the result is one better creation, one better work, because you adapted the particularities of the instrument in your mind at your piece. Okay, and the last tool you need, it's one software to editing the score. You need to have a software. Today all people work with a computer, and you can also write the music with a pencil, but you need to have a software for writing the score, maybe Sibelius, maybe Finale, maybe MuseScore. Anyway, MuseScore is good, Sibelius is good, Finale is good, Notion is good, but remember, the editor is only the tool. The most important, the true value of the work will be in your music, in your things, not not in the program or software that you use to work to compose the music. Okay, so we have the tools to compose, and now we need to go to action. Okay, first one maybe is decide which instrument or instruments you're going to write for. Maybe you have a commission to write for an instrument solo for unaccompanied trumpet, or maybe for trombone with piano, or horn and electronics, or you need to make a work for a brass quartet, for a tuba quartet, tubaphonium quartet, for a brass quintet, like the picture. It's my friends of Spanish brass. And you have maybe one commission for a brass band with a solo trumpet player, with orchestra, with ensemble, or one piece for a contemporary ensemble and trumpet and trombone soloist. Maybe, you need to decide which instruments you go to put in your score. This is the first one. Second one is determine the level of the interpretation of the work. This is for me one of the most important things when I start to have a new project, because the project depends, the exit of the project depends in part of this one. If you're going to write a music for children's, you need one aesthetic, you need one register, you need to not play so faster, maybe tonal music, and it's different public and different players that if you write for students in the conservatory or in the university. If you write for students, you need to think in good results for the students, in the develop of the student in his career and in his technique. So this is very, very important, because the student needs one piece for develop his career and no frustrated piece, And if you work for a competition, you need to make a virtuoso music for the jury. Or if you work for a high level soloist like Oystein in this picture, and Oystein, congratulations for this morning masterclass. If you like to work for great soloists like Oystein or Pacho Flores or Esteban Batayan, you need to make a very high level work, So you decide in each moment what is the level, and this is very important for the future results, okay? And if you work for a group, for ensemble, you need to make a similar level for all the ensemble, not different levels in the same ensemble, okay? Okay. If you have the instruments, you have the level of the piece, you need to define the duration of the work according to the context of the commission. If you have a work for children's, you need to write a little work, short work, because the children don't have embouchure for play more time, and the time for concentration is little, If you have one commission from a symphony orchestra with a first class soloist, you can write a 20 minutes concert. It's really different. So you need to design the duration, depends of the work, and also the structure. If you have the time of the work and you have the thing in your mind, the public and the player, you can design the structure for the work, for develop this structure. And sometimes you start to work and changes the structure. Don't worry, but if you have a good structure first, it's much more easy to start to compose, okay? And finally, you need to choose the style of the piece. It's different if you going to work for one or for others. You need to choose if you like to make in jazz style, in classical style, or in a contemporary style, or you need to make with effects, with multiphonics, with with modern effects and modern techniques. So you need to decide what is your aesthetic for each piece. Not necessary for all pieces, okay? But you need to have identity in the score. For me, it's important to make marks to make your music recognizable. Okay? This is very important for me to have personal marks in my music. Okay, and you can develop identity things from the tradition of your country, for example, or your region, or from your specific school of composition or things. Okay, well, design the structure, choose the right style for each piece, and if you have all these parameters, you need to get to work. To start to work in my personal work, first I listen and analyze representative pieces by other authors of the same ensemble. For example, if I need to write a piece for a trumpet solo with piano for a one competition, I listen in other pieces, typical pieces from this for inspiration from the same things. For me, it's very interesting because I have many ideas later. Okay, so please listen and analyze representative piece by other composers for develop your mind. Okay, the second is look for sources of inspiration. The inspiration is the most important thing in the composer. You need the tools, you need the technique for compose, but you need inspiration. Other piece is one of the founts of inspirations, but you need others. So please, the life is your most important inspiration. So read books, work with pictures, go to cinema, enjoy that nature, have a good experiences. Also, you have bad experiences sometimes, get emotions, and above all, listen a lot of music in your mind, and a lot of experience is very good to have inspiration. Okay, and I want to tell you also some practical advices that I think are important when you are working in the score, because if you have the formation, if you have the education, musical education for compose, you have the tools and you have the inspiration, but sometimes the results are no okay, no. But this is my little advices for you, only my little things. Okay, the first one is make a good edition of the score, because the interpreters will to thank you. If you have a good score, press the trumpet player, the horn player have really happy that read this music. If you have a bad score, it's really difficult to start to read music, and sometimes it's like wow, I don't like to play this music, and the music probably is good, you know. Okay, second thing is choice correctly keys in each moment. The instruments have appropriate keys, and you need to select the key for the instrument. It's different keys if you write one piece for horn that if you write a piece for tuba, because the horn is in F, you know, the tuba is in C, you know, and the keys sometimes is no better the key for the horn is no better always for the tuba. So you need to choose the keys. If you work for a quintet, you need to have a mixture of things for the good keys for the ensemble. If no, if probably that one good piece go down and nothing like to play, because the problem with the keys and intonation is bigger. Okay, the the third thing is please review the registers. This is really, really important when you write music for composer. Do not overdo it in extremes. If your piece is in the high register all time, and you abuse of the high register for a long time, the musician, it's exhausting because our mouth is tired, you know. So you need to use the high register, of course, but don't abuse of the high register. Or if you like to work in the low register of each instrument, okay, it's no problem. The tuba go really down, the trombone, the horn are instruments with really, really good low register, but then is danger to write so fast, and if you like clarity in the low register. So you need to review these registers and probably check with one player if you like that your piece are great, okay? And another thing is take care with of the textures, because the texture, if it's good, the texture facilitate the hearing for the public. If you make a bad textures, the music is difficult to listening, you know. And please, the most important for the brass players is provide rest. Why? You need to provide rest in every pieces, because the brass instruments players, the brass musicians need to breathe and need to recover his lips. So make out short breaks in the music, and 1 bar, 2 bars, sometimes it's okay for recover the muscles and for recover my breath. So please provide rest for my friends, okay? Okay, and don't repeat passages, because this is a classical thing, but we are in the 21st century, and repeat the music is boring. It's no interesting for the public. So please no repeat passages in the same way, okay? And you need to be really, really demanding with yourself. You need to work happy, you need to work hard, but really demand it of yourself, because the result goes better if you are really demanding. It's the same then when you practice your instrument. If you are a horn player or trombone player, if you are really, really extremely demanding with yourself, you go to place better. The same for composers. Don't write the first thing in your mind. Goes to the piano. I have my piano. Go to the piano, check the harmony, check the melodies, sing the melodies, and really, really be demanding of yourself, okay? And one interesting thing for you is surprise the audience. This is really, really fun for the public sometimes, or really interesting. You can change the predetermined rules of each instrument. For example, if the trumpet is a very fantastic instrument for playing like a military passages, okay? But Respighi write one fantastic slower solo in Pines of Rome, and this change of rule it's really, really fantastic for listening, for my mind, you know. Or for example, all horn players, if you go to listen in a horn concerto, you think in the horn like Alps horn, you know. But when the horn play one beautiful melody, or when the horn play with the hard brassed, I think it's brassed in for the horn player, it's another color of sound, and you is wow. So please change the rules of each instrument, or surprise the audience with another external things, like a poem. If you read a poem in the middle of the piece, or if you use pictures in your music, pictures, or cinema maybe, or of course you can use the contemporary effects for surprise the audience. Okay, so think with new ideas for develop or instruments. Okay, and the sound of instruments. And the last type for you is you need to use your imagination. If your imagination is the most potential thing for you, use your imagination, be original, be really original, and always enjoy what you do, enjoy your work, and enjoy composing. And now with these tools, it's simple. Start composing. Start your software, start your piano, start your mind, and go to work. Before to close this masterclass about composers, or about composing for brass, and pass to my colleague Mike Forbes. If we have a little bit time, I go to play for you another piece, if it's possible.
How long is the piece?
2 minutes maybe.
Okay, we are very happy to hear it.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is a piece for for solo trumpet and band. Sol y sombra. Okay, it's okay. Okay, this is one part of the piece. So thank you very much, Luca, the Italian brass team, and sorry for my English.
No, your English is very good.
It's really sorry. I need to start to study more English. Well, thank you for coming, and thank you for the invitation to Italian Brass and Luca.
Thank you to you to take part to the festival.
Ok, gracias a ti y tu inglés ha sido perfectamente bien y te agradecemos mucho tu masterclass. Ha sido un placer.
Ok, un
Gracias,
beso.
Eduardo.
Muchas gracias.
Chao.
Nos vemos en Valencia.
Sí.
Por una cerveza. Chao.
Chao, Eduardo.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. So, now we are back in the studio. We thank very much Eduardo for his wonderful composition masterclass and all the examples that he used, imagination and blah, blah, blah. And now we we show it in our sponsor.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result, from the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe. Elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
So we are back in the studio, and I would like to welcome Mike Forbes.
Hello, I'm finally getting some audio. Greetings.
Yeah.
Great, we can hear you very good. Hello, Mike. Welcome.
Hello. Glad to be here. Thank you.
We are very happy to have you here at the Italian Brass Week 2020, and we are looking forward to your masterclass.
Excellent. I'm also very happy that you asked me to participate, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of my thoughts about composing and arranging for brass instruments.
Very,
Fantastic.
very good, very good. So,
So-
please enjoy.
Excellent. Are we ready to begin then?
Yeah,
Yeah, ready, go for
Okay.
it.
go for it.
Excellent. All right, very good. Well, greetings everyone who's tuned in at the moment. Again, my name is Mike Forbes, and I'm very excited to be here. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a piece that I wrote called The Grumpy Troll. And I think maybe the best thing to do is to just perform maybe all of it. It's about 6 minutes long. And then talk a little bit about my approach to how I think about composition. And then answer some questions maybe that are out there, as well as talk about, in particularly, writing for the tuba, or as you see behind me here, the euphonium. If you have any specific questions about writing for low brass, because, of course, I think it's very important that we all write for our own instruments, just like Mozart did, and other great composers. You know, Mozart played the violin, of course, and he played the piano, and so did so many of those composers in the classical era and the Baroque era, of course. And today, now we have, of course, composers writing music that is specifically for certain instruments, and they may not know those instruments intimately. And I think it's really important that brass players who have such an intimate knowledge of their instrument start to share their musical ideas and really compose music that is very, innovative for that instrument in terms of the knowing the ins and outs of how that instrument works and how it can be very special because you know certain tricks. So in the Grumpy Troll, one of the tricks that I use in this piece is the fact that I take the fourth valve slide out of the instrument. Now this is not brand new. Other brass players have done this, especially in contemporary works. The reason I'm doing this is, yes, it's a little bit of a gimmick or a trick for the audience to hear the tuba played in such a special way, but also it gives the instrument a little different color. It gives the instrument something that is not the same as it's normally sounding like. And when you write an unaccompanied piece of music, I think it's very important to pull many, many contrasts out of the instrument. So one of the things I often talk about are the three dimensions of music: high notes and low notes, fast notes and slow notes, quiet notes and loud notes. So those are the three dimensions. But the way to color those dimensions is with different colors and different timbres. And so one way that the instrument can interact with itself and sort of have a dialogue is to have these different colors. So I'm going to show you a little bit of that in this next piece, the Grumpy Troll. Just see what it can happen when you play through an open pipe and the contrast you can get by playing very high, very low, very soft, very loud, very slow, and very fast. Hope you enjoy the Grumpy Troll. Okay, well, so there's a lot to digest there in that piece, The Grumpy Troll. As you can hear, a great deal of contrast in the music. Oh, thank you for the applause. I see the few applause emojis. Very cool. Thank you for that. So one of the things that I'm trying to do, again, is have a dialogue in a piece of music where it's going to be an unaccompanied piece. You need to have contrast, and that contrast will come along between those different levels or dimensions of music that I mentioned at the beginning. High versus low, fast versus slow, soft versus loud. And those contrasts are what help you sort of develop your ideas as a composer in creating an interesting piece of music, not only to play as a performer, but also for the audience to absorb and enjoy as audience members. And I feel that that's really important. I write both tonal music and abstract music. This, of course, is a bit of an abstract piece of music. And I find that if you're going to write something that's contemporary and abstract, sometimes audiences don't always latch on and listen to the music with the way that maybe you intend it sometimes. So I feel that if there can be ways for the instrument to speak to that audience, and in this case, by using the open pipe, by not using this pipe, I open up some new sounds and some new colors, and it almost sounds at times like a ventriloquist or two people playing at the same time, even though it's just one player. So that concept is in all of my unaccompanied music. Even when I don't take out the pipe, I still try to make sure that the audience can come along with me on the ride into the music. So the biggest thing I would say that is a staple in my composition process is that I like to take little nuggets of music, or what we call motives, and I develop those motives. I think one of the, of course, most amazing composers that we think of, Beethoven and Brahms, you know, these composers in particular are very interested in developing a motive and stringing motives together and coming up with much larger phrases based on one nugget of information. And I think that is where a lot of young composers make the mistake. A lot of young composers will come up with a beautiful melody. Maybe they harmonize it really nicely with the piano, but then what do? Well, now they come up with another melody and maybe a different harmonization, and then maybe they come yet with another melody. And what happens is the music takes us to maybe too many places. And instead of staying within, you know, the realm and the organic realm of what the music should be based on development of a motive. So in this case, I took that minor third, from the very first thing I played was the low D down here, actually, up to the F. And if I were to play it up the octave, so you can hear a little better. And I transposed it up many times. I also took that same motive and went the other way. And one way to do that is, you know, just going up and back down is not so interesting, but maybe we transpose it. So in this case, I went up the minor third and then down another minor third. And I just play with those two concepts over and over in terms of the different melodic shape, but then of course the different octaves, including going very high in the tuba register to make it sound really both virtuosic, but also very interesting. And then when I play with that open pipe, I get this repeated B natural sort of, and I'm interacting that motive, the D and the F, with that repeated B natural pedal tone. And that kind of is how the piece came to life a little bit, was taking this idea, this motive, and then playing with it. And so what do I mean by playing with it? Well, there's really, in my opinion, I've kind of come up with 8 ways that I like to interpret or change my motives. The first thing I like to do, well, not first, but one of many things I like to do, is I take my motive and what's called augmentation. So I'm going to take that motive, maybe it's, I'm going to make that twice as long. That's already something that is a way to modify that motive. Another one is, of course, diminutions, where I'm going to take that same motive and make it very fast or repetitive. So you can see where just making the rhythm go quicker, the diminution of the rhythm, is also something you can do to it. I already talked about one of the things that I do, which is the inversion. Instead of just going up, I also go down. And then, of course, another thing is you can transpose that. And you can hear how music is starting to come to life with this just very basic minor third. That's all I'm working with at this point. Another option, now it didn't really work well in this type of piece, but if you're writing another piece of music that has piano accompaniment, is I could take that motive and put it together at the same time. It's called a block. And if I repeat it, you can hear how that same motive could then form the basis of an accompaniment. And then lastly, I like the idea of a canon, where maybe one motive is, I can't know if I can do it. And you could have one motive follow another motive throughout the piece of music. So I'm just kind of making this up as I go along. But those 8 ways, augmentation, diminution, inversion, retrograde, playing it backwards, transposing it, modifying it with the block, and then playing it in some sort of canon or fugue, are just 8 options that I have to take a simple piece of music and make it more interesting. And it's that process, that development of a motive, that is, I think, what is most lacking in young person's abilities to start composing. Immediately we start making beautiful melodies, or we have interesting music, but there isn't that organic substance that ties the piece together. And without that, I find that some music becomes a little thin. And it doesn't have the same, power in terms of relating an emotion to an audience. I feel like that's where you want to have as much unity in the piece as humanly possible. Okay, I have a couple I just want to mention. I have a worksheet that I put up on my website called ebrassmusic.com. I think I can probably write that in here somewhere. I don't know. I haven't experienced this too much. Well, anyway, if you go to here's a chat. Let me see if I do this here. I'll just put it into everyone, I think. ebrassmusic.com. There we go. That website has a link right on the front page there to this arranging top 10 list. And you're welcome to download it. It's for free right now. I have it on there for free. There are two things. There's this top 10 list of rules for arranging for low brass. And then there's another list on there just about how I kind of go about thinking about arranging and writing music. I find that that can be very helpful for younger composers especially. And again, I can't stress the importance of us as musicians, performing brass musicians, writing music for ourselves. Great. I love when other great famous composers like John Williams and other people write for us. I think that's fantastic. But if we can write our own music, I find it to be maybe a little bit more idiomatic. That was the word I was looking for earlier that I had forgotten. Idiomatic, meaning we know how to make the fingerings be more comfortable. We know what keys work well for our instrument. We know how high and how low and how quickly we can shift around on our instrument. And a lot of times, famous composers don't intimately know the tuba or the euphonium or the trombone or trumpet for that matter. So I think by us being great musicians, performing musicians on our brass instruments, we have something to offer. So I encourage us all to explore the world of composition. I think you can dig in. You don't need to go get a college degree in composition to be able to do it. I think you've all probably written songs at some point in your life. It's important to get out and just try it. And through experience, you will get better. I've had, of course, many teachers, but I find my best teacher has been myself just writing projects and finding out that this project worked and this project didn't work. This project got lots of performances. This project didn't get as many performances. People didn't seem to relate. And so I learned through that process what works and what doesn't work. And I think that's an important aspect to being a composer. Anyway, I just want to quickly go over the top 10 rules of arranging. And I won't go into great detail necessarily because we're a little bit, I want to leave some time for questions if you have them. Looks like we've got about 14 minutes left. So one of the concepts, the very first thing when I'm writing for low brass, the most important thing, and I see a lot of tuba and euphonium people who are tuned in here. So I want to make sure that tubas and euphoniums realize this. We have got to keep the spacing between the instruments very far, especially the tuba. And so my general rule is I don't write anything in an interval of a major third, this interval, lower than the B flat to the D, Si bemol to Re, right? That is it. And once I start getting lower, you can hear it starts to get muddier and muddier. Now on the piano, it's not awful. That's why Beethoven wrote down there a lot for piano sonatas and various pieces. It sounds quite okay on the piano. But you put two tubas together and you get this really disastrous sound. And this is kind of what I'm showing on this about how this low chord here, oops, there we go. That C and the E, do and mi, ends up with this resulting overtones, which is a real mess. And you can tell why it's going to sound very muddy and very unclear. So it's very important that you think about the spacing that's needed. I like to keep my tubas at least, a fifth apart if they're down low, or even a tenth, much further apart. I think this sound is really great. Low C and a high E. That sounds fantastic. So I like to keep the space between the instruments, especially the tubas. Very, very important. Euphoniums have less overtones. Trombones have less overtones. So you can write closer and closer together. And I do love the sound of the tuba when it's played very high with other tubas right next to it. Close voicing can be very cool on tubas, but you need, of course, very strong players with strong embouchures to be able to do that. So you have to keep those things in check as well. So that's my number one rule. Just the voicing of that, and then making sure that you don't write a major third below a B flat, Si bemol, no lower than that for the major third between the tubas. Number 3 on my list is less is more. I think so often we are trying to make sure in a tuba euphonium ensemble or a tuba euphonium quartet that everybody is playing all the time. No, give players a break. Look at brass quintet music. Almost rarely are all 5 players playing all the time. Yes, the tuba tends to play a lot because we're the bass line and we support the instrumentation with a lot of rhythm as well as bass accompaniment. So the tuba plays a lot. So when we as tuba players write music, we think, well, everybody wants to play like we did. So you have everybody playing all the time. And that is probably one of the biggest things that people say to me about my music is they like it that I often now give breaks. When I was a younger composer, I didn't. I had everybody playing all the time. And I got a lot of grief for that because, hey, I need a chop break. And I also found it's more colorful. If you have one player take a rest, well, now we're writing for a trio instead of a quartet. And I think that changes the texture. And that is also something that can be very enjoyable from the listener's perspective, not just to give the players a chop break. So less is more. Use just the minimal number of instruments that you need. You don't need to have an 8-part tuba ensemble with all 8 parts playing all the time. Maybe you don't even need 8 parts. Maybe you write a piece with just 6 parts. I often write for the sextet rather than the octet. Or, of course, I write for a quartet. Now, with trombone choir, you have often some really, really big trombone choirs, and you have a little bit more options. Also, the trombones sound a little bit okay when they're close voiced. Tuba's not so much, so you need more space with the tuba. That's another important aspect of it. Going along with less is more, not every chord needs to have the root, the third, and the fifth represented. I find this in young composers, young arrangers are often completing the whole chord all the time. So if I play a chord here on the piano, B flat major chord, I got a B flat, D, F, B flat. If I get rid of the F, it's a little thin. What if I take the D up the octave, put the fifth back in maybe, get rid of one of the octaves? You can capture the sound of a chord with really just 2 notes, the root and the third. That's it. The fifth isn't necessary. The octave doubling isn't necessary. Again, I think there's too often, we all want full chords on all of the music, and that's too much music. It's too much for the ear to digest. So I find that less is more. Very, very important aspect. When you're arranging a tune that is maybe a pop tune or something that everyone knows, something from the movies or something, be as true to the original as possible. Try not to water down the rhythms. Try not to change the harmonies. I find that unless you're trying specifically to be, a very different version of a certain tune that we all know. But I find that some people get very disappointed when they have an arrangement of a tune that they know and they love, but the arranger has changed it in a way that it doesn't quite sound like the original anymore. So try to stay true to the original as much as humanly possible. And that might mean, going and doing a lot of listening, but also maybe buying scores of the original music before you start to try to create your own arrangement. That's very important. It's okay to go ahead and buy the original score and work from that. It's very helpful, I find, rather than just going by ear. Consider your key and your range very importantly. Often I find some players, for example, I like pictures at an exhibition. A lot of pictures at an exhibition is in G sharp minor. The tuba has no business, brass ensembles really have no business playing in G sharp minor. It's not going to sound in tune. We're going to have all kinds of players making mistakes with the fingerings. Let's face it, most of us are in ensembles where we rehearse not enough. We always want more rehearsal. So by playing something in G sharp minor or A flat minor for that part, it's going to be very confusing for the players. And while you're maybe staying true to the original, something which I was just mentioning, you don't have to stay necessarily true to the key. And instead of writing it in G sharp minor, write it in G minor. And if you write in G minor, 2 flats, easy to play. Everyone's going to be more in tune, and everyone's going to have a better time performing your music. It's very important to keep in mind that you only might get a group to read through your music. And so you want it to be as clean and as professional and as in an appropriate key, not screaming too high, not way too low. You want it to be playable. And if it's playable, people will play your music. That's very important. And we'll talk about why that's important when it gets to publishing here in a minute. So yes, when I was talking about less is more for the harmonies, but you want to give as much information as possible when it comes to musical expression. How do you play your music? Is it staccato? Is it tenuto, legato, forte, piano, crescendo, retard, allargando? All these musical terms that we know and see in our music, often I don't see in young composers and young arrangers' music. They leave those specifics out. And what you're ending up with is then just a bunch of notes and rhythms and no interpretation. And if you have no interpretation, then it's not going to give you a very good performance. So please make sure you think about how you want people to play your music. Think about how you would play it yourself, and then make sure that you identify the articulation that matches what you have in your mind. I would encourage you to use more extreme dynamics as well. Don't just play mezzo forte, mezzo piano. That's not a lot of contrast. And especially in brass music, we have a great deal of contrast with brass instruments. We can play very, very strong, and we can also play very, very soft. So I will write pianissimo and fortissimo, and I use much more wide range of dynamics, maybe even wide range sometimes, but that gives us our music a little more intrigue, a little bit more color, and it makes the audience going to jump out of their seat because they hear more contrast. So stay away from mezzo piano. I rarely use mezzo piano at all. It's either piano, pianissimo, or forte and fortissimo, sometimes mezzo forte, but I almost never write a mezzo piano. It's not for me. Okay, then we go to number 9 here. I like to give other clues into the music as to who's got the most important part. Sometimes when we're writing in chamber music, especially, in a tuba quartet, we aren't used to saying, in a string quartet, the second violin is always accompaniment. First violin is always melody, mostly. We all have our roles. But in a tuba euphonium quartet, we all share in the music, and everyone gets a chance to play the melody. So I usually write in the music solo or soli to say, bring this part out in the music. This is the important material. And go ahead and include that in the music. Very important. And last but not least, I said it already, but I'll say it again. You want to make your music as professional and clean as possible. I would highly encourage you to use note writing programs like Finale or the new one starts with a D, Dorian. These different programs will give your music a polished, professional look rather than handwriting, of course. Also, these notation tools are very great for playback and getting a sense about what the music is supposed to sound like before you get that performance or that attempted read. That can be very helpful as well. So I really encourage folks to make sure that they may have a very professional look to their music as they produce it. And lastly, I just want to mention there are 2 questions that often come to me, and I'll answer these questions ahead of time. I even had one email me ahead of time already. One of the big questions always comes up: how do you get published? I'm published with Editions Beam, and I'm very happy to work with Jeremy Mathis and all of that. How does one become published? Well, first of all, that shouldn't be your thought. You shouldn't be, I want to write music so I get published. No, your thought should be, I want to write great music. And if you write great music, you'll get great performances. And the more performances you get by the better performers out there, your name and your music will become more known, and the publishers will start to come to you. And that is what you want more than anything else. If you go to the publisher with a piece of music that doesn't get many performances, the publisher is going to say, I have millions of these kinds of pieces. What else? I need only the pieces that people are interested in playing. So the most important thing, write music, a lot of it, learn from your mistakes, get your music into the hands of people who will want to play it, and make sure that people listen and hear your music. Give out free copies. It's very important. Just send PDFs through the email. Very important to make sure that people can easily get access to your music through PDFs and those ways. Because the more you share your music, the more you're going to get performances, and the more performances you get, the more you're going to get noticed by a publisher, which is really, really important. All right. And there was one more question that someone had asked me about, and I'm trying to remember what it was. But the big one is that publishing one. Always have that question over and over. I don't know if anyone else has questions, or if they could ask me in English, of course. That would be very helpful. And it looks like Luca is, I don't know. If there are any other, if you want to chime in with questions at all, anyone? Looking around at all the people who are signed in. I've been talking for a while. Is there any questions? No? Well, I encourage you to go, of course, to, yes, very good. Ciao. I think go to that ebrassmusic.com and download that PDF so that you can have your own copy of those top 10 arranging tools, as well as some other ideas I have about arranging and composing for our instrument. Remember to start with your motive. Develop that motive, very important aspect of where to go with your music. Okay. Yes, gracias. Grazie. Lots of people writing me thank yous. Well, great. Excellent work. Luca.
Yes, I'm here.
Very good. I think I'm just seeing some not questions, but people are just saying greetings and thank you and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty much wrapped it up here in terms of what I'd like to say. Is there anything you'd have to add?
Yeah, just thank you very much to be with us and contribute, giving your knowledge and your, mastery to these students that was following you on Zoom and YouTube and, of course, also Facebook. So thank you very much. I hope to see you very soon here in Italy or in the States. And we keep in touch, Mike.
Excellent. That would be wonderful. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Grazie.
See you soon. Grazie.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao, Mike.
So, we keep going with our schedule, and now, like every day, we will have the art segment. As I was telling yesterday, for an artist, it's very important to know many different kind of art. So, Antonella Lombardi from Rome, she will again present a clip, 5-minute clip talking about Raffaello Sanzio.
Nel nostro primo appuntamento abbiamo conosciuto Raffaello attraverso le parole di Giorgio Vasari, che ci ha sicuramente aiutato anche temporalmente a collocare molte delle sue opere, dei suoi viaggi e delle sue esperienze con i maestri pittori del suo tempo. Oggi analizziamo una delle opere più conosciute di questo apprezzatissimo artista e sicuramente la prima di cui esso stesso riconosce la paternità, datando e firmando esso stesso l'opera. Realizzata poco più che ventenne, questa tavola nasce in contrapposizione all'idea dell'opera dello sposalizio della Vergine del maestro Perugino. Si tratta di una scena sacra inserita in un contesto architettonico ben strutturato. In primo piano le figure della Vergine e San Giuseppe, unite dal sacerdote che fisicamente ed idealmente le congiunge in matrimonio. Ai loro lati assistono i personaggi vestiti in abiti rinascimentali. Spiccano agli occhi diversi particolari di questa meravigliosa opera che non possiamo non notare. Prima tra tutte l'architettura. Raffaello è un erudito, un artista a tutto tondo, non soltanto un pittore. Un concetto che nel tempo si è un po' perduto. Egli ce ne dà prova in questa tavola descrivendo un complesso reticolato prospettico che parte dal centro della piazza, le mani degli sposi che si congiungono rappresentano la fuga prospettica, seguendo la pavimentazione che prosegue nella scalinata, che sale verso il tempio a pianta centrale, edificio questo sormontato da una cupola, un esercizio di disegno tecnico incantevole. Il richiamo all'architettura del concittadino Donato Bravante è evidente. Il tempietto a pianta centrale, le geometrie pulite dalle piante regolari ideali, tanto da sposarsi magnificamente con una scena sacra di sublime idealizzazione narrativa ed architettonica. Il rimando stesso alla città ideale e alla ricerca spasmodica delle volumetrie, degli spazi perfetti e razionali delle città moderne rende questo dipinto sicuramente una pietra miliare della storia dell'arte. La quinta strutturale che si fonde con quella narrativa. Le forme diventano parte della scena che si vive nel più alto nome e sentimento. Non soltanto una tavola a soggetto sacro, ma un vero e proprio manifesto geometrico, architettonico, nel quale sono inseriti elementi decorativi, quasi a voler dichiarare la propria maturità artistica, capacità tecnica. Infatti, sull'architrave del tempietto recita la scritta, se notate, Rafael Urbinas 1504. Il punto di vista dello spettatore è rialzato, cioè privilegiato. Possiamo godere della scena che si sta svolgendo come spettatori su di un piedistallo. Godiamo della migliore prospettiva perché l'artista ci ha saputo donare la scenografia migliore e lo sfondo naturalistico completa la pala anche nella sua gamma cromatica. Questa opera fu dipinta per la Cappella Albinizi, dedicata a San Giuseppe nella chiesa di San Francesco a Prato, in città di Castello. Impossibile tuttavia non fare un confronto con la tavola con lo stesso soggetto realizzata dal suo maestro Perugino. Nell'opera di Perugino, che a sua volta rimanda all'opera precedente, la consegna delle chiavi affrescata sulle pareti della Cappella Sistina è datata 1481, la prospettiva invece è ribassata. Lo spettatore ha un punto di vista a livello degli attori che vivono la scena. Il tempietto che si erge sullo sfondo è costruito secondo le leggi geometriche e prospettiche, ma viene tagliato nel suo sviluppo verticale, quasi a voler indicare che la centralità della scena è ciò che avviene tra le persone che vivono la scena e non le architetture, che pure sono importanti, che pure il maestro sa rendere perfettamente dal punto di vista prospettico, volumetrico, così come teorizzato e descritto da Leon Battista Alberti prima e Piero della Francesca poi, ma che sceglie di voler limitare. Il Raffaello, che legge, studia e poi successivamente applica egregiamente, peraltro, è tutto in pieno e misurato equilibrio. Contesto architettonico, sfondo naturalistico, episodio narrato, emotività dei personaggi, una sintesi perfetta in un'opera che entrerà da subito nella storia dell'arte.
Siamo di nuovo qua e adesso dall'arte volevo ringraziare Antonella Lombardi per il suo contributo e grazie veramente di cuore. Thank you very much, Antonella, for your knowledge and your, giving to the kids something that they should really know to become a real artist. And from now, every day we have the same schedule, so we just jump on the aperitivo. Is the time. In Italy, we normally have aperitivo from 6:30 to 8:30, and then we go to dinner. Normalmente in Italia abbiamo l'aperitivo a quest'ora e oggi una cosa molto molto interessante perché abbiamo uno dei più famosi cocktail a livello mondiale e soprattutto a livello, come dire, di mescita. Una delle cose. Allora, abbiamo lo spritz. Lo spritz è un cocktail, se si può chiamare così, comunque una bevanda che erroneamente si pensa che sia italiana, mentre invece è stata creata dai soldati austro-ungarici che erano in Italia e aggiungevano semplicemente dell'acqua al vino bianco. Aggiungevano dell'acqua. Io una volta mi trovavo, okay, I'm explaining this history, probably the bartender will explain too, but one time I was in Salzburg and in one beautiful hotel I was playing with the Berlin Philharmonic there, so I saw, it's called Sacher Hotel, very famous in Vienna and Salzburg. So I asked a spritz and they bring me a glass with wine and soda and that's it. So I said, sorry sir, why you bring me this? Spritz is with Aperol or Campari. And he said, sorry sir, the spritz, and he explained me the history. The soldier from Austria, when they arrive in Italy, they add mineral water, soda, to the wine. And this becomes spritz. Of course, in Venice and all Veneto, the region, they add Aperol or Campari and become the Italian version of spritz. So now we have the contribute with Diego Cesarato, the bartender, and he explained the spritz.
Ciao, buongiorno a tutti, io sono Cesarato Diego e vi parlo dalla Gineria, in un locale a Santa Maria di Sala in provincia di Venezia. Ecco che ringrazio Florence Cocktail Week e Italian Brass Week per averci dato la possibilità e l'opportunità di poter fare un approfondimento di quello che è un cocktail iconico dell'aperitivo italiano, nato proprio in questa zona. Questa zona che in questo momento potremmo definirla il triangolo dello spritz, perché comunque nasce tra Venezia, Padova e Treviso. Ma quando nasce? Nasce a fine Settecento, quando l'impero austriaco, di stanza nel regno lombardo-veneto, non erano abituati a bere questi vini così strutturati, così corposi. Ecco che era usanza per loro tagliarlo, quindi inserirli all'interno dell'acqua gasata, una soda, un seltz, per renderlo un po' più amabile, un po' più beverino. Ecco che da proprio il termine Spritzen, quindi letteralmente spruzzata, venne coniato il termine Spritz. Soprattutto abbiamo un vino che era utilizzato al tempo, che era in particolar modo il Tokai, quindi un vigneto autoctono, un vino fermo, un vino molto profumato, tagliato proprio con dell'acqua. Ma soprattutto a cosa dobbiamo la sua così popolarità? La sua popolarità dobbiamo intanto darlo a delle aziende, a grandi aziende che hanno fatto delle azioni di marketing importante, e dal turismo. Il turismo soprattutto a Venezia, che avendo una fetta importante proveniente da oltreoceano, lo esportarono in terra proprio americana. Poi nel 2008 venne fatta una grossa pubblicità, una grossa campagna pubblicitaria proprio per pubblicizzarlo, e nel 2011 è un drink, è un cocktail, tra l'altro il più bistrattato, il più discusso, dove abbiamo anche qualche anno fa sul New York Times un articolo che diceva che non era un buon drink, quindi però diciamo che è assolutamente iconico aperitivo italiano, che poi piaccia o meno, quello poi è soggettivo come tutto. E quindi nel 1919 venne proprio presentato alla Fiera di Padova dai fratelli Barbieri l'Aperol, no? Quindi questo bitter, che meno bitter è, perché è molto dolce. Poi dobbiamo menzionare Pilla, quindi a Venezia l'aperitivo per antonomasia era con il Select, quindi questo rosso fuoco, e poi ovviamente citando tante aziende, fermo restando che lo Spritz oggi lo possiamo fare con tanti liquori, con tanti elisir italiani, perché in Italia comunque siamo bravi, abbiamo tutto il necessario di competenze di materia prima per poter fare degli Spritz proprio locali. Ma come si fa? Beh, allora intanto dobbiamo prendere un bicchiere, questo è il classico bicchiere da Spritz, poi vediamo balloon, vediamo calici, però questo è proprio il bicchiere classico, dove andiamo a inserire del ghiaccio, del vino bianco, quindi una parte di vino bianco, una spruzzata di soda. Noi qua siamo ricchi, quindi mettiamo 2 olive, fettina di limone e salute.
Okay. As I was telling you, the Spritz is with no Aperol, but we can do so many different kind of Spritz. So the reason is that the wine was too heavy to drink, so there was just putting a Spritz, which means a little bit of water with gas. Now we have a guest, and I'm very happy, and I welcome him with a hug. Even if we shouldn't do it because of the COVID.
We embrace.
Yeah, we are fine with the COVID, so with no problems. Alberto Tucci, the producer of Elastica Records, and a good friend of mine, and an amazing musician. So I would like to give him the chance to present his video and his, come si dice una rassegna, la tua rubrica. Okay. Every day he produces for us, for the Italian Brass Week, the electronic music. And yesterday we had Polcari, and everybody was dancing inside the studio. It was really nice,
very good,
really nice.
Very good.
And
very
today
happy.
we have my friend Alberto, that I want to give you the word to present your own show.
Thank you very much. My English is not perfect, but I try, because we are streaming.
Come il mio giapponese.
Ogni tanto aiutami. So I'm very happy to present the electronic music in this festival, because I think that electronic music is very close with jazz music and classical music, because there is some vibe is the same. We don't understand the la struttura della musica pop. The musica pop structure.
Sì.
We work on the flux, the flux. And so it's very important to choose and understand the field of the music. And so it's a different kind of work between the pop music, and it's normal after the electronic music start with other street, like the dance music for the younger, but I think there is inside a very power vibe taken from la musica antica, la preistorica, the sound.
Music,
Yeah,
exactly,
music, exactly. Because it's the flux. And I worked with Luca in the past. It was very amazing.
Yeah, in
because,
Paris we had a beautiful show.
Yeah, because he understood very, very well, you know, to enter in the flux of the music. We are not compose the song, but is all the vibe of the music. And yesterday was Paolo Polcari. Is a wonderful producer. Producer for the Alma Megretta, is a historical band, Italian band of the 19, and there will be the Flame Parade, is a folk band. We produce a live only for vocal, guitar and violin. And I grilli, come si chiamano i grilli?
I grilli.
I grilli.
Grilli.
You know when in the summer there is the...
Okay.
Oggi? Certo.
Sì,
Sì,
questo l'abbiamo capito. Trovaci come si chiamano grilli, che forse è meglio.
So we recorded that, and there is a wonderful documentary from Casino Royale. Is a band from Milan, a historical band that during the pandemic, in that period, last month, work with a lot of producers that remained at home because there was not the
chance to play.
Yeah, exactly. So with one song produce I think 10, 11 songs with the two only sound shared from the musician, and create a wonderful documentary. Is interesting. I think that it's Venerdì, maybe on Friday, yeah. And today. Is this today with the cartoon? Is not. I think that is the dub. Okay, together. Okay.
It's you.
Ah, wonderful! This is wonderful movie. No, I think that. Okay, yes. Okay.
He knows his lineup.
So it's my lineup, but the lineup control Mario Tucci from Oregon.
Okay.
Because he's producing all the video that you will watch, and is very hard because you know the render in the night, and so he controlled the final lineup. And today is dub music. You know dub music?
No, I don't. But
the dub music is the il precursore, the origin of the reg and electronic music. When the Jamaican music influenced the Europe, you know, because there is the colony and there arrive a lot of people like Bob Marley, and the dub music. I take the song, I split on the mixer, and I play in real time the song, and that is became the start from the whole production of the 19, I think 19, the trip hop, Massive Attack,
okay,
you know?
hip hop,
and so the dub is our sound, you know. We start with the dub music. I came from the reg, dub music, and not the Rasta, but everybody accept me, and the video is like the striptease, but the striptease from anni 30, 13 years old, 13, okay? So it's strange because it's like a dancer. So it's not the sexual.
Striptease, but it's
It
very
is
sensual.
incredible. It's totally changed between the striptease of today, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
It's totally different. It's like a dancer.
Wow.
And so there is the mirror. It's very interesting. Then Mario said me that it's incredible. I take the dancer, I put on the music, and every time is in synchro.
Wow.
So it's strange because it's come se fosse stato fatto apposta questo difficile. It's like
it looks like we did it in purpose.
yeah. In the end, tomorrow there will be Tutsi. Maybe is my live set. Is the organic house with the cartoon, very interesting, produced by Mario Tucci. As I think that is an history about the alien that came on the world and the religion. And after the alien say bye-bye and remain the religion. Yeah. Yeah. And after, okay, and the related soul is the come si dice, cervo,
Cervo is deer.
Deer. You know, the project of the Elastica record with the deer is interesting project. And
He was in Paris too.
Exactly, with the singer that is the deer.
Yeah, deer, I remember.
So-
Everybody was like, wow, we have a deer in Paris.
Yeah. And so this is what we propose to the festival. I hope that you like it. If there is some musician, I watched it in this day yesterday, and I understand that there is a lot of classical and jazz musician.
Yeah.
So
Latin also?
Latin.
Yeah.
So if in this hour you want to improvise
Improvise?
on the music, after you send a mail to Luca, and we are open to create music. And I love the bass.
Basso tuba.
Yeah, the
tuba,
bass
tuba.
tuba, the pop, pop, pop. Yeah, because with the electronic music is very near. In the past there was more the sax and the
Yeah.
trumpet. Now in this period,
You know, tonight we have a phenomenal guy, Sergio Carolino, playing, and he's got his own production and stuff, but I think you would match perfectly with Sergio.
yeah,
'cause he's an
Sergio,
artist.
write me and
Okay, I will
where
put- I
he
will
from?
put him, he's from Portugal.
Ah,
But
okay.
he's a phenomenal
Very good.
guy with a tuba. He sounds like a clarinet
Yeah.
or a cello. He's just
Yeah.
one of the best soloists in the world.
Bene, and I hope that we will embrace very soon, because it's important to create the analogic moment in this life. This is very good. I appreciate a lot. Appreciate a lot, Luca, because the work is very important to not stop the festival. Very important festival in Florence. But I hope that we can play together very soon.
I think next year
Yeah.
we will do the after festival with DJs and cocktails.
Very
And,
good.
I announce it right now.
I
So we
will
have
came
a
to
live-
drink a cocktail.
Yeah, I will prepare the cocktail. No, I'm joking.
You
But,
play the electronic music.
and all
We
the-
have 1
all-
year.
All the musicians.
We have 1 year to
all the musicians will match with
Improvise.
you, improvise on the
Yeah.
music like we did in Paris,
very good.
and then you will have the best.
Yeah.
Really, the best musician for you and for your scuderia, your company.
Yes.
Okay.
Divertitevi. Buon divertimento.
Buon divertimento e enjoy.
Enjoy.
And now we can to dance a little bit. Ciak, ciak, ciak.
And the improvisation, please. And send him. I would like to speak with Alberto. I like that the third song. Bye bye.
Ciao, ciao. Bada bam.
no state, no war, no terrorism. Your nationalism, nothing on name. No state, no war, no terrorism. Your imperialism, yes we are blamed. Politic responses are insane error. More cops and you wanna close all down. But refugees escape from fascist era. The same horror that hit Paris in a November. Why not help the cured? Resisting against Islamic State. Why support this bloody Erdogan who keep killing freedom fighters? No state, no war, and no terrorism. Your nationalism, nothing on name. No state, no war, and no terrorism. Your imperialism, we are blame. No state, no war, and no terrorism. Your nationalism, nothing on name. No state, no war, and no terrorism. Your imperialism, we are blame. They say they fight in the name of God. Their ideologies are insane fraud. They are in fact fascist murder, even destroying their own culture. No religious state, no capitalist state. All we are defend is the people power. No state.
champion sound, and the only sound play that one, yeah. Yeah, you hear me start?
If you see me walking down the street, then you stop to meet me. Don't forget who you are, you just have to be yourself. Oh, we are all shining stars. If you see me walking down the street, then you stop to meet me. Don't forget who you are, you just have to be yourself. Oh, we are all shining stars. Just be yourself, just be who you are. You don't have to change the way you shine like a star. Some people shine and light up your way. We don't need no darkness today. It's a long day. Look up the doors, put up your arms, get it alive now. Take control of your soul, open the floor. You better ride it now. 'Cause you were chosen, the light that shines golden. We will shine our brightest today. Don't forget who you are. Don't forget who you are. Don't forget who you are. If you see me walking down the street, then you stop to meet me. Don't forget who you are. You just have to be yourself. Oh, we are all shining stars.
It's impossible to slay. But tell the art socially many people. Principally want the groundwork of human freedom. Can't end the slave. No. But tell the art socially many people. Principally want the groundwork of human freedom. Them now won't fear the people cry and protest. Finger on the land and forget about all the rest. Where you gonna hide? some little slave. But then they are socially many people. Principle they want harm. The groundwork of human freedom. Can't enslave. No, but then they are socially many people. Principle they want harm. The groundwork of human freedom. Why not the east, not the south, not the west? Them now won't feel the people cry and protest. Finger up on the land and forget about all the rest. Where you gonna hide when the cloud got it? There is no bada, let the music play. There is no bada, let the music play. Sweet reggae music, international. Sweet vibration, each and every time.
We are go pound down the borders on the people in all the world. We no need politician, we no need policeman. Economical oppression separating the town. We are go pound down the borders with the message in all the sun. We are connecting the hearts. We are connecting the voice. Loud. We are connecting the hearts. We are connecting the voice. Loud. All the wicked vampires. The time when you run, is the time when you run, is the time when you run. All the wicked vampires, is the time when you run, is the time when you run.
Bring it up, mash it up, come again. Bring it up, mash it up, nah.
Don't scam.
Bring it up, mash it up, come again. Bring it up, nice obsession.
Now listen the message in all the song.
Nice up the dance, nice up the area. Reggae music sound in the area tonight.
Connection.
There is no bada,
no more.
No bada, when the music I play.
Hear them, brother.
There is no bada,
no more.
No bada,
no more.
when the music I play.
But that's not your mind is not effective on me. We are freedom fighters, we got the spirit free. But that's not your mind is not effective on me. We are freedom fighters, we got the spirit. We put the good vibration. Yes, we not deep meditation. Yes, we not trusting vampires. We are go burn them with the lyrical fire. All power to the people. And broke you illusion. All power to the people, Lord. And broke your illusion. Original imaginary combination. Original just from another recombination. Original summon with the real inspiration.
Mash it up, bring it up, come again. Mash it up, my selector. Bring it up, come again. Mash it up, bring it up, my selector. Nice of the dancer. Gotta miss the nice of the area. Nice of the town with the heavyweight sound. Nice of the area.
We are go burn down the borders, all my people in all the world. We no need politicians. station, we no need policeman. Economical operation separating the town. We are go bomb down the borders with the message in the zone. Original song, not the combination. Original just palma with the inspiration. Single dog is controlling the song. Is controlling, is making the dog.
Zombie nace en un contexto totalmente idílico, que realmente es una necesidad que provoca el mercado al no haber ninguna fábrica en España que hiciera instrumentos de metal. Mi sueño con 18 años ya era crear o fabricar unos instrumentos que podía ser motivo de orgullo pero nace primero la idea de los instrumentos, aunque luego la materializa el estar fabricando joyería a nivel industrial y artesanal. Mi abuelo ya era corneta, ya tocaba, ya hacía música con instrumentos de viento metal, mi padre clarinete. Lógicamente la vinculación al viento ya era genética, ya era algo que estaba ahí. ¿Por qué trompeta? Porque lo vi pequeño y lo vi fácil. Luego me equivoqué ya. ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces merece la pena? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces es bueno? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú? Realmente el instrumento, para nosotros el primer instrumento que no tenía marca ya fue un reto. Cuando sonó, simplemente fue una duda, porque lo que sonó era calidad, era simplemente vulgaridad. El nombre o el título Stomby está combinado dos nombres, Tomás, que es mi padre, y Vicente, que soy yo. Mi padre fue como yo un gran soñador, él fue un artesano que forjó el hierro, pero fue un clarinetista, un músico excepcional. Él era música. Mi padre hizo música con los medios que tenía, y yo, como no soy músico, simplemente me gusta la música, yo hago los sonidos que a mí me gustaría realmente estar representados en ellos. El problema fue el de rendimiento. Quería que dejara de sonar a trompeta y convertirse en flauta, que se convirtiera en oboe, que fueran maderas, más texturas, más colores. Eso es conceptual, hay cosas que no es el decir ya está hecho y ya sirve. Tú no estás adquiriendo un medio de hacer música, estás adquiriendo una forma de expresar música.
Es difícil saber cuándo fue la primera vez que escuché hablar de trompetas o de instrumentos. Pues por el trabajo que se ha desarrollado en mi familia, siempre hemos estado rodeados de música, de músicos y de instrumentos, realmente. Me dedico tanto a trabajos en fábrica como al contacto y la gestión de los clientes fuera de España. Hay países donde se ha hecho un trabajo más fuerte durante más tiempo, entonces ya estamos considerados como una de las marcas de referencia. Nosotros estamos poniendo un número de horas de nuestra vida en ese instrumento que estamos fabricando y lo hacemos con mucho gusto y con mucho cariño. Yo creo que se verá reflejado en el instrumento y en el músico de alguna manera.
las trompas, como cualquier otro instrumento